Chapter 204. After Halloween, the event that all young wizards eagerly anticipated arrived, the Quidditch match. As the most popular sport in the wizarding world, nearly all students and professors were fans of the game and flocked to the Quidditch pitch to watch. Unlike the others who joined the crowd, Alex chose not to partake in the festivities. Instead, he headed to the room of requirement, wishing for a quiet space. Once inside the spacious room, he focused on studying chaos magic and organizing his currently chaotic abilities. He began by turning his attention to the Gojo Satoru template. As his first template, Alex was most familiar with it. Over time, he had mastered every ability within the Gojo Satoru template to perfection. Thus, if he wanted to start skill integration, using the abilities of this template would be the easiest approach. Alex opened his skill panel and reviewed the skills under the Gojo Satoru template. Energy Absorption, LV.6. 6 Eyes, LV.6. Reversed Cursed Technique, LV.5. Cursed Technique Reversal, Red, LV.6. Infinity, LV.5. Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue, LV.5. Domain Expansion, Infinite Void, LV.5. Alex decided to begin with Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue, and Cursed Technique Reversal, Red, as these were among his earliest skills and shared similarities in their effects. As he activated the fusion process, chaos magic rapidly consumed his energy. Simultaneously, Alex's true form outside the Harry Potter world collaborated with his avatar, drawing on the world's source of chaos magic and channeling it into Alex's body. The chaos magic acted like the ultimate magical adhesive or perhaps a blazing forge, working to fuse blue and red together. On the skill panel, the descriptions of these two abilities visibly blurred. They began to merge into a single indistinct, mosaic-like skill. Alex furrowed his brow. He quickly realized that simply combining these two skills wasn't enough. There were two primary issues. 1. The skill's individual strengths were insufficient for successful fusion. 2. Their effects were like two opposing forces, polar opposites that collided, causing significant conflict during the merging process. For the fusion to succeed, a third force was required, something to act as a catalyst, a node that could balance the two opposing energies. Suddenly, Alex's eyes landed on the vector manipulation skill in his panel, and a brilliant idea struck him. With its higher tier and extraordinary control over vectors, vector manipulation could not only provide the strength needed for the new skill but also act as the stabilizing node to balance the opposing forces. Without hesitation, Alex introduced the power of vector manipulation into the fusion process. The moment it was added, the blurred mosaic began to stabilize, becoming visibly clearer. After several hours of intense focus and effort, the fusion was complete. The mosaic fully resolved into a new skill, which appeared on Alex's skill panel. Absolute Manipulation, LV.6, 233/5000. A skill formed by the fusion and transcendence of vector manipulation, Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue, and Cursed Technique Reversal, Red, under the influence of chaos magic. It grants the power to exert absolute control over all dimensions, vectors, and scalars. A torrent of powerful information flooded Alex's mind. Once he fully absorbed it, a look of delight spread across his face. The fusion of the three skills had given rise to absolute manipulation. With this transformation, the impurities in his body had been significantly reduced, making his power far more refined. Though the quantity of his strength hadn't increased much, its quality had ascended by several levels. If his previous power could be compared to wood, the current version had been refined into steel. With the same quantity, steel could achieve results far beyond what wood ever could. After successfully merging these three skills, Alex intended to further utilize the chaos magic of the Harry Potter world to fuse additional abilities and enhance himself further. However, he quickly discovered that his current level of authority over the world no longer allowed him to access the necessary chaos magic for additional fusions. Realizing this limitation, Alex ended his secluded training and left the room of requirement. Outside, the Quidditch match was nearing its conclusion. Unlike the original timeline, however, Alex had quietly used his invented charm to enhance Ravenclaw's broomsticks while in seclusion. Thanks to the enchanted broomsticks, Ravenclaw's Quidditch team didn't even need much effort to score. The broomsticks, imbued with a low level of sentience, practically played the game for them. The most astonishing advantage lay with their seeker. With the charmed broomstick's assistance, they could catch the golden snitch in mere minutes, leaving the other teams utterly hopeless. Naturally, other students attempted to replicate Alex's feat by using the charm on their own broomsticks. However, their understanding of the charm was far too shallow. Even when they managed to bestow some basic intelligence on their brooms, the results were counterproductive. The partially sentient broomsticks often made their own decisions, much to the frustration of their riders. In the end, Ravenclaw easily won the Quidditch Cup, thanks to Alex's charm. Once again, Alex had altered the course of the story, thereby increasing his authority over the Harry Potter world. As Alex stepped out of the room of requirement and made his way to the Quidditch pitch, he found Ravenclaw's Quidditch team celebrating their victory and receiving the championship trophy. Spotting Alex, an excited Hermione dashed toward him, chattering non-stop, "Alex, we did it. We won the Quidditch Cup." Before Alex could respond, a group of students from other houses surrounded him, including Ron, who looked particularly disgruntled. "Alex, this isn't fair at all," Ron complained. "Ravenclaw's team had those broomsticks you enchanted. They didn't even have to steer them to win the match." Hermione, always quick to defend Alex, raised her chin defiantly. "Well, you could have used the charm too. It's not against the rules of Quidditch. Quidditch regulations prohibited the use of spells to interfere with the match, but the sentient charm functioned more like an enchantment. Since broomsticks were an integral part of Quidditch, enchantments applied to them weren't explicitly forbidden." At that moment, Percy Weasley approached and overheard their conversation. Adjusting his prefect badge, he said, "I've heard some news from the Ministry of Magic. The Department of Magical Games and Sports is investigating the charm Alex invented. They're planning to ban broomsticks enchanted with it from future Quidditch matches." Hermione's enthusiasm dampened at this. "What? Why? The charm is just a type of enchantment. It doesn't break any Quidditch rules." Percy Weasley explained, "It seems that brooms enchanted by powerful wizards with the sentient charm are simply too powerful, much stronger than the brooms that wizards control themselves. If brooms enchanted with the empowerment charm were allowed to participate in the Quidditch matches, then the game would no longer be a battle between the players, but a battle between the wizards casting the charm. If that were the case, the sport would lose its meaning, which is why the charm is prohibited." Hermione sighed, "I see, that makes sense." At this moment, Alex reached out and gently ruffled Hermione's fluffy hair, as if petting a squirrel. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, since the charm isn't allowed, I can create other spells to enchant the brooms." Hearing Alex's words, Hermione's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly, "That's right. For others, creating spells is difficult, but for Alex, it's as easy as anything. After this, our Ravenclaw Quidditch team will still be able to use other spells to enhance our brooms." Unlike Hermione's happiness, Ron and his brothers exchanged glances, realizing that even if the charm was prohibited, the Quidditch championships in the coming years would still be dominated by Ravenclaw. What was even more frustrating was that the biggest factor in the game's outcome wasn't the players themselves, but the brooms they used, which had been enchanted by a non-player wizard. This phenomenon hadn't occurred in the hundreds of years since Quidditch was invented. After all, no wizard had ever made spell creation seem as easy as Alex did. Percy Weasley rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. "Sigh, how is there a wizard like Alex? In the coming years, the Quidditch competition won't even have begun before it's already decided." After the Quidditch competition ended, Christmas quickly arrived. That day, Alex was sitting in the Great Hall reading a book when he sensed a young witch sitting behind him, hesitant to speak. Alex closed the book, turned around, and looked at Hermione with a gentle smile. "Lovely Hermione, is there something you need?" Seeing that Alex had responded to her, Hermione's face lit up, then she blushed and stammered, "Alex, I heard you grew up in an orphanage." No, that's not what I meant. I wanted to ask if you have any plans for Christmas. If possible, I'd like to invite you to my house." Alex had originally planned to spend Christmas at Hogwarts. After hearing Hermione's invitation, he thought that there were no major events ahead, so he simply said, "Of course, it would be my honor." Suddenly, Alex thought of something and asked, "How do you plan to leave?" Hermione looked a little puzzled but answered, "Of course, I'll take the Hogwarts Express." "Is there any other way?" Alex smiled mysteriously. "Of course. You can look forward to a wonderful journey on the way back." Alex first returned to his dormitory to organize his luggage. There wasn't much to sort through, mostly various items he had created using transfiguration. For example, there were grenades, heavy machine guns, even several different fighter jets stored in a suitcase that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, a Mark series armor, and several nuclear bombs, along with his Sanctuary No. 2 located in a dimensional universe. Currently, Alex's strength was far inferior to his main bodies, but he still retained all the knowledge and theories of his main self. His brain was now even more intelligent than Tony's, enabling him to easily use transfiguration to replicate a spaceship one-to-one. Sanctuary number 2 had been gradually assembled over time. At this point, Alex's strength was on par with Dumbledore's, and if he added these technological creations, he could easily conquer Earth in the 20th century. However, Alex had no intention of doing so, as he neither wanted to nor did the world's rules permit it. He placed everything into the suitcase and then went to the station to meet Hermione. When Alex arrived, Hermione was standing at the station, holding her suitcase, staring blankly at the Hogwarts Express as it departed. Her gaze seemed lost. As Alex approached, her eyes immediately focused, and she said to him, "Alex, you must find another way to get to London, or I won't be able to go back for Christmas." Alex smiled mysteriously. "Of course, you'll enjoy this adventure." He took out his wand, summoned the chaotic magic swirling inside him, and activated the specially crafted transfiguration spell. The ground beneath their feet began to shake and rise quickly. Seeing this, Hermione suddenly understood and excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, this is so cool. So that's how it is. Alex, you're amazing." Alex didn't answer, instead continuing to pour out magic with a smile on his face. The skeletal structure of a magical dragon was the first to transform, followed by its tendons, magical furnace, and the outermost layer, which became as tough as steel. Finally, a much larger dragon appeared than the one from earlier. Alex used transfiguration again to create seats on the dragon's back and cast wind protection spells. Then, he flew the dragon towards London. As the 100-meter-long dragon soared to several hundred meters in the sky, Harry, Ron, and the other students who stayed behind at Hogwarts walked outside and onto the lawn. Miss Harry crisply said, "Oh, this is so cool. I wish I could ride a dragon back to London." At this moment, Ron, hearing Harry's words, couldn't help but feel a bit upset. During this time spent with Miss Harry, he realized that he had developed feelings for the sweet and kind Harry that he shouldn't have. At first, he was a bit frightened by these feelings, but as time passed, he gradually became accustomed to them. He kept comforting himself in his heart, telling himself that Harry had taken a potion to change her appearance, and he didn't know how long this state would last, perhaps for her whole life. Then, Harry would always be a beautiful lady. And if he pursued Harry, even if the potion's effects wore off, she could always take the potion again. Thinking of this, Ron's feelings for Harry grew even stronger. Therefore, when he heard Harry express her desire to return to London on a magical dragon, Ron knew that he could never rely on the specially crafted transfiguration spell to change into a magical dragon, so he could only sourly say, "Harry, we shouldn't do this. It's too dangerous. Also, riding such a huge magical dragon to a Muggle city will definitely be seen by many people. So don't look at Alex and Hermione acting so cool now. When they get close to the Muggle city, they'll cancel the spell and walk back to London obediently." Just then, a little wizard suddenly said, "Oh my god, it's the disillusionment charm." Alex used the disillusionment charm to hide their tracks with the magical dragon. How strong is Alex to be able to use the disillusionment charm on such a huge creature? The magical dragon has magical resistance far beyond that of ordinary dragons. Hearing this, Ron stopped listing the drawbacks of this method and instead muttered under his breath, "Alex is really a freak." Chapter 205. The 100-meter-long magical dragon soared several hundred meters above the ground. Without the disillusionment charm concealing its presence, it would appear like an enormous dark cloud in the sky. If it were to approach a Muggle city, or even the Ministry of Magic, it would undoubtedly be mistaken for a terrifying, hostile dragon, causing panic among the wizards there. The magical dragon's immense magical resistance made it immune to most low and mid-level spells. This meant that, apart from legendary figures like Grindelwald, Dumbledore, or Peak Voldemort, no other wizard could inflict significant damage on it. In other words, without interference from those three individuals, Alex alone could single-handedly destroy the British Ministry of Magic. From the moment they took off until they neared London, Hermione's excitement had remained unabated. She was utterly thrilled. The last time she felt this level of exhilaration was when she first discovered the existence of the magical world and learned that wizards truly existed. Now, riding atop a 100-meter-long magical dragon, looking down upon the entire world, she realized that, aside from Alex, no one else in the world could offer her such a fantastical experience. At this moment, a plane emerged from within a nearby cloud, catching Hermione's attention. With a comparison object in view, she finally realized that the magical dragon's speed had far surpassed that of the aircraft. Just as she was marveling at this, she noticed several enormous figures approaching them rapidly from the distance. At first, she was puzzled. But as those figures drew closer, she realized with astonishment that they were fire dragons. Moreover, these fire dragons were abnormally large, tens of meters longer than their typical counterparts. Though these fire dragons were still smaller than the magical dragon, they each measured 60 to 70 meters in length. This meant that every single one of them was larger and heavier than a fully loaded passenger jet. What was happening? What kind of creatures were these? How could fire dragons possibly grow to such massive sizes? The approaching fire dragons also caught the attention of the airplane crew. Naturally, the first to notice them was the captain in the cockpit. At the time, the plane was cruising on autopilot, steadily following its pre-planned route. The captain was just about to step out to use the restroom when he noticed a few dark silhouettes speeding toward the aircraft from a distance. At first, he thought nothing of it, assuming it was just a group of dark clouds, something he encountered frequently during flights. But as the shadows drew closer, his eyes widened in shock, and he froze in place. The overwhelming combination of awe and tension left him stunned for a few moments. However, his experience and composure as a captain quickly helped him regain his senses. Stammering, he turned to the co-pilot and asked, "Ryan, am I just getting old, or am I actually seeing dragons out of a fantasy novel?" The younger co-pilot glanced at the nearing shadows and replied, "Captain John, I don't think it's an illusion. I think I see them too." The two exchanged incredulous looks, quickly realizing that what they were seeing was not a hallucination. They immediately instructed the flight attendants to calm the passengers, switched the plane from autopilot to manual control, and adjusted their course to avoid the group of dragons. As the plane veered off its original path, the passengers inside began noticing the fire dragons in the distance. The first to spot the dragons was a little girl. She stared out of the window with her wide, curious eyes and exclaimed, "Mommy, look! Dragons! There are dragons outside." Her mother, naturally skeptical, patted her on the head and said gently, "Dragons? Where? Let Mommy take a look." She turned to glance out of the window and immediately saw a group of a dozen or so fire dragons flying by in the distance, circling together to form a ring. Within the circle, a much larger dragon suddenly appeared at the center, confronting the group of fire dragons. The sight made the little girl's mother scream at the top of her lungs. Her piercing shriek drew the attention of the other passengers, and a wave of fear and uncertainty quickly spread throughout the cabin. But not everyone was terrified. Some passengers, overwhelmed with excitement, began cheering instead. Seeing a creature straight out of fantasy novels come to life, they shouted, "Oh my God, I knew it! Stories from fantasy books are real, dragons truly exist." At this moment, one of the calmer passengers pointed toward the largest dragon, which was surrounded by the others. With uncertainty, they said, "Look! On the back of the largest dragon, is there someone standing there?" As they were surrounded by more than a dozen fire dragons, Hermione grew visibly nervous. She clenched one hand tightly while clutching the corner of Alex's wizard robes with the other. "Alex, what should we do? Why are these fire dragons surrounding us so suddenly?" In contrast to Hermione's anxiety, Alex remained completely at ease. The moment he saw these fire dragons, he knew it was the rules of the Harry Potter world at play. It was clear, the world's rules had strengthened these fire dragons and manipulated them to encircle Alex in an attempt to kill or drive him away as an intruder. Unfortunately for Hermione, she had been dragged into this situation because of him. Noticing Hermione's unease, her legs trembling, Alex used his chaos magic to calm her down, saying with a confident smile, "Don't worry. It's just a dozen oversized fire lizards. I'll deal with them quickly." Hearing Alex's assurance, Hermione was skeptical. Fire lizards? These weren't just lizards, they were massive fire dragons. And they weren't just any fire dragons, their size was extraordinary. The sheer scale of these creatures likely gave them unparalleled strength and defense. Hermione suspected that even Muggle artillery might struggle to harm them. Alex, no matter how strong, was just one person. How could he possibly defeat these enormous dragons so quickly? Although her rational mind screamed at her to run, for some inexplicable reason, she chose to trust Alex. Perhaps it was his unshakable confidence that influenced her, or maybe it was his consistent ability to accomplish the impossible that earned her belief. It might have been the undeniable potential in Alex to surpass not only Dumbledore but even Merlin himself. Or perhaps something else entirely clouded her judgment. Regardless, Hermione firmly believed in Alex at that moment. She believed he could overcome these dragons, creatures so powerful that even Dumbledore himself might struggle to defeat them. While Hermione's thoughts were a whirlwind of complexity, Alex's mindset was much simpler. To him, the upcoming battle wasn't difficult. He only needed to think about how to eliminate these oversized lizards. The dragons, however, had far more to worry about: how to survive his attacks and how to escape from him. Alex raised his wand. During this time, apart from refining his chaos magic, he had taken the opportunity to study several new spells. One of his discoveries came from fragments of ancient magic texts he found in the restricted section of the library. Ancient magic differed from ordinary spells; it could only be wielded by wizards with specific, unique talents. Of course, the difficulty in learning such magic was matched by its extraordinary power. Recently, Alex had successfully developed a spell based on ancient magical principles. He called it Ancient Dragon Lightning. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the tip of his wand. The light was so radiant that it seemed like a second sun, eclipsing all other sources of illumination. In that moment, for anyone watching, the world was filled with nothing but the brilliance of this new sun. The world's rules, sensing Alex's intent to unleash a powerful spell, immediately spurred the fire dragons into action. More than a dozen dragons opened their jaws simultaneously, unleashing torrents of fiery breath in an attempt to thwart Alex's attack. Alex was somewhat surprised to discover that the dragon breaths of these dozen or so fire dragons contained a significant amount of chaos magic. It was evident that not only had their size changed, but their very physiological structure had undergone a complete transformation. What made Alex speechless, however, was that the physical structure of these massive dragons was almost a direct copy of the magical dragon he had transformed during his fight with Voldemort. Aside from a few differences, the rest of their bodies were nearly identical. This realization, while mildly frustrating, also confirmed Alex's suspicions. The world rules of the Harry Potter universe indeed had restrictions and couldn't confront him with their full power. Otherwise, with the authority to rewrite reality at will, they would never resort to such a crude tactic as copy-pasting to try and attack him. Each fire dragon's breath could cover a kilometer ahead, and when more than a dozen dragons breathed together, the searing magical flames could incinerate any substance on Earth. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, even Dumbledore would have been forced to evade, unable to block it head-on. However, while such flames might have posed a major problem for Alex under different circumstances, he understood their principles of formation better than anyone. With his wand brimming with accumulated chaos magic as he prepared to unleash ancient dragon lightning, Alex extended his other hand and cast a wandless, silent spell. Finite Incantatem. Instantly, the magical structures composing the massive streams of dragon breath disintegrated, scattering into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. Before the fire dragons could close the distance for melee combat, Alex once again raised his wand. The immense chaos magic stored within the wand interacted with the environment, summoning the natural power of lightning. Boom! The first bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, followed by a second, then a third. A relentless torrent of golden lightning rained down from above, turning the entire area into a thunderous storm. Apart from Alex, Hermione, and the magical dragon, who remained untouched in a circle of calm, every other part of the battlefield was engulfed by the dense barrage of golden lightning. Boom! 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 The continuous deafening roar of thunder echoed across the sky, while the brilliant golden lightning illuminated the entire area. The dozen fire dragons were instantly consumed by the onslaught of lightning, their massive bodies scorched black in moments. The acrid stench of burnt flesh lingered across a vast area. Moments later, the golden lightning gradually faded, and Alex guided the magical dragon onward. Left behind in the aftermath were the disintegrating corpses of dragons reduced to charcoal, and a forest below, turned completely to ash. Nothing else remained. Far in the distance, passengers on the plane who had witnessed the entire scene were left utterly dumbfounded, staring at the apocalyptic spectacle that had just unfolded. A dozen massive dragons had been reduced to ash by countless bolts of lightning in mere moments. One passenger, lowering their binoculars, exclaimed in shock. That, the largest dragon really did have people on its back. And they looked like two kids, no older than 12. And that terrifying lightning just now? It was summoned by one of the kids. He waved his wand, and after a moment, the lightning came crashing down from the heavens. Another passenger, in complete disbelief, exclaimed, "My God, this is unbelievable. I have to tell the whole world about this. There really are mysterious wizards out there." A journalist among the passengers nodded vigorously, raising his camera and declaring, "I've captured everything that just happened. As soon as we land, I'll write an article about the dragons and wizards. No, I'll start drafting it right now." As the other passengers enthusiastically discussed the event, they suddenly all froze for a moment, their expressions blank. When they resumed speaking, their conversations changed completely. That thunderstorm was terrifying. I've never seen lightning of that magnitude before in my life. After modifying the memories of the passengers, Alex sat atop the magical dragon, attuning himself to his own power. Defeating the dozen or so fire dragons had effectively meant overcoming the rules of the Harry Potter world, granting him a significant share of control over this dimension. At this moment, Alex's mastery over chaos magic had reached a level sufficient to allow him to merge yet another new skill. In his external form, Alex opened his system panel to review the abilities he could fuse next. After careful consideration, he selected Infinity LV5, Portal LV6, Mirror Dimension LV4, and My World LV2 for fusion. Each of these abilities had spatial properties. Merging them would undoubtedly grant him unparalleled control over space and provide a solid foundation for further absorbing the Harry Potter world. As before, his primary body and projection worked in unison. The chaos magic within the Harry Potter world was absorbed by Alex's main form and used as fuel in a metaphysical forge, refining and merging the selected abilities. The process consumed an immense amount of chaos magic at an astonishing speed. Just when Alex thought the remaining chaos magic might not be sufficient to complete the fusion, a new skill was born. The previous abilities, Infinity LV5, Portal LV6, Mirror Dimension LV4, and My World LV2, vanished, replaced by a brand new skill in his system panel. Dimensional Sovereign LV6, 2143/5000, a skill forged from Infinity Technique, Portal, Mirror Dimension, and My World. Grants absolute mastery over space, the ability to instantly create dimensions with infinite expansion, and control over everything within those dimensions. As soon as the Dimensional Sovereign skill was unlocked, a massive influx of information flooded Alex's mind. Once he fully absorbed this knowledge, he immediately grasped the true potential of his new ability. His mastery over space had reached its zenith. He could tear open spatial fabric at will, travel between dimensions, traverse the chaotic void, and even create entire dimensional worlds with no upper limits. Additionally, Alex discovered he could grow stronger by consuming other dimensions, enhancing himself with each one he absorbed. With the emergence of this new skill, Alex's projection within the Harry Potter world felt a deepened connection to his primary body. He even suspected that he could now channel some of the main body's power directly. Chapter 206. As Alex's connection with his original self deepened, he felt his spatial perception growing rapidly, even developing a sense of being able to control space. For his original self, controlling space was effortless, but for his avatar, constrained by the world's rules, it was an immense challenge. However, after fusing his skills and acquiring the Dimensional Sovereign ability, Alex once again felt the sensation of manipulating space. Before gaining the title, even Alex couldn't use apparition to transport a magical dragon. But after gaining this power, he believed he could do it. Acting on this thought, Alex pulled out his wand and recited the incantation. Disapparition. A spatial vortex appeared at the center of the magical dragon, pulling both the dragon and Hermione, who was riding it, into the vortex. In the same instant, they were released high above London. Hermione felt a flash before her eyes, and the surroundings changed drastically. When she regained her senses, she was shocked to find herself suddenly above London. Confused, Hermione turned to Alex and asked, "Alex, what just happened? Was that apparition?" Alex nodded. "Yes, it was." Hermione was astonished. "But isn't apparition supposed to be uncomfortable? I've heard people describe it as being tossed into a washing machine and spun around before being thrown out." Alex smiled and explained, "This is my improved version of apparition. I've eliminated the unpleasant side effects, so it's much smoother for us." Hermione nodded, fully believing Alex's explanation. For her, even if Alex pulled out the Philosopher's Stone and claimed to have invented it, she would believe him without hesitation. After arriving in London, Alex dismissed the magical dragon and apparat to Hermione's house. When Hermione knocked on the door, two kind-looking middle-aged individuals answered. They seemed puzzled to see Alex, and just as he was about to introduce himself, Hermione rushed forward to do it for him. "This is my classmate, Alex. Don't be fooled by his age, he's already a recipient of the First-Class Order of Merlin and has invented numerous creations that could change the wizarding world." As Hermione continued her explanation, the Granger couple's gazes toward Alex grew increasingly admiring. They couldn't help but think that the heroes from magical novels weren't fictional but real. Soon, Christmas passed. During the holiday, Alex joined the Granger family on a trip to the United States, where they explored the sights of the modern world. At one point, they visited the White House. This reminded Alex of a past memory from the Marvel Universe where he destroyed the White House. While strolling near it, Alex even briefly considered burying it in this world, though he ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, he wasn't a bloodthirsty demon, he'd let it slide this time. Upon returning to the UK after Christmas, Alex visited the Malfoy family and retrieved Voldemort's diary. He promptly destroyed it. By destroying Voldemort's diary and slaying the basilisk, Alex effectively erased the events of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. This allowed him to significantly alter the storyline and gain greater control over the Harry Potter world. Alex estimated that if he altered the story once more, he would be able to fuse with a completely new ability. The fusion process allowed him to discard useless elements and purify his power, so he was determined to keep pushing forward. He had already decided on his next move. Based on the timeline, Harriet should now have acquired one of the Deathly Hallows, the Invisibility Cloak. As one of the 3 Hallows, the cloak held immense significance in the Harry Potter world. Destroying it would undoubtedly create a massive shift in the storyline. Of course, Alex knew the world's rules wouldn't sit idly by. They would certainly try to resist. But their resistance would be futile. They were destined to become stepping stones on Alex's path to growth. On the day before the new school term began, Alex transformed the magical dragon again and flew toward Hogwarts with Hermione at high speed. Although he could now use apparition to directly reach the outskirts of Hogwarts, why miss out on the scenic journey, right? After returning to Hogwarts, time passed leisurely as usual. One day, while Alex and the others were dining in the Great Hall, a figure suddenly hopped over like a zombie, bouncing up and down awkwardly. As the figure approached, they realized it was Neville. Ron immediately recognized why Neville was moving that way. The Leglocker curse. It must have been Malfoy. Before Ron's words fully landed, Malfoy, who was seated right next to Alex, loudly objected. "Shut it, Weasley. That wasn't me. I've been here the whole time." Unlike the original timeline, Malfoy had long been subdued by Alex's many feats. These days, he was utterly obsessed with earning Alex's trust and aspired to become the most loyal follower of the Second Merlin. He didn't have the time or energy to bother bullying others, his every thought was dedicated to impressing Alex. Every time Alex appeared in the Great Hall, Malfoy would also show up, shamelessly sitting beside him and eagerly serving him whenever possible. And today was no exception. Seeing Malfoy sitting next to Alex, Ron realized he had misspoken and scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, it's just a habit of mine." Ron's apology didn't soothe Malfoy. If anything, it only made him angrier. A habit? What kind of nonsense is that? Do I, Draco Malfoy, look like the kind of person who bullies his classmates? Under Alex's guidance, I've turned over a new leaf and become a peace-loving, helpful young wizard. Knowing he was in the wrong, Ron could only keep apologizing. By then, Neville had hopped his way to their side. Looking desperate, he pleaded, "Alex, please help me break this curse." With a snap of Alex's fingers, the Leglocker curse on Neville was instantly lifted. Seeing this, Ron sighed and said, "Neville, you really need to learn how to stand up for yourself. Alex can help you while you're at Hogwarts, but he won't always be there to protect you." Neville nodded. "Thanks. I'll keep that in mind." At that moment, Alex closed the magical novel he had been reading and placed it on the table. He turned toward Harry and suddenly said, "Harry, I heard you recently came into possession of an invisibility cloak. I find it quite intriguing. Would you consider trading it?" Harry was taken aback, not expecting Alex to be interested in his cloak. Without hesitation, he replied, "Sorry, Alex, but the invisibility cloak was a gift. I can't trade it." Hearing his idol being turned down, Malfoy immediately voiced his disapproval. "Harry, it's just an invisibility cloak. What's the big deal about trading it?" Ron, who had just been ridiculed by Malfoy, immediately shot back. "People like you, who don't have friends, wouldn't understand what a friend's gift means." Seeing the young wizards about to argue again, Alex pinched the bridge of his nose and gently tapped the table. The sound of his finger tapping the wood was soft yet remarkably distinct, instantly silencing the squabble. Once everyone had quieted down, Alex turned back to Harry and said, "Harry, don't be so quick to refuse. Why not hear what I have to offer first?" After a moment of hesitation, Harry nodded. Alex spoke calmly, "You're my friend, and a trade with me will never leave you at a disadvantage. I won't lie to you, your cloak is the legendary invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. Its value in the wizarding world is immeasurable, rivaled only by the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone. Because of the immense value of the invisibility cloak, I'll offer something equally extraordinary in return. If you're willing to trade the cloak with me, I can transform a 100-meter-long magical dragon for you. This dragon will have permanent spells imbued into it, a shape-shifting charm and an apparition charm. The dragon's flight speed rivals that of the most advanced Muggle aircraft, with a top speed of up to Mach 1. While flying, thanks to a wind-repelling spell imbued on its back, you won't feel any wind pressure. Once your transfiguration skills improve, you could even build a house on its back and live there long-term. Additionally, due to the shape-shifting charm, the dragon can turn invisible. You can ride it anywhere, even over Muggle cities, without being detected. And thanks to the embedded apparition charm, it can instantly transport you to any location not warded against apparition. Finally, you already know the combat power of a magical dragon. Let me be blunt, once you own this dragon, apart from top-tier wizards like Dumbledore or Voldemort, no one in today's wizarding world will be able to match you. You'll become the most powerful wizard of this era. So, what do you think? Alex was confident Harry wouldn't refuse, and reality aligned with his expectations. When Alex finished speaking, the surrounding area fell into a stunned silence. Everyone's breathing was audible in the quiet hall. No one expected Alex's offer to be so astonishing. Who would still care about an invisibility cloak after hearing this? Sure, the invisibility cloak is a deathly hallow, but how could it compare to the allure of a magical dragon? This wasn't just a flying fortress or a war machine, it was also a luxurious, invisible, teleporting mount. Before Harry could respond, Ron completely lost it. He grabbed Harry's collar and shouted, "Harry, what are you waiting for? Say yes. That's a dragon. A dragon. Once you have a dragon, you'll become the strongest wizard of our time. By then, you can buy as many invisibility cloaks as you want." At that moment, a greasy-haired bat-like figure appeared silently behind Harry and Ron, swatting Ron's hand away. Snape's face looked displeased as he said coldly, "Mr. Weasley, bullying your classmates. 20 points away from Gryffindor." Ron jumped in shock when he realized Snape had appeared behind him. But after hearing the professor's words, his shock turned to indignation as he quickly defended himself. "No, Professor Snape, I wasn't bullying Harry. We were just messing around." Snape, however, had no intention of listening to his excuses. There was no way he would let someone off the hook for daring to put their filthy hands on Harry's collar. His voice grew even colder, arguing with the professor and making excuses. 5 more points away from Gryffindor. Ron was furious but knew better than to argue further. Under Snape's icy glare, he reluctantly shut his mouth, fearing more points would be deducted. At this point, Harry hesitantly raised her hand to explain, trying to help Ron. "Professor Snape, you misunderstood. Ron wasn't bullying me just now. We were really just messing around." Unlike the original story, since Harry became Harriet, Professor Snape treated Harriet better. As a result, Harriet had a very positive impression of Snape and didn't want him to misunderstand her friends. Hearing Harriet's explanation, Snape's gloomy expression immediately softened, and he even smiled. "Oh, I see. In that case, no points will be deducted from Gryffindor. On the contrary, for Miss Harriet's courage, Gryffindor is awarded 20 points." The crowd was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Wasn't Professor Snape notoriously biased toward Slytherin? Why was he so partial to Harriet, to the point where he didn't even try to hide it? Draco Malfoy, in particular, felt this disparity even more deeply. In class, he had clashed with Harriet several times because of Snape's favoritism toward Slytherin. Yet, to his shock, while Snape was indeed biased toward Slytherin when it came to other Gryffindors, he was entirely partial to Harriet. After suffering several losses in potions class because of this, Draco no longer dared to go against Harriet. At this moment, Harriet was explaining to Snape why Ron had shaken her earlier. Being a knowledgeable professor, Snape was fully aware of how valuable Alex's offer was. Still, he needed to confirm something. "Mr. Alex, how long will your transfiguration last?" While the magical dragon Alex described sounded extraordinary, if its duration was too short, it would be essentially useless. Snape would only consider letting Harriet agree to the trade if the magical dragon could last for at least a year. But what shocked everyone was Alex's calm response: "If it doesn't engage in combat, the magical dragon can absorb magical energy from its surroundings to maintain itself indefinitely. Over time, it will even grow stronger. If it does engage in combat, it can maintain continuous fighting for approximately 10 years. What? Snape was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe the magical dragon could last so long, nor that Alex's mastery of transfiguration had reached such a level. A magical dragon that could actively absorb ambient magic to sustain itself. This was no different from a real magical dragon. This was essentially the creation of life. Realizing that the magical dragon could last for such a long time, Snape didn't hesitate. He immediately said, "Harriet, listen to me. Agree to this trade. A magical dragon will make you one of the most powerful witches of this era." Chapter 207. When even Snape suggested she trade the invisibility cloak, Harriet finally made up her mind. "Alright, Alex, I'll agree to the trade. But I still feel this deal is unfair to you. No matter how strong the Deathly Hallows are, they can't possibly compare to the value of a magical dragon." Alex didn't hide the truth. "To you, the invisibility cloak may only serve to make you invisible, but for me, it has other uses. You don't need to feel guilty, this is a fair trade." The group then moved to the lawn outside. Alex had everyone stand a safe distance away before he cast the transfiguration spell to summon the magical dragon. The earth trembled, and a massive magical dragon burst out of the ground with a deafening roar, asserting its presence to the world. Standing nearby, Malfoy watched the scene with an intense look of awe directed at Alex, but when his gaze turned to Harriet, it was filled with jealousy. Snape, staring up at the towering magical dragon over 100 meters tall, couldn't help but sigh in amazement. "No matter how many times I see it, it still leaves me in awe. Such an extraordinary level of transfiguration is simply unbelievable. Harriet, you've struck gold." After handing the magical dragon over to Harriet and explaining how to use it, Alex received the invisibility cloak in return. As soon as he obtained the cloak, Alex immediately cast a fire spell to burn it to ashes. This act baffled Harriet and the others. He had just traded a magical dragon for a Deathly Hallow, and now he was destroying it. However, Alex had no intention of explaining himself. He left straight away, returning to his dormitory. Upon destroying the invisibility cloak, Alex felt a surge of control over the world's power. With his current mastery, he realized he could fuse yet another brand new skill. Back in his dormitory, Alex sat on his bed and opened the system interface. Thanks to merging the absolute manipulation and spatial sovereign skills earlier, his system interface was now much cleaner, no longer cluttered with an excessive number of skills like before. This time, Alex decided to enhance one of his core skills, energy absorption. Energy absorption allowed him to absorb energy, convert it into energy points, improve template fusion, and increase his power limits. It was, without a doubt, his most important skill. If energy absorption could be merged with other skills for enhancement, his rate of power growth would skyrocket. Alex carefully analyzed the system interface, scrutinizing all his skills, and finally decided which ones to merge with energy absorption. The selected skills were: 1. Energy absorption LV6. 2. 6 Eyes LV6. 3. Third Tree, Abyss LV4. All three skills were related to energy. Energy absorption allowed him to absorb and manipulate energy, while 6 Eyes granted him precise energy control and a rule-based percentage reduction in energy consumption. Third Tree, Abyss was even more powerful, allowing him to gain a 200x energy boost unconditionally. If these three skills could be fused, energy absorption would undoubtedly be elevated to an entirely new level of power. Working in perfect synergy with his original self, Alex tapped into the chaotic magic of the Harry Potter world, using it as a furnace to merge the selected skills. On the skill interface, the entries for energy absorption LV6, 6 Eyes LV6, and Third Tree, Abyss LV4 gradually disappeared, replaced by the formation of a brand new skill. After some time, the fusion was complete. A flood of information poured into Alex's mind, revealing the details of the new skill. Chaos Power LV6, 733/50,000, a brand new skill created by merging energy absorption, 6 Eyes, and Third Tree, Abyss. It possesses the ability to absorb energy, manipulate energy, amplify energy, and reduce energy loss through rule-based effects. Chaos Power retained all the abilities of the previous three skills, each of which had been significantly enhanced. Alex had reached a point where he could absorb energy at twice his previous speed. Additionally, he could now actively activate Chaos Power, granting a 300-fold energy boost and reducing energy consumption by a staggering 50%. Without question, merging his abilities to create Chaos Power had been the right decision. Alex's overall strength had increased by at least 50%. Meanwhile, his avatar in the Harry Potter world grew even more connected to his original self, inheriting some of the effects of Chaos Power. The Avatar's ability to absorb chaotic magic had multiplied several times over. After completing the skill fusion, Alex left his dormitory and made his way to the headmaster's office. Upon arrival, Alex told Dumbledore he wanted to be the one to destroy the Resurrection Stone. Though puzzled, Dumbledore agreed. Voldemort had already been defeated by Alex, and the Resurrection Stone no longer served a purpose. Dumbledore had planned to destroy it eventually, so he took Alex to the chamber where it was hidden, retrieved the Resurrection Stone, and handed it to him. Alex wasted no time destroying the Resurrection Stone, gaining yet another significant portion of the world's control. Now, only one task remained for Alex to fully destroy the three Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand. Turning to Dumbledore, Alex declared, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I would like to challenge you." Dumbledore was taken aback. Why would Alex want to challenge him? Was it for the fame of defeating the most powerful white wizard? But the headmaster quickly dismissed that thought. Alex wasn't the type to care about worldly recognition. There had to be another reason. As a wise man with over a century of experience, Dumbledore quickly deduced Alex's true intent. Having already destroyed the invisibility cloak and the Resurrection Stone, Alex's goal was clear, the Elder Wand. Realizing this, the benevolent headmaster decided to grant Alex his request. Smiling, Dumbledore said, "Mr. Alex, it's quite late today. How about we have a public duel tomorrow on the Great Lawn?" Alex, unfazed by the delay, agreed. The next morning, an astonishing piece of news spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. The greatest wizard of the century, Albus Dumbledore, would duel the most gifted wizard in millennia, first-year student Alex, on the Great Lawn. The news electrified the school. Every young wizard was eager to witness this clash and see who would emerge victorious. No one doubted Alex's qualifications for the duel. After all, he had summoned a magical dragon, proof that even as a first year, his abilities rivaled the strongest in the wizarding world. The event attracted more than just Hogwarts students. Media outlets, wizarding families, and magical historians from far and wide gathered at the school to witness the duel. The crowd quickly outgrew the Great Lawn, forcing the venue to be moved to the Quidditch pitch. As the crowd settled into the Quidditch pitch, Alex and Dumbledore stood face to face in the center of the arena. Dumbledore held the legendary Elder Wand, while Alex wielded an ordinary wand. A seventh-year student in the audience turned to their friend and asked, "Who do you think will win?" The friend pondered for a moment before answering, "If nothing unexpected happens, Headmaster Dumbledore should win. Alex is undoubtedly a prodigy, but he's still only a first year and has only been studying magic for a few months. It's too short a time. If Alex were in his seventh year, I'd say he could defeat the headmaster. But as a first year, I doubt he's a match for Dumbledore's century of experience. No, Alex will definitely win this battle. You've all seen the magical dragon he summoned, the colossal creature over 100 meters long. Even Headmaster Dumbledore would struggle to defeat that." Another seventh-year student, a firm believer in Dumbledore's prowess, retorted, "Dumbledore has decades of experience and unparalleled mastery of magic. Alex may be gifted, but he's only just started his magical journey." Their heated debate caught the attention of a nearby journalist, who approached them and asked, "You mentioned a magical dragon. Are you saying this Alex can summon such a creature?" The supporter of Alex responded excitedly, "Of course. Not only can Alex summon magical dragons, but he's also invented numerous powerful spells. Most of these spells haven't been revealed yet, so only Hogwarts students are aware of them. Mark my words, Alex will use his unique magic to defeat Dumbledore and become the strongest wizard of this era." The journalist's eyes lit up with intrigue, and they nodded. "I'm even more eager to see this battle unfold." The wizards in the audience were split into two camps. One camp believed Alex's extraordinary talent made him the most powerful wizard of the present day, a title he would hold for decades to come. The other camp, consisting of the majority, supported Dumbledore. The headmaster's decades of fame, achievements, and unparalleled magic commanded respect and admiration. While they acknowledged Alex's frightening potential, they felt he needed time and experience to truly surpass Dumbledore. As the audience speculated and debated, Alex and Dumbledore stood 10 meters apart, their gazes locked. The ever-kind Dumbledore suggested, "Alex, this battle might affect the spectators. Shall we cast a seamless extension charm together to enlarge the arena?" Alex agreed without hesitation. Together, they cast the spell, causing the space within the Quidditch pitch to visibly expand. It stretched and stretched until the field grew to the size of a small city. The crowd erupted in cheers, marveling at their seamless teamwork and the sheer magnitude of their magical abilities. Even this simple display revealed a glimpse of their immense power, something ordinary wizards could only dream of achieving. Without a referee's whistle, Alex and Dumbledore exchanged a silent nod of understanding and activated their first spells. Alex led with his signature transformation spell, conjuring his infamous magical dragon. To the surprise of many, Dumbledore's first spell was also a highly advanced transformation spell. While Dumbledore was known as the greatest white wizard of the era, few were aware that transformation magic was his true specialty. Before becoming headmaster, Dumbledore had been Hogwarts' transfiguration professor. Even now, his skill in transfiguration surpassed that of Professor McGonagall. Alex had invented this advanced transformation spell only months ago, but Dumbledore, with his vast experience, had fully mastered and refined it during that time. As their spells took effect, two massive figures rose from the ground. The larger of the two was Alex's magical dragon, now a towering 150 meters long. Its size and presence dominated the battlefield, drawing gasps of awe from the spectators. Yet Dumbledore's summoned creature, while slightly smaller, radiated an overwhelming sense of wisdom and raw magical power, a reflection of its creator's century-long mastery of magic. The clash of these titanic beasts marked the true beginning of the duel. The audience held their breath, knowing they were witnessing history in the making. On the other side of the magical dragon stood a phoenix engulfed in blazing red flames. Though slightly smaller than the dragon, it still measured over 100 meters in length, nearly matching the dragon in size. The moment the two colossal creatures appeared, they charged at each other, colliding with a deafening crash that resembled the sound of steel striking stone. The piercing roar from their clash reverberated across several kilometers. Without the extended space created earlier by the extension charm, the surrounding wizards would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed by the sound waves. The audience was left utterly speechless as they watched the battle unfold. It was as though a myth had come to life, a phoenix and a dragon locked in a ferocious struggle. Streams of molten, glowing blood flowed from their wounds, turning the earth beneath them into a searing, bubbling mess. A journalist, too stunned to think coherently, muttered to himself repeatedly, Is this the advanced transformation spell? Is this the power of the most powerful wizards alive today? This is monstrous. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, watched the battlefield with trembling limbs. Such terrifying power, either of them alone, could destroy not only the British wizarding world but all of Britain, including the Muggle realm. Dumbledore is one thing, but how can a first-year student like Alex possess such devastating strength? Fudge thought. In that moment, Fudge realized the harsh truth: his title as Minister of Magic meant nothing to these two titans. If they were in a good mood, they might spare him a kind smile. If not, they could kill him with a single blow. Resolving to adapt to this new reality, Fudge vowed to approach both Alex and Dumbledore with humility from that point forward. It was the only way to show proper respect to such overwhelming power. As time passed, the battle reached its climax. Alex and Dumbledore each mounted their respective creatures, Alex on his magical dragon and Dumbledore on his flaming phoenix. The fight ascended to the skies, with the two wizards hurling spell after spell at each other while their mounts clashed ferociously. Levitating charms, disarming spells, advanced transformation spells, and summoning charms filled the air. Every spell imaginable was cast, except for the killing curse, as the two engaged in a duel beyond anything the wizarding world had ever witnessed. Even the simplest spell, such as a levitating charm, became a weapon of unimaginable destruction in their hands. Entire boulders weighing hundreds of tons floated into the air before being hurled at lightning speed toward the opponent. The extraordinary power of Alex and Dumbledore left the audience awestruck, fully aware that they were witnessing history in the making. Chapter 208. Spells flickered across the battlefield in dazzling succession, leaving onlookers overwhelmed by the spectacle. Most of the magic used by Alex and Dumbledore was performed with silent casting. Yet even these silent spells carried far greater power than those cast by ordinary wizards. Occasionally, the two would chant incantations for particularly powerful spells. For example, Dumbledore's flame curse engulfed the entire central area of the Quidditch pitch. Considering the pitch had been expanded to the size of a small city using the extension charm, this meant that Dumbledore's flame curse could effectively blanket an entire city. As the battle progressed into its middle stages, the fight moved from the ground to the sky. The flaming phoenix and magical dragon tore into each other with ferocity, while Alex and Dumbledore stood atop their respective creatures, casting spell after spell. They aimed not only to destroy each other's transformations but also to strike directly at each other. Some less observant wizards couldn't even see the casting process, only flashes of light followed by devastating magical clashes. As the fight continued into its late stages, Alex began to overwhelm Dumbledore. Both wizards' strongest techniques centered on Alex's newly invented advanced transformation spell. However, Alex's deeper understanding of the spell gave him a clear edge. The flaming phoenix was covered in deep wounds inflicted by the magical dragon, and its life force was rapidly waning. If nothing changed, the phoenix would inevitably fall. Seeing this, Dumbledore sighed softly, realizing that his defeat was inevitable. If he were to use the killing curse or other forms of dark magic, he might still stand a chance. But this duel wasn't a fight to the death, it was a sparring match. Dumbledore would never use dark magic against his own student, even if that student had grown stronger than himself. What Dumbledore didn't know was that Alex had yet to unleash the true power of his original form. With his mastery of fusion techniques, refined magical strength, and his increasing grasp over the world's governing rules, Alex could already channel a fraction of his original form's power. If Dumbledore had resorted to using dark magic, Alex would not have hesitated to unleash his full strength. And if that happened, Dumbledore's defeat would have been even more crushing. Even a mere fraction of Alex's true power would render him invincible in the Harry Potter universe. Accepting his inevitable loss, Dumbledore didn't feel any sorrow. Instead, he smiled warmly. To think that in less than a year, you've grown to such heights. What an extraordinary talent. I'm just getting old. The future belongs to you young people. Now, let's go all out, one final spell to decide the outcome. Alex nodded in agreement, and the two began chanting in unison. This incantation was unlike the others before it. It was longer and far more profound. Knowledgeable wizards among the spectators quickly recognized it as ancient magic, something only wizards with rare, special talents could perform. Ancient magic far surpassed modern spells in power. Even the residual effects from their previous duel had affected the audience, let alone the effects of ancient magic. In response, Professor McGonagall led the adult wizards in casting Protego Tot Alum, creating a massive barrier to shield the younger wizards from the aftermath of the upcoming clash. The stage was set for the final, earth-shaking conclusion. Ancient magic differs significantly from modern magic. Instead of relying solely on one's own magical power, it harnesses the magic of the natural environment, invoking the forces of nature itself. This reliance on natural magic results in a longer casting time but also produces far greater power. As Alex and Dumbledore chanted their spells, the skies began to shift. The sky over Dumbledore's side turned a fiery red, with intense flames engulfing the flaming phoenix, burning fiercely in the heavens. On Alex's side, the sky glowed blue and white, crackling with dazzling lightning that seemed capable of obliterating everything. When the ancient magic was finally cast, both wizards activated their spells simultaneously. The searing flames and blinding lightning collided at the center of their battlefield, creating a radiant explosion of light that shone as brightly as the sun. Alex maintained his ancient magic effortlessly. After a year of deliberately absorbing chaotic magic, his magical reserves had grown far beyond the imagination of ordinary wizards. With his mastery of the fusion of chaos power skill, his magical power had multiplied several times over, now far surpassing even Dumbledore's. Because ancient magic uses one's magical power to control the natural magic around them, Alex's higher magical reserves also granted him a higher magical ceiling than Dumbledore. The only reason the battle appeared evenly matched was Alex's deliberate decision to give Dumbledore some dignity, allowing the revered old wizard to withdraw from the duel with grace. If Alex so wished, he could defeat Dumbledore at any moment. But then, Alex's expression shifted subtly. He noticed that the surrounding natural magic seemed to take on a will of its own, surging toward Dumbledore. Initially, Dumbledore could only amplify his spells tenfold by using his magical power to channel natural magic. But now, he could amplify them 20 or even 30 times. The scales of victory began tipping in Dumbledore's favor as the radiant collision of flame and lightning edged closer to Alex's side. The audience gasped in astonishment, and Dumbledore's supporters began to cheer excitedly. Ha ha ha. I admit Alex is strong, but he's still too young. Give him some time, and he might truly surpass Dumbledore. But for now, he's just a first-year student, he doesn't have enough experience to win against the greatest wizard of the century. Exactly. As expected of the most powerful white wizard of the last 100 years, Dumbledore's strength is still unmatched. What no one expected was that Dumbledore, instead of being thrilled at his apparent victory, frowned deeply. Moments earlier, Dumbledore had felt himself lose control of his body. Then, an overwhelming surge of natural magic began flooding toward him, strengthening his ancient magic to unprecedented levels. This bizarre phenomenon left even Dumbledore, despite his century of experience, unable to understand what was happening. His concern grew as he realized that his enhanced ancient magic was now barreling toward Alex. Instead of weakening, the spell continued to grow stronger as it neared, threatening to obliterate Alex entirely. Panic filled Dumbledore's heart. How could a promising young wizard like Alex meet his end at his hands? He couldn't bear the thought of another loss, especially one as tragic as this. He struggled desperately to regain control, but no matter what he did, he couldn't change the situation. Alex, watching this unfold, immediately understood what was happening. Since the incident with the dragon horde, the world's governing rules had once again begun to interfere. It was now evident that when Dumbledore cast his ancient magic, the world's rules had seized control of him. Using their authority over the natural magic, they amplified Dumbledore's spell, intending to use him as a tool to eliminate Alex. Under the influence of the world's rules, the power of Dumbledore's ancient magic had far exceeded his normal limits. If Alex had no means to counter it, he would have been forced to despair as Dumbledore unwittingly killed him, leaving the elder wizard consumed by endless regret. But how could Alex, of all people, lack other options? He activated his authority, redirecting a portion of natural magic to his side, amplifying the strength of his ancient magic. The lightning surrounding Alex grew even more intense, each bolt as thick as a 1-meter-wide pillar of pure electricity. Using this boosted ancient magic, Alex managed to push back against the world's rules. The central collision of light slowed significantly in its approach toward him, but it still crept forward ever so slightly. Alex, however, remained calm. He reached out to his true form, akin to a sorcerer in the Marvel Universe calling upon a dimensional lord. A surge of power from outside the Harry Potter world tore through its barriers, bypassing the interference of the world's rules. Though much of it was weakened along the way, a portion of this overwhelming energy still poured into Alex's body. Boom! The moment Alex's true form's power merged with him, his strength skyrocketed geometrically. Blue-white lightning engulfed the entire area, turning his surroundings into an ocean of electricity. Even the magical dragon beneath his feet transformed, becoming a 300-meter-long lightning elemental dragon composed entirely of crackling thunderbolts. Instantly, the radiant light at the collision center surged like a meteor, hurtling toward Dumbledore. In the midst of the crowd's shocked cries, Alex executed his absolute control skill with pinpoint precision. The lightning struck Dumbledore, rendering him unconscious without causing a single injury. Alex even managed to give the elder wizard a relaxing magic spa in the process. As Dumbledore fell unconscious, the flaming phoenix he had summoned slowly dissipated, and his body began plummeting from the sky. Before he could fall far, Alex caught him mid-air and used magic to revive him. Dumbledore gradually regained consciousness. Seeing Alex unharmed, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. "What just happened to me?" he asked, perplexed. Alex responded with a calm smile, "Perhaps you overexerted yourself, and the ancient magic spiraled out of control." Dumbledore frowned. He doubted such a duel could push him into losing control, but since it had already occurred, this explanation seemed the most plausible. The kind-hearted elder sighed deeply. It seems the ancient wizards had good reason to seal away ancient magic. Even I lost control while using it. If such magic were to spread, the consequences would be catastrophic. When the two descended to the ground, reporters immediately surrounded them. One of them asked eagerly, "Did Alex win the duel?" Dumbledore stood tall, a kind smile on his face, as he handed his elder wand to Alex. Turning to the assembled crowd, he proclaimed, "Yes, Alex has won this duel. From this moment forward, the title of the greatest wizard no longer belongs to me but to our rising star, Alex." After the battle of the century, Alex brushed off the reporters with a few vague replies and returned to his dormitory. Once inside, he immediately destroyed the Elder Wand, a powerful artifact coveted by countless wizards. Upon doing so, Alex felt his influence over the world increase dramatically. At this point, his authority within the Harry Potter universe was almost equal to that of the world's rules themselves. With just a bit more progress in consolidating his authority, he wouldn't need to claim 100% control. A dominance of 70 to 80% would suffice for him to coordinate with his true form and completely consume the Harry Potter universe. When that time came, he would ascend to a status comparable to the one above all, a being of unparalleled greatness. The destruction of the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand granted Alex a significant boost in authority, enough for him to unlock and merge a new skill. He wasted no time and threw the essence of his remaining skills into the Chaos Energy Forge. These skills included RCT LV5, perfect control over flesh and the ability to evolve it to its peak. Infinite Void LV5, Manipulation of Memories and Thoughts. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique LV4, Creation of Eternal Clones with Physical Forms. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception LV5, The Power to Directly Perceive and End Life. Root LV4, The Ability to Modify the World's Rules. Game Rules LV3, The Capacity to Impose One's Own Rules onto all things. As these abilities fused, they gave birth to a brand new skill, Authority of Creation. Shortly after, the new skill transitioned from a vague concept to a well-defined power. As Alex perfectly absorbed the massive influx of information into his mind, he fully understood its capabilities. Authority of Creation LV6, 12, 734/50-000. A powerful skill forged from the Reversal Technique, Limitless Void, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, Root, and Game Rules. It grants the power to create life, modify life, and rewrite rules at will. To test this, Alex lightly tapped his desk. Instantly, the water glass on the table transformed into a blue slime. Unlike his previous custom transfiguration, this slime was a permanent entity, unaffected by magical exhaustion. It was an entirely new species, complete with a soul and the ability to self-reproduce asexually. This, the creation of soul-bearing life, was the core ability of Authority of Creation. After experimenting with his newly fused skill, Alex turned his attention to his system interface. The previously cluttered and chaotic skill panel was now clean and organized. Most of the old skills had disappeared, leaving only 3 new ones. Absolute Control LV6. Dimensional Sovereign LV6. Chaos Power LV6. These 3 skills encompassed all of Alex's current abilities. Each one alone could elevate an ordinary person to the level of a multiverse tier powerhouse. Together, they placed Alex firmly among the ranks of the top. At this stage, Alex no longer had to fear anything in the Marvel Universe. Even if the one above all were to kill his form within Marvel, Alex could simply resurrect in the Harry Potter world. A brilliant smile spread across his face as he headed to the room of requirement. Now, with his newfound powers, Alex could bypass the world's rules and forcibly destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. I wonder, Alex mused, if the authority gained from destroying all of Voldemort's Horcruxes will be enough to allow me to completely consume the Harry Potter universe. Chapter 209. Voldemort created a total of 7 Horcruxes: Tom Riddle's diary, crafted during his school years, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, made from his family heirloom, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Nagini the snake, and finally, Harry Potter himself. Tom Riddle's diary had already been destroyed by Alex during the Christmas holiday not long ago. Now, all Alex needed to do was destroy the remaining Horcruxes, which would grant him a tremendous amount of world authority. Fortunately, some of the Horcruxes could be found right here at Hogwarts. Emerging from his dormitory, Alex made his way toward the Great Hall, where students were gathered for lunch. Once inside, Alex easily spotted Miss Harry among the crowd of young wizards. Since defeating Dumbledore, Alex had become the most renowned wizard in the magical world, especially at Hogwarts. To say his fame at Hogwarts now surpassed that of Headmaster Dumbledore would be an understatement. If Alex so desired, he could graduate immediately and take over Dumbledore's position as the youngest headmaster in Hogwarts history. However, Alex had no such intention. His goal was simple: to completely consume the Harry Potter world. As Alex stepped into the Great Hall, the sharp-eyed students immediately noticed his arrival. They erupted into cheers, shouting his name. "My God, it's Alex! This is his first public appearance since defeating Headmaster Dumbledore. Alex is so handsome. If only he could be my boyfriend," gushed a young witch with a dreamy expression. Another student chimed in, "I agree. I wish he'd just hold me in his arms." The last student barely finished their sentence before noticing their friends backing away from them. Bewildered, they asked, "What's wrong with you all?" Their friends hastily waved their hands, saying, "Nothing, nothing. We respect your preferences." They couldn't fathom how their dorm mate, someone they'd shared so much with, turned out to be, well, different. Alex approached Harry's table and took a seat beside her. Without hesitation, he asked directly, "Harry, do you know about Voldemort?" As soon as Alex uttered that name, the entire hall fell silent. You could hear every breath taken as the students froze in shock. For the past 11 years, Voldemort's name had been a taboo. Even among adult wizards, hearing it would cause shivers and revive memories of the terror he once wielded. The silence didn't last long. Hermione, seated nearby, muttered softly, what's so scary about Voldemort? Is he stronger than Professor Dumbledore? Her voice, though quiet, was audible to everyone in the tense room. After all, Alex defeated Headmaster Dumbledore effortlessly. There's no way Voldemort could compare. Hermione's words, spoken with such confidence, brought a wave of relief over the room. The students collectively sighed and began to regain their composure. Exactly. With Alex and Headmaster Dumbledore around, even if Voldemort himself showed up, he'd be doomed. Right. Voldemort wouldn't stand a chance against Alex. Even if he were alive, Alex would easily defeat him, let alone now that he's dead. Quickly, the young wizards fully returned to normal, their fears vanishing entirely. With Alex around, they had nothing to fear. Uncertain why Alex was asking her this question, Miss Harry nodded and replied, I do know. He killed my parents. The wizarding world says I killed Voldemort, but I don't think that's actually true. Alex corrected her, no, the truth is that you did kill Voldemort, though not in the way the wizarding world imagines. Your mother used an ancient magic at the moment of her death. She sacrificed her life and her love for you to cast a protective charm. This charm held immense magical power, so strong that even Voldemort couldn't break it. When Voldemort cast the killing curse at you, the curse rebounded off the charm and struck Voldemort himself. That's how he died. Upon learning the truth, Harry couldn't hold back her tears. They streamed down her face uncontrollably, and it took her more than 10 minutes to calm down. She bit her lip, then expressed her gratitude to Alex. Thank you, Alex, for telling me this and letting me know the truth. Don't be so quick to thank me. It's not over yet, hear me out. When Voldemort died, the immense pressure from his death caused his soul to split. A fragment of his soul entered your body, making you one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Right now, a piece of Voldemort's fragmented soul is lying dormant inside you. And the place where it resides is your lightning-shaped scar on your forehead. What? Voldemort's soul is inside Harry? Before Harry could react, Ron, sitting beside her, exclaimed in shock. Although Ron didn't fully understand what a Horcrux was, just hearing that Voldemort's soul was hidden in Harry was enough to throw him into a frenzy. The thought that Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, could be connected to Voldemort in any way was the worst news imaginable. Although the others didn't react as dramatically as Ron, they also grew tense. The student sitting closest to Harry quickly moved away as if she were some kind of dangerous creature. Seeing everyone's extreme reaction, Alex reassured them, relax, everyone. There's no need to worry. The reason I'm here is to help Harry remove Voldemort's fragment of soul. Harry, don't be afraid. It's Voldemort, he's not such a big deal. The crowd fell silent, staring at Alex in disbelief. Voldemort, the second Dark Lord, the mastermind who once dominated the British wizarding world, was not such a big deal. Only Alex could say something like that. Taking out his wand, Alex aimed it at Harry's forehead and gave a swift pull. A transparent, ghostly figure was yanked out of the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. As soon as it was pulled free, the soul fragment let out an ear-piercing scream, lashing out at all nearby life forms. The young wizards immediately felt as though their heads were splitting apart, clutching their skulls and crying out in pain. In the entire hall, only one person remained unfazed, standing calmly in place. Frowning slightly, Alex summoned a bolt of lightning and struck the fragment of Voldemort's soul, completely annihilating it. So noisy, he commented indifferently. Then, he used magic to soothe the students before leaving the Great Hall to head to the location of the next Horcrux. After leaving the Great Hall, Alex headed straight for the Room of Requirement. Standing in front of the entrance, he focused on the image of Ravenclaw's diadem and then stepped inside. Responding to his request, the Room of Requirement transformed into a massive warehouse filled with miscellaneous items. Waving his wand, Alex commanded, Accio Ravenclaw's diadem. A silver diadem shot toward Alex, but before it could reach him, a bolt of lightning descended from above, striking the diadem. The fragment of Voldemort's soul within didn't even have time to react before being utterly annihilated. With all the Horcruxes located within Hogwarts now destroyed, Alex turned his attention to those outside the castle. Thanks to the absolute control over space granted by his newly fused absolute manipulation skill, Alex's command over spatial magic had grown exponentially. Even within Hogwarts, where anti-apparition charms had been solidified into the very fabric of the castle, Alex could easily break through the enchantments and apparate at will. With a distortion of space, Alex vanished from his spot and reappeared in front of Gringotts Bank. Using a disillusionment charm, he rendered himself invisible and slipped into the bank unnoticed. Gringotts was, of course, heavily fortified with layers of enchantments, including countercharms against invisibility. However, compared to the magic Alex wielded, these defenses were far too feeble to even hinder him. He quickly made his way to the depths of the bank and incanted, Accio Hufflepuff's cup. A delicate golden cup flew toward Alex, but like before, a bolt of lightning descended and obliterated it before it could even draw near. With Hufflepuff's cup destroyed, Alex had now eliminated 5 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Only 2 remained. As Alex destroyed these Horcruxes, he greatly distorted the original storyline. His influence over the Harry Potter world now rivaled that of the world's natural laws. He believed that destroying the remaining 2 Horcruxes would finally allow him to fulfill the conditions necessary to devour the entire Harry Potter universe. However, Alex knew better than to relax. He was well aware that the world's rules wouldn't sit idly by and allow themselves to be devoured. When he moved to destroy the final 2 Horcruxes, the world's rules would undoubtedly launch an all-out counterattack, doing whatever it took to eliminate his avatar. To prepare, Alex deepened his connection with his true self, drawing power from it to bolster his avatar. The chaos power, capable of freely altering rules, perfectly harmonized with the chaotic magic of the Harry Potter world. As Alex activated the chaos power, he felt as though the entire world was under his control, bringing back the sensation of omnipotence he had briefly experienced when he first reached the level of a single universe entity. Taking a single step, Alex vanished once more, reappearing in front of a house. This was Dolores Umbridge's home, where Slytherin's locket was being kept. Without bothering to knock, Alex pushed open the door and entered. Inside, a curly-haired woman with a stern expression was seated by the fireplace, reading a newspaper. Hearing the door creak, she glanced up at Alex. Her face froze in shock and uncertainty as she stammered. "Mr. Alex, this is quite the surprise. To what do I owe the honor of a visit from the most gifted and powerful white wizard of our time?" Alex's tone was cold and direct. "Where is Slytherin's locket? Hand it over." Upon realizing Alex's goal was Slytherin's locket, Umbridge's face paled. She immediately attempted to use apparition to escape. However, with a simple thought, Alex froze the surrounding space entirely, rendering all spatial magic useless. Understanding that escape was impossible, Umbridge forced a strained smile and said, "Mr. Alex, I'm not sure where you've heard that Slytherin's locket is in my possession." Alex's patience waned at her stalling. Without another word, he cast the imperious curse, overriding her consciousness and forcing her to retrieve the locket. After taking it, Alex destroyed it instantly, reducing it to nothing. As Alex left, flames engulfed the wooden house behind him. The malicious witch, who had played a significant role in the original storyline, met her end amidst the roaring fire. Operating once more, Alex found himself in the Forbidden Forest near Hogwarts. His intended destination had been Nagini's location, and his appearance here signaled that Voldemort's snake had been hiding in the forest long before Voldemort's resurrection. Suddenly, Alex heard the sharp, rhythmic sound of legs scuttling across the forest floor. Before he realized it, he was surrounded by an army of massive spiders, each towering over 10 meters tall. Their bodies were encased in a blood-red, liquid-like magical aura. The aura amplified their strength but had also driven them into madness. Despite Alex's overwhelming magical presence pressing down on them like a mountain, the spiders remained unfazed and launched an attack. Alex raised his wand, unleashing a powerful repelling force that spread outward, obliterating everything within a radius of several hundred meters. The 8-eyed spiders disintegrated under the immense pressure, reduced to their molecular essence. But to Alex's surprise, even after their physical forms were destroyed, the spiders did not die. Their remains transformed into streams of blood-red energy, merging into a single, colossal entity, a spider over 30 meters tall, its body pulsating with chaotic magic. This unnatural phenomenon made it clear to Alex that the world's rules were intervening directly. With only one Horcrux left to destroy, the world was making its move to stop him. The massive blood-red spider let out a roar, though it was a creature of limbs and venom. Its bellow resembled the cry of a dragon, resonating far and wide. All who heard the sound felt an instinctive dread, as if a predator at the very top of the food chain had locked them in its sights. At Hogwarts, the students and professors alike turned their gaze toward the Forbidden Forest. In Hogsmeade, the adult witches and wizards stopped in their tracks, staring in shock. From their vantage points, they could see the massive blood-red spider standing in the forest. It seemed to be locked in a confrontation, roaring furiously but hesitant to attack. Though they couldn't see the other party, they all thought of one name, Alex. Only someone as powerful as Alex could force such a massive spider into a standoff. Alex faced the gigantic blood-red spider without the slightest hint of fear. With a light step, he tapped the ground, and from his magic, a massive dragon over 100 meters long emerged. Its body glowed with ethereal light as it positioned itself in front of Alex, staring down the spider. The confrontation between these two colossal creatures captivated every witch and wizard nearby. Some even took to the skies on broomsticks to watch. The magical dragon had become a symbol of Alex, leaving no doubt about his identity. But questions filled the minds of onlookers. What was this enormous spider? Was it someone's transformation spell? Yet, apart from Alex and perhaps Dumbledore, who in the wizarding world could conjure a transformation spell of such immense size? Chapter 210. The magical dragon and the eight-eyed spider stared each other down. Seconds later, they charged at each other. The collision of these two colossal creatures compressed the air around them, and the resulting shockwaves easily destroyed vast sections of the surrounding area. As Alex allowed the magical dragon to battle the eight-eyed spider, he observed the spider curiously. Though its size was smaller than the magical dragon, the eight-eyed spider held its ground in their clash. The blood-red energy that formed its body repaired any damage instantly, giving it an edge. Despite being weaker in raw power, its relentless attacks overwhelmed the magical dragon. After a moment of observation, Alex realized the blood-red energy was an unusually powerful form of chaotic magic unique to the Harry Potter world. This reminded him of the final boss in Hogwarts Legacy, a massive dragon made of the same blood-red energy. Could there be a connection? The battle raged on. Amid the dragon's agonized roars, one of its wings was torn off by the spider. Its body was then shattered under a relentless barrage of spear-like legs. In the face of the eight-eyed spider's fearless and continuous attacks, the magical dragon fell. Of course, this was because Alex chose not to intervene. If the eight-eyed spider could defeat one magical dragon, it was time to summon Magical Dragon 2.0. If it could defeat Dragon 2.0, then there would be Dragon 3.0, Dragon 4.0, and so on, until an ever-stronger magical dragon finally tore the spider apart. Naturally, there was a limit to how strong the dragons could grow, and that limit was Alex's true strength, which was at the multiversal level. This was the final battle. Alex and the world's rules had reached a point of no return. The outcome would decide whether Alex devoured the world's rules to become the next OAA, one above all, or his true body would obliterate the underdeveloped rules of the Harry Potter world and gain a fragmented version of the world. Infused with another surge of Alex's immense magical energy, the dragon began absorbing everything around it. Trees, soil, even the air itself were broken down into their atomic structures and absorbed by the dragon. Transfiguration spells continually repaired and strengthened its body. The dragon's size grew visibly, stretching from 100 meters to 150, then 200, 250, and finally stopping at 500 meters. At this immense size, the magical dragon towered over the eight-eyed spider like a mountain. The spider, now dwarfed by the dragon, seemed as insignificant as a house cat before a tiger. When it realized that the enemy it had nearly defeated had not only fully recovered but also become far stronger, the eight-eyed spider froze in confusion. Its 8 eyes reflected disbelief. Seriously? You can't play fair. The spider, now partially intelligent, instantly understood that it stood no chance against this behemoth. Without hesitation, it turned to flee. But before it could escape, a massive claw, as large as a small mountain, sliced through the air with a deafening sonic boom. The claw struck the eight-eyed spider's body, shattering its once resilient form into fragments of energy that scattered across the ground. Even in this state, the spider did not die. The scattered energy began writhing and pulling toward the center, attempting to reassemble its body. But before it could fully reform, the magical dragon opened its maw and devoured all the blood-red energy, absorbing and consuming it completely. With the spider defeated, Alex gained a fragment of the world's authority. However, it was not enough to turn the tide. Without wasting time, Alex continued toward the location of Nagini. Destroying Nagini, the final Horcrux, would grant him full control over the world's rules, allowing him to devour the entire Harry Potter world. The magic dragon moved toward the depths of the Forbidden Forest. For the colossal creature, which measured 500 meters in length, a few strides covered several kilometers, bringing it to the heart of the forest. At the very center, Alex saw a dense magical array. At its core, coiled atop a blood-red formation, was a massive crimson serpent, Nagini. Its cold, hollow, and indifferent gaze fixed on Alex, who stood atop the dragon. This was no ordinary snake. The will controlling Nagini's body was no longer her own but that of the Harry Potter world's rules themselves. The world's rules had finally taken direct action, pouring all their power into a last stand against Alex. Alex had no intention of waiting for the boss transformation to finish. Without hesitation, he commanded the magic dragon to unleash a torrent of dragonfire toward Nagini. The flames roared forward, scorching everything in their path, but just as they reached Nagini, a barrier of blood-red energy appeared, stopping the attack. Simultaneously, the blood-red magical array released streams of ancient, chaotic magic, which merged with Nagini's body, transforming her physical form. Nagini's body began to grow, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 600 meters, until she reached a staggering 1,000 meters in length. Nagini had become a massive crimson magic dragon, radiating an oppressive power. She now faced Alex's 500-meter-long magic dragon as an equal, or perhaps more. For the first time, Alex's calm expression showed a trace of amusement. Through his heightened senses, he realized Nagini was far more than she appeared. Her form could continue to expand, potentially reaching tens of thousands of meters. However, she restrained her size, condensing her power into a denser, higher-quality magical structure. This refinement made her akin to a steel blade against clay. The same volume, yet the denser material would easily slice through the weaker one. Under the manipulation of the world's rules, Nagini's evolution was complete. The 1,000-meter crimson magic dragon lunged forward, launching a surprise attack on Alex. A cone of blistering crimson flames shot toward him, threatening to incinerate him where he stood. Even Alex, as powerful as he was, would be burned alive if he didn't evade it. But Alex didn't dodge. If Nagini was going to cheat, so would he. He connected to his true self, instantly channeling infinite power. Chaos magic surged from Alex into the magic dragon below him. Its body began to expand, matching Nagini's size, and soon it, too, reached 1,000 meters. But the transformation didn't stop there. Chaos magic continued to wash over the dragon, altering its structure until it became a thunder dragon forged entirely of lightning. When Nagini unleashed another wave of crimson flames, the thunder dragon retaliated with a storm of lightning. The collision between their elemental attacks created shockwaves that instantly destroyed the entire forbidden forest. The remaining shockwaves rippled outward, threatening both Hogwarts and Hogsmeade Village. In Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, the wizards combined their efforts to erect a massive Protego Maxima shield, barely managing to block the destruction. But the battle continued. Each clash of the two colossal dragons sent out more devastating shockwaves. Every strike could obliterate Hogsmeade or Hogwarts if not intercepted. The wizards fought to maintain the protective barrier, but their strength began to wane. No matter how many joined forces, they couldn't hold back the unending waves of destruction forever. Another few strikes, and both Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, along with their centuries-old histories, would be reduced to rubble. Hogsmeade's residents began to despair. A villager cried out. "No. At this rate, we'll all die. We have to do something." Another villager, pale and despondent, muttered. "There's nothing we can do. Whether it's Alex or the monster fighting him, both are far too powerful for us. Our spells wouldn't even reach them, they'd be torn apart by the terrifying magical turbulence long before." The other villagers fell silent, their hopelessness palpable. Suddenly, one villager exclaimed. "Look! It seems like they're moving away." Everyone turned their attention toward the battlefield. In the distance, the two colossal figures, towering like mountains, were engulfed in fire and lightning as they ascended into the sky, continuing their clash far above. With every collision, they moved farther and farther away from the village. As they receded, the shockwaves weakened, eventually dissipating into nothingness. The villagers exchanged glances before embracing their loved ones tightly. They had survived. Meanwhile, the young wizards of Hogwarts witnessed the same scene. Even those who were somewhat familiar with Alex's immense power found themselves in disbelief. Could Alex truly be Merlin reincarnated? How else could he be this powerful? This strength has already surpassed the realm of wizards. It was undeniable, Alex's current abilities made him capable of defeating any Muggle nation, surviving even in the center of a nuclear explosion. To ordinary people, he was indistinguishable from a god. Severus Snape, observing the two titanic figures retreat into the distance, exhaled deeply before turning to Albus Dumbledore. "Headmaster, what exactly is the creature fighting Alex? Could such a being exist within the wizarding world?" Dumbledore remained silent, his expression troubled. He, too, had never encountered anything like this before. The power those two wielded was beyond comprehension. Either one of them could effortlessly destroy the entire world. They didn't seem like creations of this world. If the wizarding world had previously been a low magic domain, Alex's arrival had elevated it to a mid-magic world. And now, with this battle, it had reached the level of high magic. After a long pause, Dumbledore shook his head, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I don't know, Severus. The creature does bear some resemblance to ancient magic, but even ancient magic could never achieve this level of power. Don't dwell on it too much. Instead, we should hope for Alex's victory. He added with a grave expression. Unlike Alex, we know nothing about that creature. If it's an evil being and manages to defeat Alex, it might very well destroy this entire world. Snape nodded in agreement. You're right, Headmaster. The world rules, rubbish. I'm the righteous one here. That guy is the villain. He's the invader. In the skies, the Thunder Dragon and Nagini continued their relentless clash. Crimson flames and dazzling lightning illuminated the heavens, dyeing the entire world in hues of red and blue. The roaring fire and crackling lightning erupted constantly, creating deafening explosions high above. Their battle stretched across vast distances, with its effects reaching farther and farther as time went on. The sky grew ominously dark, as if signaling the end of the world. In yet another collision, half of the Thunder Dragon's body was destroyed. It looked battered and miserable, yet Nagini was in an even worse state. Most of Nagini's body had been shattered, with crimson energy burning like fire at its wounds, trying desperately to heal them. But its strength was nearly depleted, leaving no energy to fully reconstruct its body. Seeing this, Alex prepared to deliver the final blow, ready to destroy the last Horcrux once and for all. But just as he moved to strike, something unexpected occurred. Nagini's aura and magical energy surged exponentially. The once depleted energy began to rise rapidly. Magic from hundreds, even thousands of kilometers away, was drawn toward Nagini, pouring into its body and strengthening it further. Facing the increasingly powerful Nagini, Alex didn't grow angry. Instead, he smiled. So, this is your last resort, isn't it? Indeed, the abnormal scene unfolding before him wasn't caused by anything else, it was the work of the world rules. After following its own set of rules and strengthening Nagini to its limit, only to have it still lose to Alex, the world rules found itself on the brink of being devoured. Pushed to desperation, it snapped and resorted to irrational actions. Breaking its own established rules, it disrupted the natural order of the Harry Potter world and forcefully elevated Nagini's power beyond its limits. By now, Alex's avatar was no longer a match for Nagini. But his true opponent was never Nagini. It was always the world rules. And for the world rules, its true adversary was not Alex's avatar, it was his true form, waiting outside. As Alex's avatar smiled, his true form mirrored the expression. When the Harry Potter world rules broke its own limitations, it created a precedent, giving Alex the justification to do the same. Now, he too could bypass the Harry Potter world's restrictions. Taking a single step forward, Alex used his control over the world's authority to forcibly enter the Harry Potter world. He appeared directly in front of the Thunder Dragon. His avatar merged back into his true form. Staring at the ever-growing Nagini, Alex scoffed. In the end, you're just an immature world rule, far from the wisdom of the OAA. You've dug your own grave. He sneered. If you hadn't disrupted your own rules, it would have taken me much more effort to fully devour the Harry Potter world. But since you've destabilized it yourself, now it's all too simple. Chapter 211. Because the world rules had destabilized the balance of the Harry Potter world's laws, Alex was able to enter the Harry Potter world with his true form. With this, he could manipulate the maximum power that the Harry Potter world could withstand. The three new skills, Absolute Control, Dimensional Sovereign, and Chaos Power, granted Alex unparalleled strength. With this overwhelming force and the authority he had wrested from the world rules, Alex immediately subdued Nagini, binding it completely. Through Nagini's body, he glimpsed an unwilling mass of chaos, the embodiment of the world's will. Alex wasted no time with villain-like monologues. To prevent the world's will from having any chance to counterattack, he tore Nagini's body apart without hesitation. With terrifying power, he shredded Nagini's form down to molecules, atoms, quarks, and finally strings. Even the strings could not hold together and dissolved into their primal energy state. After killing Nagini, Alex completely destroyed all 7 Horcruxes, finally eradicating Voldemort, the original antagonist of the story. At the same time, he gained a massive amount of world authority. Now, Alex's control over the Harry Potter world had far surpassed that of the world rules. Complex runes and sigils began emanating from Alex as their center, rapidly spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, they swept past Hogwarts and even reached London. These runes were part of a formation Alex had created by synthesizing extraordinary systems from multiple worlds. This formation drastically amplified his power while stabilizing the Harry Potter world. This precaution ensured that, even if the world rules retaliated in frustration, they couldn't destroy the world's essence and create a mutual catastrophe. The runes spread at incredible speed, quickly enveloping Earth, then the solar system, the Milky Way galaxy, and even the distant edges of the universe. Once the entire Harry Potter world was covered, Alex unleashed all his power. Using himself as an anchor, he began to forcibly relocate the entire world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The very fabric of the Harry Potter world space trembled. Outside the world, in the Sea of Chaos, a massive portal, even larger than the Harry Potter world itself, materialized next to it. Under Alex's relentless manipulation, the Harry Potter world slowly moved toward the portal. When the Harry Potter world fully entered the portal, Alex finally stopped. By then, he was no longer inside the Harry Potter world but floating in the Sea of Chaos outside it. The Harry Potter world had been absorbed into Alex's dimensional universe. Within this universe, the Harry Potter world's chaotic magic was being continuously siphoned to strengthen it. Simultaneously, Alex's power was growing at an extraordinary rate. The speed at which he gained energy points now exceeded tens, even hundreds of times that of before. Alex created 2 avatars. One was sent back into the Harry Potter world to handle any remaining issues, while the other stayed within the dimensional universe to oversee the assimilation of the Harry Potter world and ensure its full integration into his dimensional cosmos. Time passed, though in the Sea of Chaos, the concept of time did not exist. As Alex continued to devour the Harry Potter world, the system notifications echoed repeatedly. Absolute Control EXP +1. Absolute Control EXP +1. Absolute Control EXP +1. Congratulations. Your skill, Absolute Control, has leveled up. Absolute Control LV7. 36, 823/100, Absolute Manipulation of all forces of spacetime, vectors, and scalars. Master of Dimensions EXP +1. Master of Dimensions EXP +1. Master of Dimensions EXP +1. Congratulations. Your skill, Master of Dimensions, has leveled up. Master of Dimensions LV7, 18, 977/100, Absolute Mastery over Space. Instantly create dimensions, expand them infinitely, and command everything within them. Chaos Power EXP +1. Chaos Power EXP +1. Chaos Power EXP +1. Congratulations. Your skill, Chaos Power, has leveled up. Chaos Power LV7, 9, 878/100, the ability to absorb energy, manipulate energy, amplify energy, and systematically reduce energy loss. After an unknown amount of time, all 3 skills leveled up again. At the moment of their upgrade, Alex felt a massive influx of knowledge rushing into his mind. This information contained the mysteries of space, time, and energy, enabling him to understand the essence of this world more deeply. He also gained a clear understanding of the changes brought by the upgrades. First was his power level. If his strength had already reached high multiverse levels after the fusion of the 3 skills, then now, even within that category, he was among the top-tier beings. If he were in the Marvel Universe, his power would rival the fully realized Phoenix Force. If he encountered reincarnators again, he could instantly reverse-engineer the location of the Lord God space and treat the giant glowing orb like a toy marble. Furthermore, he could now remain in the Sea of Chaos for extended periods without being torn apart by its horrifying energy whirlpools or fragmented rules. At this point, Alex resembled a higher-dimensional deity. Even if a mere mortal spoke his name, he could use causality to pinpoint that person's exact location and transmit power to them. He could freely traverse countless worlds, using them as fuel to enhance his dimensional universe. He could even create systems, design protagonists, fabricate destinies, and craft protagonist halos to guide them toward success. However, even with such immense power, Alex still wasn't at the pinnacle. He estimated that once the essence of the Harry Potter world, which he was devouring, reached its complete form, he would attain the level of the One Above All, OAA. At that point, he would achieve an almost absolute state of immortality, omniscience, and omnipotence, standing atop all existence. In addition to his increased strength, Alex noticed other developments. After consuming the Harry Potter world, the speed at which he gained energy points had multiplied hundreds, even thousands of times. At this rate, the template fusion for Steve from Minecraft was on track to reach 100% in the near future. He had a feeling that when the fusion reached full completion, it would bring changes entirely different from anything before. This was because his current strength had already matched, if not surpassed, the system itself. He could now sense the system within his body and, if he paid a hefty price, forcibly strip it away or destroy it. But Alex chose not to do so. Using his instincts as a supreme being, he discerned that the system harbored no malice toward him, only goodwill. As if responding to his realization, the system conveyed a faint message: when the Steve from Minecraft template reached 100%, it would grant him a magnificent reward. In the unchanging chaos, Alex stood motionless in the void, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He was eager to see what awaited him. From that point onward, Alex's true form remained in the sea of chaos, devouring weaker universes to strengthen himself. Meanwhile, his avatar stayed in the Harry Potter world. Due to the difference in the flow of time, no matter how long Alex's true form lingered in the chaos, only 6 years passed within the Harry Potter world. By now, Alex and Hermione had grown into adults, reaching the age of 18. Thanks to Alex destroying all the Horcruxes, Hogwarts had enjoyed 6 years of peace, becoming the safest place in the magical world. In the Great Hall, Alex sat as usual, reading a book while eating, a habit he had long cultivated. When his true form awakened and all his skills leveled up to LV7, Alex paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing his unusual behavior, the now fully grown and stunningly beautiful Hermione asked with a hint of concern. "Alex, what's wrong?" Alex snapped out of his thoughts and responded with a mysterious smile. "Would you like to visit other worlds, Hermione?" After Alex's avatar resolved all matters in the Harry Potter world, he withdrew it and decided to set off on a new journey to another world. Now, the Harry Potter world would continue to grow on its own, enhancing Alex's strength until he reached the level of the one above all, OAA. With no pressing efforts required on his part, Alex was free to relax and enjoy life. Scanning the countless worlds floating in the sea of chaos, Alex pondered where to go next. Finally, he stopped before a particular world, ignored its seemingly impenetrable barriers, and stepped inside. Before the world was split into order, chaos reigned, vast and indistinct, unseen by all. Since Pengu split the primordial void, order began, separating clear from murky. Carrying life, embodying virtue, enlightening all to goodness. To understand the work of creation, one must read The Journey to the West. The primordial world had been at peace since the catastrophic events of the investiture of the gods. However, this peace applied only to the celestial immortals. For mortals, the world remained a dangerous place, teeming with threats. Alex strolled through the wilderness, and within mere hours, he encountered several demons. Effortlessly dispatching the foolish creatures, Alex paused and closed his eyes to assess the strength of this world. The laws governing this universe were as formidable as those of the OAA, placing it among the most powerful realms in existence. Unlike the Marvel Multiverse, however, this world was a single universe structure. Its immense strength stemmed from concentrating its cosmic essence into a single realm, rather than dispersing it across countless parallel worlds. The result was staggering. Alex felt that merely breathing in this world was akin to using 3 arc reactors simultaneously to absorb energy. Even the most ordinary mortals in this world possessed physical capabilities dozens of times greater than Captain America's. Shortly after Alex entered, a vast and powerful will took notice of him. Alex quickly deduced that this will, equal in strength to the OAA, must be the heavenly Tao of this world. To his surprise, another independent will coexisted and thrived alongside the heavenly Tao. Based on his knowledge from his past life, Alex speculated that this second will belong to Hongjun, the legendary figure who merged with the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao had detected Alex's arrival, he paid it little mind. He wasn't here to stir up trouble, this time, he simply wanted to enjoy himself. After offering a gesture of goodwill to the heavenly Tao, it stopped paying him any attention. Alex, now free to roam, made his way to a bustling mortal city within this world. Before entering the city, Alex transformed his attire to match the era, a splendid, elegant robe befitting the period. He then began to leisurely explore the city, taking in its sights and sounds. One of his first stops was a pleasure house, a location often central to stories and dramas set in this world. However, Alex's visit was purely for entertainment. He went to listen to music and watch performances, avoiding any other activities. The women in the brothel, while considered stunning beauties by mortal standards, appeared ordinary to Alex. Even the most celebrated courtesan was still just a mortal in his eyes. Walking out of the brothel and ignoring the longing gazes of the women behind him, Alex continued toward the city's grandest restaurant and ordered an extravagant feast. He had to admit that the high energy levels of this world enhanced even the ingredients found in mundane areas. The food, infused with this energy and prepared by the finest chefs, had flavors that were simply unparalleled. Alex was thoroughly satisfied. It far surpassed the cuisine of the Harry Potter world. Leaving the restaurant, Alex contemplated where to head next. Perhaps he would explore other regions or even visit the Celestial Court to see the famed Seven Fairies, Chang'e, or the Jade Emperor himself. However, just as he stepped out of the restaurant, the sound of chaos and shouting from a nearby street caught his attention. Alex unsealed a sliver of his power to sense the disturbance. After a moment, a peculiar smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. "Oh, so this is the timeline we're in now. Let's add a little spice to the upcoming journey to the West Saga, shall we?" In the bustling marketplace, a monkey dressed in simple green garments drew the attention of passers-by. Initially, the crowd panicked upon seeing what they thought was a demon in monkey form and scattered in fear. But moments later, when they realized the monkey posed no threat, they returned out of curiosity, watching the creature closely. The monkey, Sun Wukong, tried eating a chili pepper he had picked up, only to be overcome by the intense heat, scratching his head and waving his arms in distress. The sight of this comical reaction caused the crowd to erupt in laughter. Sun Wukong, who had never been mocked like this since his creation, felt humiliated. However, his kind heart prevented him from retaliating against the humans. Instead, he left in shame and frustration. Under the curious gaze of onlookers, Sun Wukong exited the city and made his way into the nearby mountains. As he crouched down to drink from a crystal-clear stream, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Looking to his side, he noticed a young man standing silently, observing him. Startled by the man's sudden appearance, Sun Wukong jumped in surprise. However, once he got a good look at the stranger's appearance, his initial fear turned to excitement. In Sun Wukong's eyes, this man looked extraordinary. His luxurious attire, pale, smooth skin, and serene demeanor starkly contrasted the ragged mortals in the city. The man had striking white hair and blue eyes, exuding a unique aura. He stood calmly, seemingly unfazed by the presence of a demon-like monkey. Realizing that the man might be no ordinary person, Sun Wukong quickly emulated human manners and gave a deep bow. "Immortal, are you an immortal?" he asked eagerly. Chapter 212. Alex looked at the handsome monkey in front of him and smiled. "Well, you could say that," he replied. Hearing Alex's response, Sun Wukong was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to truly find an immortal. Bowing deeply once again, he said, "Please, immortal, teach me your magic." Looking at this remarkable monkey, destined to become the future great sage equal to heaven and later the victorious fighting Buddha, Alex remained silent for a moment, contemplating a change to Sun Wukong's fate. He couldn't bear to see the character he had admired be humiliated by the gods and Buddhas. Nor could he stand to watch the great sage equal to heaven turn into a conformist, restrained Buddha. Certainly, altering Sun Wukong's destiny would undoubtedly entangle Alex in an immense web of karmic consequences. But so what? With his current strength, Alex had already surpassed the level of saints and was only slightly weaker than the heavenly Tao of this world. Even beings like the heavenly Tao or OAA couldn't truly destroy him. Even if he were to die, he would eventually resurrect in the chaotic sea after countless eons. So, why fear opposing all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens? He was determined to change Sun Wukong's fate. Seeing Alex remain silent for a while, Sun Wukong grew a bit anxious. Suddenly, Alex smiled mysteriously and asked, "What kind of magic do you wish to learn?" Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this immortal to truly agree to teach him celestial abilities. Jumping closer to Alex, he clasped his hands in a human-like manner and said, "Master, as long as you're willing to teach me, anything with even a hint of Tao will do." Alex shook his head. "No, you don't need to call yourself my disciple. I'm not your teacher. Your true master lies ahead, in the cave of 3 stars. We're merely fellow seekers of the Tao discussing its principles. So, how about I teach you the arts of divination, summoning spirits, and warding off evil?" Sun Wukong thought for a moment before asking, "Immortal, will this grant me immortality?" It cannot, Alex replied. Hearing this, Sun Wukong shook his head vigorously. "Divination and summoning spirits are useless if I can't achieve immortality. I won't learn it. Then shall I teach you the art of chanting scriptures, worshipping gods, and invoking the divine? Alex suggested. Will that grant me immortality? Wukong asked again. Alex's smile deepened. It's like trying to grasp the moon's reflection in the water. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong rejected the idea once more. Immortal, you're speaking in riddles. I'm a straightforward monkey. What do you mean by grasping the moon's reflection in the water? Alex laughed. The moon hangs in the sky, but its reflection appears in the water. Though you can see it, you can't touch it, it's ultimately an illusion. So you're saying chanting scriptures and worshipping gods is pointless? Then I won't learn it. Wukong declared. Fine. Shall I teach you to meditate, practice asceticism, and maintain discipline? Alex asked. Will that grant me immortality? Sun Wukong persisted, his goal unwavering. Alex's smile grew even wider. It's like admiring flowers in a mirror, beautiful but unreachable. Then I won't learn it. Meditation and asceticism are no match for mastering weapons and combat skills. Immortal, suggest something else. Sun Wukong said, his determination clear. This was the question asked by the Bodhi Patriarch to Sun Wukong. In the original story, the Bodhi Patriarch would pretend to be angry at this point, tapping Sun Wukong on the head 3 times. But Alex wouldn't do that. His bright blue eyes, glowing with chaos and divine brilliance, shimmered as he continued. Then I shall teach you the art of defying the heavens, overturning the universe itself. But be warned, this technique is forbidden by the heavens and will make you an enemy of the celestial order. When that time comes, you will face an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers sent to destroy you. Do you dare to learn it? Sun Wukong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked. Immortal, will this grant me immortality? Alex laughed heartily and replied. Not only immortality. If you master this technique fully, you will gain the power of a saint. At that point, you'll be able to reverse causality, upend heaven and earth, break the cycle of life and death, and be free from the constraints of all rules. Do you dare to learn it? How could the future great sage equal to heaven, who dared to wreak havoc in the heavenly court, hesitate? Bowing deeply, Sun Wukong declared, Please, immortal, teach me. Alex laughed and extended a finger, placing it gently on Sun Wukong's forehead. A vast stream of incomprehensible knowledge and immense power flowed into Sun Wukong's mind, embedding itself in his spiritual sea and sealing itself there. This seal was designed to grow stronger as Sun Wukong's power increased, unlocking more of its potential over time. What Alex bestowed upon Sun Wukong was none other than one of his own abilities, the power of chaos. Unlike his other abilities, this one had a singular effect, absolute energy manipulation. It allowed the absorption of energy, amplification of energy, and a reduction of energy consumption through rule-breaking mechanics. In the ancient times of the primordial era, this would have been the ultimate path of strength, becoming a saint through raw power. A path of absolute dominance through strength was a perfect match for the great sage equal to heaven. Once Sun Wukong absorbed the fragment of knowledge released from the seal, he immediately understood that what Alex had granted him was an extraordinary, heaven-defying technique. When he opened his eyes, ready to express his gratitude, he found that the immortal had vanished. Sun Wukong searched the area, asking about Alex's whereabouts, but no one could provide any answers. Left with no choice, he moved forward, continuing on his journey. Several days passed as Sun Wukong traveled. Eventually, he arrived at a great mountain, where he heard the sound of a woodcutter singing in the distance. Playing chess till the board decays, chopping wood with steady strokes, wandering leisurely near the valley edge. Selling firewood, buying wine, laughing freely and living content. On the steep paths of autumn, beneath the moonlight, I rest on pine roots till dawn. Recognizing the old woods, climbing cliffs, cutting dead vines with my axe. Gathering a load of wood, I sing while heading to the market, trading it for 3 measures of rice. There's no scheming or competition, just simple, peaceful living. In moments of encounter, one might be a sage or an immortal, quietly meditating and discussing the yellow court scripture. Hearing this, Sun Wukong quickened his pace toward the woodcutter. Even though Sun Wukong had only scratched the surface of the power of chaos, the energy coursing through him granted him strength far beyond that of any ordinary being. Using his formidable physical capabilities, he leaped forward like the Hulk, reaching the woodcutter in the blink of an eye. Looking at him, Sun Wukong eagerly asked, Old immortal. The woodcutter, taken aback, shook his head and replied, I'm just a simple woodcutter, how could I possibly be an immortal? But you, descending from the sky just now, are far more fitting of the title, immortal. The woodcutter's face remained calm, looking every bit like an ordinary woodcutter, but inside, he was utterly astonished. According to the patriarch's calculations, Sun Wukong should have taken at least half a month to arrive at the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars. Yet here he was, already at the mountain. And not only that, how had he already gained a measure of magical power and cultivated a body as strong as a demon with centuries of practice? Could it be that he had encountered some great fortune along the way? Sun Wukong, of course, had no idea what was running through the woodcutter's mind. Even though he had spent decades honing himself in the mortal world, he still possessed a pure and innocent heart, devoid of any cunning or guile. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Ha ha ha! I met another immortal on my journey. He granted me a technique, which is why I've reached my current level of strength. But although that immortal's technique is powerful, it doesn't teach me the arts of attack or transformation. That's why I'm still searching for another immortal to learn from." "Oh, I see," the woodcutter replied, no longer dwelling on the matter. The unusual changes in Sun Wukong's body could be left for the patriarch to consider. "If you wish to find the immortal you seek, just keep following this mountain path. At the summit of Mount Lingtai, you'll find the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars. The immortal resides within." When Sun Wukong finally reached the summit, he indeed saw the legendary cave. A young celestial servant emerged to meet him, exchanged a few words, and led him inside to meet the Bodhi patriarch. This, however, was no ordinary setting, it was the real primordial world. Unlike the humble, worn-down Taoist temple depicted in TV dramas, the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars was a true celestial paradise. As Sun Wukong entered, he was greeted by clouds of immortal mist, cranes soaring elegantly through the skies, and numerous grand buildings radiating dazzling divine light. The entire scene was extraordinary, a place where mortals could only dream of setting foot. Guided by the celestial servant, Sun Wukong arrived at the grand central hall. Sitting at the main seat of the hall was an elder with a youthful face, white hair, and an aura that exuded transcendence. His eyes were closed, as if he were in meditation. Sun Wukong wanted to speak but was promptly stopped by the celestial servant. "Do not speak out of turn. Wait for the patriarch to finish his meditation." Although Sun Wukong didn't understand what meditation meant, it sounded impressive. Thus, he obediently waited until the patriarch opened his eyes. Thanks to the power of chaos that Alex had bestowed upon him, Sun Wukong now carried himself with the mannerisms of a true cultivator. He remained composed and didn't cause any trouble within the hall, avoiding the possibility of being thrown out by the patriarch. When the Bodhi patriarch opened his eyes, he observed Sun Wukong closely. Coupling what he saw with the information his disciple had sent him earlier, the patriarch confirmed that Sun Wukong had indeed gained some extraordinary fortune. But something about this situation puzzled him. With his current cultivation level, the patriarch could observe the threads of fate. In his predictions, Sun Wukong was not supposed to encounter any sort of fortune before arriving at the cave. And yet, here he was, clearly imbued with a power that the patriarch himself could not fully comprehend. To his disciple's eyes, Sun Wukong merely seemed stronger, perhaps capable of defeating a demon with centuries of cultivation. But in the patriarch's eyes, Sun Wukong was constantly interacting with his surroundings, absorbing energy from the environment to strengthen himself. If left unchecked, this natural absorption of energy meant that even without formal cultivation, Sun Wukong's physical strength would continue to grow over time. The only limit to his power would be the limits of the environment he inhabited. This phenomenon reminded the patriarch of a great being long since gone, Pangu, the chaos demon god. Pangu's early state was strikingly similar to Sun Wukong's current condition. Lacking any other means, Pangu relied solely on his unmatched physical strength. If Sun Wukong were to exist within the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were divided, and if he managed to survive there for endless eons, he might indeed have the potential to reach Pangu's level of greatness. Upon realizing this, the Bodhi patriarch was secretly astonished. How had this fated disciple of his obtained such an extraordinary and heaven-defying opportunity? At the same time, he felt a deep concern. In the original course of destiny, Sun Wukong would have already caused a tremendous upheaval even without such fortune. Now that he had gained this extraordinary opportunity, what kind of chaos would he bring? The patriarch wasn't worried about the so-called myriad Buddhas, nor about the gods and demons of the heavenly court. His only concern was for his disciple. In the original timeline, Sun Wukong's mischief had resulted in his imprisonment under 5 Elements Mountain, but the crime wasn't punishable by death. If the chaos this time was even greater, the patriarch feared that he might not be able to protect Wukong from the consequences. Despite the thoughts racing in his mind, the Bodhi patriarch's vast years of cultivation kept his expression calm and unreadable. He asked Wukong, "What is your name? Where do you come from, and how did you arrive here?" Son Wukong respectfully replied, ending with, "Master, I was born from a stone that split open on Mount Wagwa, so I have no name or surname." The Bodhi patriarch feigned realization, "Ah, so you are a child of heaven and earth. Judging by your appearance and mannerisms, you resemble a monkey. You shall take the surname, Sun, and the Taoist name, Wukong. Does that please you?" Being given a name and formally accepted as a disciple, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed with excitement and completely lost the composure he had shown earlier. He began jumping and shouting in the grand hall, "Master has taken me in. Master has taken me in." While Sun Wukong remained at the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars, cultivating under the Bodhi patriarch, Alex continued to explore the vast primordial world. One of Alex's favorite pastimes was visiting entertainment districts and listening to songs. In areas rich with spiritual energy, even mortals were nourished by its essence, resulting in exceptional beauty among the population. Among these mortals, the women chosen as flower queens were especially stunning, each resembling the most famous internet celebrities from Alex's previous life. During his travels, Alex discovered a peculiar sect called the Sect of Harmonious Joy. This sect cultivated by absorbing the vital essence of mortals. However, unable to openly seize energy under the watchful eyes of the righteous sects, they operated discreetly through brothels, where they subtly extracted the essence they needed. Over years of development, these brothels spread across towns and cities, attracting nobles and the elite. Alex, intrigued by the discovery of cultivators playing music within one such brothel, quickly grew fond of the atmosphere. He spent much of his time frequenting these establishments, enjoying the performances and engaging in subtle mind games with the sect's women. Of course, even while entertaining himself, Alex didn't neglect his training. He split his focus, training his skills while simultaneously consuming and absorbing the magical essence of the Harry Potter universe. During this period, Alex's energy reserves grew rapidly, and the proficiency of his skills advanced at an astonishing pace. He was now on the verge of reaching level 8. In his cultivation, Alex sensed that the 3 skills he had condensed and refined could still be further fused and elevated until they eventually merged into a single ultimate ability. When that day arrived, his power and cultivation would transcend all limits, and his strength would become fully integrated. Alex also had a premonition: the moment his skills fully merged would mark the peak of his Minecraft Steve template and trigger a special reward from the system. The cultivation world he was currently in used spirit stones as currency. For Alex, generating spirit stones was effortless. His dimensional universe could produce hundreds of billions of them in mere seconds. With an inexhaustible supply of wealth, Alex frequently reserved entire brothels, monopolizing the flower queens and leading courtesans for himself. While the brothel owners were overjoyed, and the Sect of Harmonious Joy benefited greatly, not everyone was pleased. Some customers, particularly wealthy cultivators, began to feel disgruntled. "This is just monopolizing public resources," they complained. "Does being rich make you so entitled?" One day, beneath the brothel Alex frequented, a group of several dozen middle-aged and young men gathered. All of them were well-dressed, radiating an aura of cultivation, their clothing bearing the marks of high-ranking sects. The leader of the group, a young man with a commanding presence, stepped forward and addressed the others. "Brothers, today we are here to teach Alex a lesson and put an end to his arrogance." Chapter 213. When Alex's name was mentioned, the young man leading the group wore a face of fury and frustration as he declared, "Ever since Alex showed up, he's been using his financial advantage to monopolize nearly all the beautiful women, even taking every top courtesan from all the brothels. As a result, we've been left with scraps, and the quality of our lives has plummeted. As cultivators, we must balance work and rest. Without proper relaxation, fatigue builds up, and inner demons are sure to emerge. Alex has taken over all the top resources for relaxation, leaving us unable to recover from our exhaustion. How is this different from severing our path to cultivation? That's why today, we must stand against Alex. Regardless of his background or cultivation level, we'll drive him out of this region. Otherwise, none of us will be able to cultivate in peace." The young man's righteous tone made it sound as though Alex had committed some grave crime, though all he had done was spend money to reserve the top courtesans in the area. The other cultivators nodded in agreement. "That's right, I agree. Alex is ruining the market by driving up prices. Not all of us can afford to compete with him. We must drive him out and take back what's ours. With their grievances united, the group of cultivators marched toward the largest and most luxurious brothel in the area. When they entered the establishment, a madam hurriedly approached and blocked their path. She spread her arms and smiled nervously. "Oh my, what brings such fine gentlemen here? This brothel has been fully reserved by Alex, and it's temporarily closed to the public." The young leader stepped forward, glaring at the madam. "Sister Huang, step aside. This is a matter between us and Alex. Today, Alex must leave this region." The madam, unwilling to lose her most generous patron, stood her ground and said with a forced smile. "What are you talking about? There's no such thing as grievances here. Our dear Alex doesn't even know you, let alone bear any grudges against you." Hearing this, the young man's expression darkened. Those grievances began long before Alex came to this brothel. His actions have festered in our hearts, turning into inner demons. If these inner demons erupt during our cultivation, they'll cause us great harm. Today, we must find Alex and settle this karma. Or do you intend to block our path to cultivation? The young man and the dozens of cultivators behind him glared menacingly at the madam, ready to strike if she refused. The madam had not anticipated that Alex's actions would escalate into such a situation. If she continued to block them, she risked offending not just Alex but also dozens of influential sects. Offending Alex alone might have been manageable, after all, her sect of harmonious joy could still protect her. But if she angered so many factions at once, not even her sect would be able to shield her. Left with no choice, the madam sighed and stepped aside, saying with a hint of grievance. "Fine, I'll move. But must you be so petty?" With the path cleared, the young man snorted coldly and led the group toward the brothel's most luxurious private suite. As the group marched upstairs, the madam quickly retrieved a transmission artifact and sent a message. After completing her task, she let out a long sigh. She had sent a warning to Alex, hoping he would leave quickly to avoid confrontation. She even suggested he retreat to the sect of Harmonious Joy's headquarters, where the sect master herself would gladly receive him. After all, how could any woman resist such a generous and handsome patron? In the brothel's most luxurious room, Alex received the madam's transmitted message. However, after hearing it, he remained unfazed. What a joke, he thought. In this world, the only thing that could threaten me is the heavenly Tao itself. Even if the 6 sages of the primordial era joined forces, I could suppress them all single-handedly. Even with 2 mountains of white snow in his hands and countless curses from envious fox spirits on his back, Alex remained unbeatable in the world. He continued to indulge himself as music filled the air, wine flowed freely, and the atmosphere in the room turned intoxicatingly lively. At that very moment, the group of dissatisfied cultivators arrived outside his room. Hearing the sounds of revelry within, the leader, whose jealousy had reached its peak, paused to listen with a heart full of resentment. After a moment, he gathered his cultivation strength and kicked the door with all his might, determined to make an example of Alex. But things didn't go as he expected. Instead of intimidating Alex, the young man ended up in an embarrassing predicament. The moment his foot struck the door, a crisp cracking sound echoed, followed by his anguished scream. "Ah! My leg! My leg!" The other cultivators stared in shock. As cultivators, their physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even if they kicked solid rock with full force, the rock would shatter while they remained unharmed. Yet here was their leader, his leg broken from kicking what appeared to be an ordinary door. Could this door be forged from celestial black iron? Someone muttered. Examining it closely, the group confirmed it was nothing but an ordinary wooden door. There was only one possible explanation: a spell had been cast on the door, and the leader triggered it, resulting in his injury. But their leader was one of the strongest among them. What kind of spell could injure him? Could Alex be more powerful than their leader? That didn't make sense. They had repeatedly probed Alex's strength in secret and concluded he was a mediocre cultivator, one of the weakest among them. While they stood puzzled and their leader groaned in pain, the previously impenetrable door suddenly opened on its own. What greeted them was a stunning sight: Alex, surrounded by a group of beautiful women, sitting in a grand chair like a king looking down at his subjects. Alex's calm voice broke the silence. "What brings you all here?" The earlier display of power had already convinced the cultivators that Alex was far from ordinary. Veterans of the cultivation world, they understood the importance of self-preservation and hesitated to act rashly. No one dared to answer immediately. Finally, the leader, clutching his injured leg, stood up with difficulty. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he accused Alex. Alex, over the years, you've used your wealth to monopolize the market, hoarding all the resources for yourself. We've been left with no way to relax or relieve the pressures of cultivation. Do you realize the harm you've caused? Alex smiled faintly and replied, everything between me and these ladies is mutual. How can there be any crime in that? Ladies, isn't that right? The courtesans giggled and nodded in unison, their movements mesmerizing. That's right, that's right. We adore Alex. He's generous, charming, and treats us so well. How could he possibly be at fault? Seeing the courtesans stand by Alex, the leader's face darkened further. Alex, he growled, think carefully. Will you leave this place or not? If you insist on staying, you'll make enemies of all of us and the powerful factions behind us. Remember, everyone who frequents this brothel is someone of status, with connections reaching even the lofty celestial court. Offending us is not a wise move. You need to understand that in the cultivation world, strength and backing are everything. What do you have besides some good looks and a bit of money? Alex leaned back in his chair and replied coolly, I have money. From behind the leader, someone muttered under their breath, what's so great about having money? Alex's lips curved into a smile. Apologies, he said. Being rich is a big deal. Ladies, don't you agree? The women surrounding him nodded enthusiastically, their laughter ringing like silver bells. The courtesans erupted into laughter again, their delicate shoulders trembling. Exactly. Rich and handsome Alex is simply the best. Alex spread his hands with a calm smile. Apologies, but being rich really is incredible. For a moment, no one in the crowd could refute him. Seeing their hesitation, the leader's expression darkened further. He knew time was running out. If they didn't act quickly to drive Alex out, morale would collapse entirely, and Alex might truly solidify his control over the region. If that happened, Alex would monopolize nearly all resources in the area, leaving them to scavenge whatever scraps he decided to leave behind. The leader clenched his jaw. The situation was particularly dire for him. He practiced a dual cultivation technique that required numerous female partners to balance yin and yang. With Alex monopolizing the resources of Huan's sect, where could he go to find such affordable and effective cultivation opportunities? Finally, he issued a final ultimatum, his tone laced with menace. Will you leave or not? This is your last chance. Alex took a sip of tea handed to him by one of the courtesans and leaned back lazily. Oh. What now? Are you planning to use force? The leader brandished his life-bound flying sword, his expression righteous. Of course. A fiend like you, disrupting public order, must be eradicated. Everyone, attack together. He's just one man, we'll form a formation and defeat him. But before he could finish his rallying cry, Alex casually extended a single finger toward him. In the eyes of the cultivators, that finger seemed to grow larger and larger, emanating divine power so overwhelming it felt like an entire mountain crashing down on them. They tried to resist, but the sheer force rendered them powerless. They could only watch helplessly as the colossal power crushed them. To the courtesans, it was a simple and elegant gesture. Alex had merely pointed his finger, and the so-called elite disciples of various sects were instantly reduced to nothing but a cloud of blood mist. With a casual wave of his sleeve, Alex dispersed even the faint traces of their existence. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of cultivators vanished entirely, no blood, no remains, nothing. One of the courtesans, who was slightly more knowledgeable, stared in stunned disbelief. Those were the elite disciples of major sects. Some of them were even close to the realm of immortals. And yet, Alex wiped them all out with just one move. Her voice trembled as she concluded, this can only mean. Alex has already reached the realm of immortals. For someone of Alex's strength, ascending to the celestial court and holding a prestigious position would have been effortless. And if he chose to remain in the mortal realm, he would undoubtedly become the patriarch of a powerful sect. The courtesan was awestruck. Who could have imagined that the man they had entertained all this time was of such extraordinary status? However, she quickly collected herself. Without hesitation, she resumed peeling fruit with her delicate jade-like fingers and gently fed it to Alex, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Everything returned to normal, as if the dozens of elite disciples had never barged into the room. The only noticeable change was the way the courtesans looked at Alex, their gazes now carried a mix of reverence and admiration. The most knowledgeable of the courtesans hesitated for a moment before whispering. My lord, it might be wise for you to leave this region soon. Alex stretched lazily, a relaxed smile on his face. Oh. And why is that? The lead courtesan explained cautiously, my lord, I know your strength is extraordinary, and you may have even reached the rank of a wandering immortal. However, the individuals you just eliminated were elite disciples of various sects, and many of those sects are backed by immortals themselves. Sooner or later, their sects will learn what happened here, and their immortals may come together to hunt you down. She assumed her explanation would make Alex at least somewhat concerned. But to her utter surprise, Alex remained as unbothered as ever. He leaned back with a carefree smile and replied, just a few wandering immortals. They're nothing more than foot soldiers in the heavenly court, not worth mentioning. Now, come over here. Let's keep the music playing and the dancing going. The courtesans were stunned by his nonchalance. Could it be that Alex wasn't merely at the level of a wandering immortal but something even greater, a celestial immortal? Their respect for him grew deeper, and their gazes were now filled with awe. Time passed, and just as the courtesan had predicted, the sects did indeed send immortals to avenge their fallen disciples. Yet, when those immortals arrived, Alex disposed of them with a flick of his fingers. Crushed instantly, they left no room for retaliation. After that, no sect dared to seek vengeance, and the matter was resolved without further incident. One day, while Alex was enjoying the warmth of his luxurious haven, surrounded by beauty, his gaze suddenly shifted toward the distant mountain of Fangsuan. His eyes narrowed slightly. Oh. It's about to begin, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in Fangsuan Mountain, Sun Wukong had been training diligently ever since becoming a disciple of Patriarch Bodhi. Despite his relentless efforts, he grew increasingly frustrated. Bodhi seemed to teach him only superficial techniques and never imparted true mastery. One day, during a sermon in the Great Hall, Patriarch Bodhi sat at the head of the gathering. The old man, with his youthful face and white hair, exuded wisdom as he chanted esoteric scriptures. Golden lotuses bloomed throughout the hall as profound truths spilled from his lips, comprehend the apparent and the hidden, seek enlightenment and meditation. Embrace the soundless and eternal, achieve balance in spirit and essence. With unwavering faith, one may extend their lifespan to rival the heavens. Perfect the foolish mind, and ascend as a Buddha or an immortal. The sermon was so profound that the disciples struggled to grasp its meaning. Yet, one monkey danced and jumped on his meditation cushion, clearly elated. Sun Wukong's antics did not go unnoticed. Bodhi glanced at him and asked calmly, Wukong, why do you leap and prance about during my lecture? Do you not hear my teachings? Caught off guard by the question, Sun Wukong quickly stopped his antics, straightened up, and replied respectfully, Master, your teachings are so wondrous that I cannot help but rejoice. Please forgive this disciple's rudeness. Chapter 2:14. Patriarch Bodhi did not blame Wukong for his earlier rudeness. After hearing his explanation, he let the matter slide. In secret, Bodhi calculated the omens with his fingers and thought to himself, the time has come. The moment he first laid eyes on Wukong, Bodhi had noticed his extraordinary nature. Some unknown entity had managed to alter Wukong's destiny, even under the watchful eyes of the countless Buddhas in the heavens. Since Wukong's fate had already been changed, it was Bodhi's responsibility as his teacher to ensure the young disciple wouldn't follow his originally tragic path. It was time for Bodhi to make his move. With an air of immortality, Bodhi stroked his jade-like beard and said faintly, Wukong, let me ask you, how long have you been in this cave? Wukong scratched his head and replied, Master, I don't know the years, but I do know that the mountain peaches have ripened 7 times, and I've feasted on them 7 times. Bodhi smiled as he stroked his beard. 7 years have passed. Tell me, what kind of Taoist arts would you like to learn? Hearing this, Wukong immediately lit up. He knew that Bodhi intended to teach him real techniques. Excited, he hopped and scratched at his ears before bouncing next to Bodhi and looking up at him expectantly. Master, whatever you teach me, I'll learn. Bodhi chuckled softly. Very well. Shall I teach you the arts of divination, demon banishing, and warding off evil spirits? Wukong froze for a moment, finding the suggestion oddly familiar. However, he didn't dwell on it too long and instinctively asked. Master, with this kind of art, can one achieve immortality? Seeing Wukong's unwavering determination for immortality, Bodhi laughed heartily. No, no, no. That won't grant you immortality. Wukong shook his head firmly. Then I won't learn it. Bodhi continued, then shall I teach you how to chant scriptures, worship deities, and summon the sacred? Hearing the question, Wukong felt a stronger sense of déjà vu, as if someone had asked him these same things before. Though distracted, he respectfully asked, can it lead to immortality? Like trying to grasp the moon's reflection in water, Bodhi responded with a smile. But then he noticed Wukong zoning out again and furrowed his brows. With a hint of displeasure in his voice, he said. Wukong. Snapped back to attention by Bodhi's stern call, Wukong quickly composed himself and answered firmly, if it doesn't grant immortality, I won't learn it. Then shall I teach you meditation, fasting, and ascetic practices? Bodhi asked. Hearing these words, Wukong fell completely silent. Memories of years past surfaced in his mind, specifically, the image of a white-haired, blue-eyed celestial being. The questions his master was asking him now were the exact same questions that celestial being had asked him back then. Wukong hesitated, unsure if he should mention this encounter to his master. Bodhi, noticing Wukong's distracted state once again, grew genuinely frustrated. It wasn't the disrespect that angered him, it was Wukong's lack of seriousness in seeking the Tao. With so many Buddhas in the heavens scheming against him, how could Wukong ever hope to change his destiny with such an attitude? Bodhi waved his whisk, letting it fall upon Wukong's body. To his surprise, a metallic clang echoed, as though divine steel had been struck. Startled, Bodhi thought, when did this disciple's physique become so powerful? Still, as a master of great cultivation, he kept his emotions hidden. His face remained calm as he scolded. Wukong, to be distracted in the presence of your teacher, what punishment do you think you deserve? Seeing his most respected master angry, Wukong dared not hide anything further. He immediately explained the thoughts that had distracted him. Master, please forgive me. Just now, I was distracted because I remembered the celestial being who taught me the techniques years ago. Hearing that Wukong's distraction involved the celestial who had imparted his unique abilities, Patriarch Bodhi's interest was piqued. Bodhi had studied Wukong's techniques in the past. The celestial arts Wukong practiced were indeed extraordinary. They bore a striking resemblance to the path of strength and primal power, akin to the Tao of Pangu, the primordial deity. Even Bodhi himself could not comprehend such profound divine abilities. Without the intervention of that mysterious celestial, Wukong would likely have required countless eons to gain even a fraction of understanding. The mere existence of such abilities proved the celestial's immense power, an existence far beyond Bodhi himself. Not even the saints of the heavens would casually pass on such abilities. Through years of deduction, Bodhi had formed a theory about this celestial's identity. Without a doubt, that being must have been akin to Pangu, a primordial deity who existed even before the heavens and earth were formed. With this realization, Bodhi calmed himself, concealing his awe. He asked Wukong with an air of indifference. Oh. Tell me the details. Given the opportunity to explain, Wukong eagerly continued. From the moment you asked me the first question, Master, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, so I didn't pay it much mind. But when you asked me the same question again, the feeling grew stronger, and I suddenly remembered why it felt so familiar. It's because, years ago, that celestial asked me the exact same questions you've just asked, word for word. What? Bodhi's composed demeanor immediately shattered, his face filled with shock. He pressed Wukong urgently. Are you certain it was word for word? Seeing his master's strong reaction, Wukong was puzzled but answered earnestly, Yes, Master, I'm absolutely sure. Is there something wrong? Bodhi did not respond to Wukong's question. Instead, he fell into deep silence. If the celestial had indeed repeated Bodhi's questions word for word, this was no coincidence. It meant that years ago, the celestial had already foreseen Bodhi asking Wukong the exact same questions. This suggested that to the celestial, Bodhi's actions were completely transparent, laid bare without any concealment. If the celestial wanted to harm him, they wouldn't even need to act directly. A few well-placed moves within the web of cause and effect would be enough to end him. This was the overwhelming power of a vastly superior being crushing a weaker one. Ordinarily, such a scenario might be tolerable. However, Bodhi was no ordinary individual, he was a semi-saint. Even the 6 saints of the heavens couldn't fully unravel his destiny. Aside from Hongjun, the Tao ancestor in harmony with the heavens, no one should be able to surpass him so thoroughly. Yet Hongjun would never teach Wukong such techniques. Could it be that there was another existence in the heavens as powerful as the Tao ancestor? At this thought, even Bodhi, with his vast cultivation, felt a chill spread through him. The waters of this chaotic world seemed deeper than he had anticipated. Was there more to the looming calamity of the journey to the west than he had realized? Still, Bodhi comforted himself, my mountain has long remained hidden from worldly matters. Even the calamities of the journey to the west won't affect us much. Besides, this celestial seems to hold goodwill toward Wukong and has no reason to harm my mountain. Let the myriad gods and Buddhas worry about this mess. Having reached this conclusion, Bodhi finally composed himself. He suddenly grabbed his ruler and smacked Wukong 3 times on the head. You cheeky monkey. You won't learn this or that, I'll teach you the weight of the discipline ruler. After delivering 3 smacks, Bodhi flicked his sleeves and walked away. Behind him, the young celestial attendants scolded Wukong. You impudent monkey. How dare you offend the master? Other disciples also came forward to criticize Wukong. Yet despite their reprimands, Wukong didn't look the least bit upset. Instead, he wore a cheerful smile. After the others had left, he turned to the direction in which Bodhi had departed and bowed deeply, gratitude shining in his eyes. In the dead of night, Wukong crept out of his bed and left the dormitory, quietly making his way to Patriarch Bodhi's quarters. The moonlight illuminated the night, casting everything in a soft glow. Standing at Bodhi's door, Wukong hesitated for a long time before finally pushing it open and stepping inside. Seeing his master sleeping peacefully, Wukong bit his lip and softly called, "Master, Master." Bodhi did not respond. Out of deep respect for his teacher, Wukong, though confident he had understood the intent behind the 3 strikes during the day, chose not to disturb his slumber. Instead, Wukong quietly sat down in the room, waiting patiently. Only when the candles burned down to their final embers did he rise, preparing to leave as the 4th watch of the night began. Just as he was about to step out, Bodhi's voice rang out behind him. Is that you, Wukong? Wukong was overjoyed. He immediately turned back, kneeling before his master with utmost reverence. Master, I have been waiting for so long. Feigning confusion, Bodhi asked. You cheeky monkey, why aren't you asleep at this late hour? What are you doing here? With a mischievous grin, Wukong replied, Master, you struck me 3 times during the day and closed the middle door. It was clearly a signal for me to come through the back door at the 3rd watch to learn the true path. Master, Master, please teach me something of real value. Seeing that Wukong had indeed understood his intentions, Bodhi was delighted. Since you are so eager to learn, I will teach you. I have 2 arts of transformation to impart to you. One is the 36 heavenly transformations, and the other is the 72 earthly transformations. Which one do you wish to learn? In the original tale, Wukong would have chosen the greater number. However, the guidance of the mysterious celestial had inspired Wukong to aim higher. As that celestial once said, Wukong's destiny was to defy fate, overturn the heavens, and shatter the cycles of life and death, unbound by rules. Thus, Wukong resolutely declared. Master, I want to learn them all. I want to master the very best. Bodhi, stunned by Wukong's bold ambition, smiled with satisfaction. Very well. I shall teach you all 108 transformations, the 36 heavenly transformations and the 72 earthly transformations. Under Bodhi's guidance, Wukong diligently practiced the transformative arts. Though referred to as transformations, the techniques were, in truth, 108 divine abilities. In no time, Wukong mastered several earthly transformations, such as Earth Traversal, moving swiftly through the ground. Water Walking, running freely across the water's surface. Stone Penetration, passing through solid stone. Wind Riding, traveling with the wind. Each ability came naturally to him, as easy as eating and drinking. However, while the 72 earthly transformations came easily, the 36 heavenly transformations proved much more challenging. Despite his talent and the aid of the chaotic power within him, Wukong could only master a few of the heavenly transformations. Without this innate power, he might have grasped even fewer. It was then that Wukong realized the stark difference between the 2 arts. The 72 earthly transformations were easy to learn, versatile, and highly practical, but they lacked overwhelming power. They had a low ceiling yet offered reliable utility. In contrast, the 36 heavenly transformations were incomparably powerful, akin to wielding the majesty of the heavens themselves. They had a high ceiling but were exceptionally difficult to master. Without mastery, even the 72 earthly transformations would surpass them in utility. This revelation spurred Wukong's determination to conquer the heavenly transformations. He vowed to break through his limits, no matter the difficulty, to master these supreme divine abilities. Wukong believed that with his exceptional talent, mastering the 36 heavenly transformations was only a matter of time. This gave him immense satisfaction in his earlier choice to learn them alongside the 72 earthly transformations. Moreover, the mysterious celestial who had gifted him the power of chaos years ago had left him with an incredible boon. Over time, this chaotic energy grew stronger within him, operating ceaselessly. According to his master, Wukong's innate spirit and the enhancement of the chaotic power had allowed him to attain the fruit of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Although Wukong didn't fully understand what being a Deluo Golden Immortal entailed, his master's astonished expression told him it was something extraordinary. This realization only deepened Wukong's gratitude toward the mysterious celestial. One day, while playing on the water's surface using the overturning water technique, Wukong suddenly heard Bodhi's voice. "Wukong, how is your flying technique coming along?" Wukong quickly came to the shore, bowed respectfully, and replied with a grin, "Master, let me demonstrate for you. Please offer your guidance." With that, Wukong leaped into the air, using the wind-riding technique to circle Mount Fengsuan before returning to the ground. "Master," he said, "this wind-riding technique is too slow. I must have made a fool of myself." Having read the details of the 36 heavenly transformations, Wukong already knew of advanced escape techniques like cloud surfing, golden light transference, and the 5 elements escape. He understood that these techniques could achieve unimaginable speeds, such as traveling from the northern sea to Kangwu within a single day. Compared to those, his current flying speed seemed unbearably slow. Bodhi looked at him and asked, "Why not use the golden light transference or other heavenly techniques?" Wukong lowered his head and admitted, "Master, forgive my dullness. I haven't yet grasped the essentials of these techniques from the 36 heavenly transformations." Bodhi nodded and reassured him. "There's no need to rush. With your chaotic power, which surpasses even the 36 heavenly transformations, you will naturally master all of them when the time is right. In the meantime, I can teach you a new escape technique as a transitional skill. Would you like that?" Wukong was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." Seeing Wukong's enthusiasm, Bodhi felt deeply satisfied with his disciple. With Wukong's unparalleled talent and the chaotic power coursing through him, Bodhi believed his student might even reach sainthood one day. Smiling, he said, "I noticed that when you were flying earlier, you flipped in midair. I shall teach you the art of the somersault cloud." "Master, is the somersault cloud fast?" "With a single somersault, you can travel 108,000 li." Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement. Though not as fast as the golden light transference, this speed far surpassed his current wind-riding technique. He immediately bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Master, for this precious art." As Wukong continued to refine his skills, his strength far exceeded what it had been in the original tale. Meanwhile, Alex left the joyful sanctuary he had called home for years. After bidding farewell to the reluctant and affectionate group of demonesses he had befriended, Alex set his sights on the celestial heavens, ready to stir things up and embark on his next adventure. Chapter 215. With a single step, Alex disappeared from his original location and reappeared in front of the southern heavenly gate. Standing atop the clouds, which felt as solid as the ground, Alex gazed ahead, taking in the breathtaking beauty of the celestial realm. Amid the mist, towering pillars hundreds of meters tall loomed majestically, carved with intricate patterns of golden dragons coiled around them. These pillars supported a massive gate hundreds of meters high. At the top of the gate, the word Southern Heavenly Gate radiated brilliant divine light, illuminating the surrounding area. Around the Southern Heavenly Gate, numerous celestial soldiers clad in divine armor stood guard on either side. Each of these soldiers possessed at least the cultivation level of a scattered immortal. While such a rank would make them revered ancestors in the mortal realm, here in the celestial realm, they were merely foot soldiers. Among the celestial soldiers, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence and an iron tower in hand patrolled back and forth. Alex recognized him immediately. He was none other than Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. Li Jing's strength far surpassed that of ordinary celestial soldiers, as he had reached the heavenly immortal level, 2 realms higher than the scattered immortal rank. The progression went as follows: scattered immortal, earthly immortal, heavenly immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, quasi-saint, saint, heavenly Dao saint. To be honest, Li Jing's strength wasn't particularly outstanding. His high-ranking position in the celestial court was due to his significant contributions during the Fengshan calamity and his possession of the 13-layered purple gold exquisite pagoda, a postnatal treasure. With the pagoda in hand, Li Jing could easily overpower any enemy below the golden immortal level. Ignoring the celestial soldiers guarding the gate, Alex walked toward Li Jing as if he were strolling through an unguarded area. Though he stood directly in front of Li Jing, neither he nor the soldiers seemed to notice Alex, they simply ignored him. For Alex, who could effortlessly alter cause and effect, ensuring that these beings could not perceive him was a trivial matter. Alex curiously observed Li Jing before shifting his gaze to the 13-layered purple-gold exquisite pagoda in his hand. A mischievous smile crept across Alex's face as he reached out and took the pagoda, then ventured deeper into the celestial realm. Next, Alex read the memories of several celestial maidens, locating a grand hall. He placed the pagoda inside, choosing none other than the residence of Neza, the third Lotus Prince. Alex was aware of the deep-seated grudge between Li Jing and Neza. During the Fengshen calamity, Li Jing had not only forced Neza to commit suicide but also tried to prevent his resurrection through the incense fire path. Such unforgivable acts only deepened the animosity between father and son. After Neza's resurrection, he relentlessly pursued Li Jing for revenge. If not for the intervention of the burning lamp Buddha, who gifted Li Jing the exquisite pagoda, Neza would have likely succeeded in his vengeance. Knowing this history, Li Jing always kept the pagoda close, even while eating and sleeping, to avoid being humiliated by his own son again. Now that Alex had taken Li Jing's pagoda and left it in Neza's chambers, it was inevitable that another dramatic confrontation would erupt between father and son. Having set his pieces in motion, Alex waited patiently for events to unfold. Meanwhile, he didn't remain in one place. He made his way to the Celestial Mother's peach orchard to sample the famed peaches that ripened every 3,000, 6,000, and 9,000 years. The fruits contained immense energy, but what made them truly remarkable was their gentle nature, which posed no harm to weaker cultivators. As the legends described, these peaches could grant immortality and enable ascension to the heavens. However, for Alex, the peaches were of little use. Even if he ate them all, they would only provide him with a negligible amount of energy. So, Alex casually picked a few peaches to keep as souvenirs and left the orchard, thinking, these peaches are better suited for Wukong. After leaving the orchard, Alex ventured to other parts of the celestial realm. Ignoring countless ancient formations capable of slaying gods and immortals and evading the watchful eyes of clairvoyant and clairaudient, Alex leisurely toured the celestial realm's landmarks. These included the Ziwei Palace, where the Jade Emperor resided, the Jade Pool, home to the Queen Mother of the West, and the 36 palaces and 72 halls, totaling 108 scenic spots. Among them, the Guanhan Palace of Chang'e and the 7 Immortal Pavilion of the 7 Fairy Sisters left Alex in awe. The celestial structures featured snow-white peaks and bottomless chasms, their layered designs a masterpiece of divine artistry. Alex couldn't help but exclaim, now this is real craftsmanship. For the first time, Alex was truly captivated by the unparalleled beauty of the celestial realm. Finally, Alex stopped in Guanhan Palace, behind the 6 realms' most beautiful woman, Chang'e. Reaching out, he pressed his hand lightly on the back of her head. In an instant, Alex seized control of her. However, to keep things interesting, he didn't completely subdue her. Chang'e was still able to speak and see. Using a style reminiscent of traditional Japanese ropework, Alex bound Chang'e. Then, he casually seated himself on her crystal glass chair, gazing out over the clouds from the palace balcony. The show was about to begin. It was then that Chang'e regained her senses. Everything had gone black for a moment, and now before her stood an extraordinarily handsome man with silver hair and blue eyes. To her shock, she found herself bound in an extremely humiliating position on the ground. No, what restrained her wasn't real ropes. After carefully checking her body, she found no physical harm, nor any violation. Relieved, she let out a small sigh. However, she soon realized she was immobilized by an unknown spell or divine technique. Apart from speaking, she couldn't move a muscle. The ropes binding her appeared to be nothing more than the peculiar humor of the man before her. Remaining calm, Chang'e addressed Alex in a steady, measured tone. May I ask who you are, honored immortal? I've never seen anyone with your appearance. I assume this must be a disguise conjured by your techniques. Surely, you know the gravity of what you're doing. Kidnapping a celestial maiden is a severe crime. Aren't you afraid of the Jade Emperor's wrath? If you retreat now, I'm willing to let this matter go. I can even swear a heart demon oath to ensure that today's events will remain a secret. What do you say? Chang'e laid out her reasoning and the stakes, hoping Alex would reconsider. To her surprise, he didn't seem moved at all. Instead, he studied her with an amused expression, as if enjoying her efforts. Then he spoke, his tone tinged with teasing, as expected of Chang'e, the celestial beauty. Even in a situation like this, you remain composed. But don't waste your breath trying to convince me, I'm not leaving. And don't worry, I won't harm you. Once the show is over, I'll be on my way. Oh, and don't try to scare me with the Jade Emperor's name. He's nothing to me. Even the 6 saints of the primordial era mean little. Now, if you mention Hongjun, that might give me a reason to pause. Hearing Alex's brazen words, showing such complete disregard for the Jade Emperor and even the 6 saints, China was utterly stunned. What shocked her even more was that his composure wasn't feigned. He genuinely didn't seem concerned. This made her begin to speculate about Alex's true identity. Someone unafraid of the Jade Emperor or even the 6 saints. Could he be one of the saints himself? No, that's impossible. A saint wouldn't stoop to playing such petty tricks. His casual and reckless demeanor felt more in line with someone from the demonic path. Could it be that he is? China suddenly thought of an identity, one that matched Alex's current behavior perfectly. Someone unafraid of the Jade Emperor, unbothered by the 6 saints, and even dismissive of the heaven's Tao Saint, Hongjun. Could it be that this man is the legendary demon ancestor Luo Ho, who once battled Hongjun at the dawn of the primordial era? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Her expression kept shifting between fear, shock, disbelief, and bewilderment. Alex glanced at China and, reading her thoughts, couldn't help but find it amusing. He hadn't expected China's imagination to run so wild, even mistaking him for demon ancestor Luo Ho. But Alex didn't bother to explain. Let her misunderstand, it didn't matter. Who would have guessed that he was, in fact, a chaos god born from the primordial chaos, just like Hongjun? As Alex playfully teased China with idle remarks, the chess piece he had just set in motion finally began to take effect. At this moment, Li Jing had realized that his Linglong treasure tower was missing. When Alex took the treasure, he had cast mental suggestions on the surrounding celestial soldiers and even on Li Jing himself, making them believe that the tower was still in his possession. But after his duties were over and he was heading back to his residence, Li Jing ran into his colleague, Tai Bai Jinxing, Venus of the Morning Star. Tai Bai Jinxing, unaffected by the suggestion, immediately noticed that Li Jing wasn't carrying the Linglong treasure tower. This struck him as odd. After all, ever since the time of the investiture of the gods, Li Jing had never been without the tower. For him to be walking around without it now was highly unusual. Even stranger, Tai Bai Jinxing noticed that, although Li Jing wasn't holding the tower, he still maintained the habitual pose of carrying it. Why was this? Could it be that, after so many years of carrying the tower, Li Jing had developed a habit, and now even without it, he unconsciously mimicked the gesture? After exchanging greetings and seeing that Li Jing was about to leave, Tai Bai Jinxing couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. Lord Li, he asked, why do you maintain the posture of carrying the tower when it is not in your hands? Tai Bai Jinxing's words confused Li Jing. As far as he knew, the tower was still in his hands. Instinctively, he raised the tower, but Tai Bai Jinxing's question seemed to have disrupted Alex's suggestion. Clarity returned to Li Jing's mind, and he instantly sensed that something was wrong. For someone like Li Jing, who had carried the Linglong treasure tower for most of his life, the treasure was practically an extension of himself. He was more familiar with it than with his own body. Now, with the tower gone, he immediately felt the difference. Li Jing panicked. He looked down at his hand, only to see it empty. The tower, which had accompanied him for countless years, was gone without a trace. Frantic, he began searching himself, rummaging through his storage artifacts and belongings, but there was no sign of the tower. Watching this unfold, Tai Bai Jinxing quickly deduced what had happened. From Li Jing's reaction and his earlier behavior, it became evident that the tower had been stolen. But who could be so audacious as to steal a postnatal treasure from a high-ranking official of the heavenly court? After confirming that his treasured Linglong tower was missing, Li Jing quickly bowed to Tai Bai Jinxing and said, "Please, Tai Bai, help me find the tower." Tai Bai Jinxing gladly agreed, and the two began searching the area, from their immediate surroundings all the way to the southern heavenly gate. However, no trace of the Linglong tower could be found. As their search continued, word spread among the other immortals that Li Jing had lost the Linglong tower. Everyone knew Li Jing wasn't careless enough to misplace such a crucial treasure. Someone must have stolen it. Eventually, the news reached the Jade Emperor, Hulk. Furious beyond measure, the Jade Emperor declared that the thief must be found at all costs. Yet, unlike the others who were focused on locating the Linglong tower, Li Jing's primary concern lay elsewhere. The moment the tower went missing, he was struck by the overwhelming fear of being at the mercy of his good son. There was no doubt in his mind, if the tower was truly gone, then Neza would undoubtedly give him another beating. Although many years had passed and Neza's resentment toward him had significantly lessened, his son would still relish the opportunity to knock him around. True, Neza wouldn't kill him, but a good thrashing upon their next meeting was almost certain. But what truly terrified Li Jing was the thought of their proximity. Both he and Neza lived in Yunlu Palace, meaning they would see each other every day. Wouldn't that mean he'd be beaten daily? How could he endure such humiliation? He was the great general of demon subjugation. How could he maintain any dignity if he were regularly beaten by his own son? The more Li Jing thought about it, the more frightened he became. He even considered fleeing the heavenly court temporarily to avoid meeting Neza altogether. What Li Jing didn't know, however, was that Neza had already discovered the disappearance of the Linglong Tower. Anticipating his father's actions, Neza had been lying in wait outside the heavenly court, ready for him to flee into his trap. As Li Jing stealthily left the southern heavenly gate, flying toward the mortal world where one of his old homes was located, he suddenly noticed a figure dashing toward him from the side. It was a youthful, delicate-looking man with 3 heads and 6 arms, riding on flaming wind and fire wheels and wielding a fire-tipped spear along with other treasures. It was none other than Neza. Neza shouted furiously. Li Jing! You once stopped me from being reborn through incense offerings and then used that treasure to suppress me. Now, prepare to die. Seeing Neza charging toward him with such ferocity, Li Jing turned pale with fright. Without hesitation, he spun around and fled back toward the southern heavenly gate. He couldn't believe that this unfilial son had ambushed him yet again. From Neza's demeanor, it was clear he wasn't joking. If caught, Li Jing feared he would face dire consequences. After all, Neza had long since reached the level of a great golden immortal, vastly surpassing Li Jing's mere celestial immortal strength. And now, without the Linglong Tower, Li Jing had no chance of fighting back. If Neza caught him, it would be over. His only hope was to return to the heavenly court and plead for the Jade Emperor's intervention. Meanwhile, Neza maintained the appearance of an enraged pursuer, closing in on Li Jing but always keeping just the right distance, close enough to seem threatening, yet never quite catching him. Though Neza's act was obvious, Li Jing was too panicked to notice the ruse. He simply kept fleeing as fast as he could. Chapter 216. Neza remained calm and unhurried, closely following behind Li Jing while maintaining just enough distance to give his father the illusion that escape was possible. But everything was within Neza's control. Li Jing had no chance of escaping from his grasp. Neza had 2 reasons for not immediately capturing Li Jing. First, he wanted to watch his once strict father panic and lose his composure. Second, although he deeply resented his father, blood ties still mattered. He couldn't simply kill him. So, Neza came up with a different way to humiliate him. Instead of taking him down right away, he would chase Li Jing all the way back to the heavenly court and then give him a public beating in front of 100,000 celestial soldiers. That humiliation would be far worse than death. It was the perfect plan, punishment without killing, yet still enough to satisfy his lingering anger. Thus, this bizarre scene unfolded, a terrified father desperately fleeing in front, while his dutiful son relentlessly pursued him from behind, like a man chasing after a runaway dog. The spectacle soon caught the attention of passing immortals. At first, they hesitated to watch openly, knowing it was a personal family matter involving the heavenly king. They kept their distance, not daring to intervene. But as more and more gods noticed what was happening, they grew bolder. Some even sat back, sipping celestial wine, just as mortals would snack on popcorn while watching a good drama. For the first time in history, the heavenly court had become the stage for a family comedy. Neza chased Li Jing from the mortal world all the way to the southern heavenly gate, with an ever-growing crowd of immortals watching. Li Jing's face burned with embarrassment, and his vision swam with dizziness. By now, he fully understood, his good son had planned this humiliation from the start. Neza wasn't going to kill him, he was simply delaying the inevitable capture to maximize his disgrace in front of his colleagues. Even knowing this, Li Jing refused to stop. The southern heavenly gate was in sight, just a little farther. He feared that if he stopped now, Neza would find an even worse way to humiliate him. No one knows a son better than his father, and Li Jing was well aware of Neza's utter lack of restraint. If Neza caught him and felt he hadn't been embarrassed enough, there was no telling what he might do in a fit of rage. Almost there. Just a little more, and he would pass through the southern heavenly gate. Once inside, he would be in the heavenly court's domain. He could immediately order the celestial guards to seize Neza, then appeal to the Jade Emperor for justice. Surely, his rebellious son would be severely punished. But just as he was about to reach the gate, only a mile away, he suddenly heard a commanding voice echo in his ears. Freeze! Li Jing's face turned pale. The moment that word was spoken, his entire body locked up. He couldn't move, he couldn't even blink. It was a binding spell. The binding spell was one of the most basic techniques known to nearly all immortals. Though simple, it was highly effective when used against weaker opponents. Against an equal opponent, it might not be very useful. But when used against someone with lower cultivation, it was overwhelming. And Neza had cast the spell. Neza, a great golden immortal, was an entire realm above Li Jing, who was merely a heavenly immortal. With such a massive power gap, Li Jing had absolutely no hope of breaking free. He could only watch helplessly, just 1 mile away from the southern heavenly gate, from the celestial guard stationed inside, from the salvation that was so agonizingly close, yet completely out of reach. Regret flooded his mind. Why? Why did he have to bring this rebellious son into the world? Why did he oppose his own son's resurrection all those years ago? Why, oh why, had he made such terrible decisions? Neza, unbothered, withdrew his 3-headed, 6-armed transformation, returning to his normal form. Riding his cloud, he descended before his father and partially lifted the spell, allowing Li Jing to speak. The moment he regained his voice, Li Jing immediately took on a regretful expression and said, Neza, I know I've made mistakes in the past, but haven't you also done wrong? Li Jing continued pleading, his tone filled with remorse. In all these years, I have realized my mistakes and worked to correct them. Think about it, ever since I carried the Linglong Pagoda, have I ever mistreated you? I am your father. For years now, I have done nothing wrong, never scolded or punished you again. Can't you let this go just this once? Seeing his once strict father now so weak and even begging for mercy, Neza hesitated. He had come here determined to teach his father a lesson, yet now, doubt crept into his heart. Was his father wrong? Yes. But, hadn't he also made mistakes? Over the past years, Li Jing had treated him and his brothers equally, showing no sign of resentment for their past conflicts. He had never held a grudge, even after Neza had once tried to kill him. Neza wavered. His anger dulled. Perhaps, revenge wasn't necessary anymore. But watching from the lunar palace, Alex frowned. This won't do. If Neza let go of his hatred, how would Alex enjoy the show? Seated before the celestial projection, Chana watched in shock as Alex lightly tapped the table. A ripple spread through the air, an invisible force influencing Neza's thoughts. At the southern heavenly gate, Neza suddenly felt a voice whisper deep within his mind. He hasn't truly repented, he's only afraid of disgrace now that he's lost everything. Yes, he has treated you well recently, but does that erase his past crimes? Delayed justice is no justice at all. If not for your master's intervention back then, you would be dead. There is only one answer, fight. Beat him. End this karma, free yourself from your inner demons. Back in the lunar palace, Chana's face turned pale with horror. Through Alex's holographic display, she had seen everything, including how he subtly manipulated Neza's thoughts. Just moments ago, Neza was about to forgive his father. Yet this demon lord had used some dark sorcery to control the mind of a great golden immortal, forcing Neza to attack again. There was only one possible explanation. A being with such terrifying power, who could influence even a great golden immortal, could only be the demon ancestor, Rahu. Rahu was alive. Due to Alex's interference, Neza did not forgive Li Jing. Instead, he mercilessly beat him. Under the watchful eyes of 100,000 celestial soldiers, the mighty demon-suppressing general, personally appointed by the Jade Emperor, was publicly beaten by his own son. The brutal beating continued for several hours. By the time Neza finally stopped, Li Jing was barely recognizable, his head cracked open, blood streamed down his face, his cheeks swollen beyond recognition. And then, the heavenly court erupted in laughter. The gathered gods and celestial officials, many of whom ranked far below Li Jing, laughed heartily, enjoying the spectacle. Laws didn't apply when everyone mocked together. Even if Li Jing bore resentment later, he could do nothing about it. But as they laughed, the mood suddenly shifted. Neza had stopped. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't even looking at Li Jing anymore. His expression grew sharp, his gaze sweeping the crowd. Then, with a boom, he activated his divine power, his form shifting back into his 3-headed, 6-armed battle stance. The sudden change left the gods unsettled. What was he doing? Was he planning to kill his father after all? This had gone too far. The ever-kind Tai-Bai Jinxing hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to advise. Neza, Li Jing has already been punished. If you continue, things may spiral out of control. No matter his mistakes, he is still your flesh and blood. But to his surprise, Neza showed no intention of striking Li Jing again. Instead, he said, Immortal Tai-Bai, though my father and I have had our differences, time should have erased those grudges long ago. Yet for some reason, I still attacked him. I suspect I have been under the influence of some unknown power. Oh. Neza's words immediately caught the attention of the surrounding immortals. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Erlangshan stepped forward and addressed the crowd. While searching for the Linglong Pagoda, I discovered that it had appeared inside Neza's residence. Could it be that Neza stole it? Neza immediately shook his head. No, it wasn't me. If I had the ability to steal the Linglong Pagoda without anyone noticing, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now? Erlangshan nodded, acknowledging Neza's argument, then continued to analyze. If it wasn't Neza, then why did it end up in his residence? Neza fell silent for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. Now that I think about it, ever since I returned to my residence and saw the Linglong Pagoda, my personality has changed dramatically. I stopped feeling like myself. I must have been influenced by some kind of power. My mind was completely focused on ambushing my father in the mortal realm. I didn't think of anything else. Even when my father begged for mercy just now, I wanted to forgive him. But then, out of nowhere, a sudden surge of rage swallowed my reason, forcing me to commit this great sin. Hearing Neza's righteous speech, the gods couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Sure, but this definitely wasn't just the influence of some spell. There had to be some personal grudge mixed in. But at this point, that didn't matter. The real question was the person who stole the Linglong Pagoda the same one who manipulated Neza? Erlangshan furrowed his brow and stated firmly. The situation is now clear. Everything that happened today, the chaos, the disgrace of Li Tianwang, was orchestrated by an unknown figure from the shadows. First, they stole the Linglong Pagoda. Then, they used it to manipulate Neza, forcing him to attack his father. The question is, why? The other immortals fell silent. None of them could come up with a reasonable answer. If the mysterious figure had gained some benefit from this, that would be understandable. But they didn't even take the Linglong Pagoda with them. They didn't gain anything from this entire incident. So, could it be that they orchestrated all this, just to watch a good show? Meanwhile, in the Lunar Palace, Alex, watching his scheme unravel, felt no disappointment. On the contrary, his excitement only grew. These immortals truly lived up to their name. Even though Alex left no trace, they still managed to deduce his existence through their vast experience. But no matter how much they speculated, they would never guess his true purpose. Or rather, even if they did, they wouldn't dare believe it, because the truth was he did all of this just for fun. With the spectacle over, Alex withdrew the power binding Chang'e, but he didn't remove the rope still wrapped around her. As he admired the delicate curves of the most beautiful woman in the 6 realms, Chang'e trembled in fear. Alex gave her a playful smile and said, "Tell them, there's an even grander show waiting for them. These so-called immortals, who have schemed for eons and harvested the mortal realm for countless years, will soon have to pay the price." Meanwhile, far from the chaos in the celestial court, deep in Shinyo-Hezhou, within Fansuan Mountain's oblique moon cave, Sun Wukong's potential had been fully awakened after years of cultivation. The innate spiritual energy he was born with had been completely refined into power. He had now attained the supreme grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. All that remained was to master the 36 celestial transformations and enhance his chaotic force. And because of Alex's interference, Wukong had trained in Fansuan Mountain not for 3 years, as in the original timeline, but for 6 years. High atop the mountain, Patriarch Bodhi sat cross-legged, gazing down at the drifting clouds below. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through all barriers, falling upon his most exceptional, yet most worrisome, disciple. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, he cast aside the chaotic thoughts clouding his mind. After a long silence, a whisper, faint as the wind, echoed across the mountain peak. "It is time. I cannot delay any longer." A sigh, laden with helplessness, was carried away by the valley breeze. Over the next few days, fearing that the saints might intervene and forcibly initiate the calamity of the journey to the west, making Wukong's fate even harsher, Bodhi began nitpicking his disciple's faults, hoping to use this as an excuse to drive him away from Fansuan Mountain. But to his surprise, Sun Wukong was no longer the restless, mischievous monkey from before. He had grown into a calm and composed warrior, yet retained the liveliness of a monkey. In daily life, he was polite and respectful, well-mannered in all interactions, and had not made a single mistake. Even though Bodhi was deliberately finding faults, he simply couldn't find an excuse serious enough to expel Wukong. With a deep sigh, Bodhi finally gave up and decided to summon him. He had already stretched fate by 3 extra years, personally shouldering an immense karmic burden. If he delayed any longer, he might suffer severe injuries. And if he was injured, then when Wukong inevitably fell into disaster, who would be left to plead with the heavens and the Buddhas to spare his life? In a secluded courtyard, Bodhi finally found Wukong. At that moment, the Monkey King was chatting with his fellow disciples, standing at the center of attention, clearly well-liked by all. Seeing this, Bodhi smiled approvingly before finally speaking. Wukong, come here. The moment he heard his master's call, Sun Wukong immediately bid farewell to his brothers and hurried over. With a respectful bow, he clasped his hands and said, "Master, what do you need of me?" Bodhi observed Wukong's cultivation. He was just a step away from reaching the quasi-saint level, standing on the threshold of a realm occupied by Bodhi himself, the Buddha, and the Jade Emperor. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Bodhi's face, but it was quickly suppressed. Then, in a calm, distant tone, he said, "You have cultivated in my cave for 13 years. Your training has reached its peak. Only by tempering your heart in the mortal world can you take the final step. Now, go." Chapter 217. Hearing the words of Master Bodhi, Sun Wukong froze for a moment and stood still. He felt a coldness spread through his body, and his limbs grew stiff. This kind of reaction at his level of cultivation was unimaginable. But at this moment, the overwhelming emotions of fear and panic stirred inside him, and even he could not avoid this response. Sun Wukong cautiously asked, "Master, where should I go?" Master Bodhi, of course, noticed Wukong's extreme reaction. After a moment of thought, he immediately understood why Wukong was acting this way, which caused him to smile faintly. "I'm not sending you away. Your strength has reached its peak. If you continue to cultivate in the cave, even after thousands of years, you won't advance any further. You need to experience the world and go through the karmic journey that belongs to you. Only then can you attain the path to a quasi-saint position, or even the level of a saint. So, you should go back the way you came and walk the path that's meant for you." Upon learning that his master wasn't driving him away, Sun Wukong turned his sorrow into joy. The panic on his face disappeared and was replaced with a cheerful grin. "I see now. As long as Master isn't sending me away, that's all that matters." Due to various changes, Sun Wukong's cultivation was far higher than in the original storyline. Therefore, Master Bodhi felt that Wukong really had a chance to break free from fate, so he refrained from saying things like, "You can't be my disciple." He was prepared to accompany Wukong and challenge the gods and immortals in a game of strategy. As for Sun Wukong, after receiving Master Bodhi's guidance, he quickly set off, leaving the place. He was heading to the Flower Fruit Mountain, which he hadn't seen in many years. As soon as he left, Wukong immediately understood the deep meaning of Master Bodhi's words. Just thinking about returning home in glory made even his great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation waver, sending ripples through his heart. These constant waves shook his mind, and at the same time, made his mental state even more solid. This realization made Sun Wukong understand that although his cultivation had reached the peak of this world, his mental cultivation was still far from adequate. His mind and cultivation didn't align, and this was his biggest flaw. After bidding farewell to Master Bodhi and his fellow disciples, Alex walked away from the spirit platform and Mount Faction. Looking back at the immortal mountain where he had spent 13 years, he directly soared into the clouds. At this point, he had also studied techniques like the golden light of the earth and the 5 elements great escape. His speed was not slower than the somersault cloud, just slightly slower. However, Sun Wukong still favored the somersault cloud the most. This was probably due to his innate nature. A somersault covering 108,000 miles, which once took him decades to complete, now only took him less than an hour. The closer he got to the Flower Fruit Mountain, the stronger his homesickness became. In the Crescent Moon 3-star cave, these emotions were temporarily suppressed by his feelings for his master and his desire to attain the way. But now, they were released, constantly crashing into his heart and creating ripples in his mind. Soon, Sun Wukong reached the Flower Fruit Mountain. When he saw the monkeys and their children, who were barely clothed, his eyes involuntarily filled with tears. My children, the Monkey King has returned in glory. Suddenly, as he watched his monkeys from the clouds, Sun Wukong noticed that his children were not doing well. Most of them had injuries, some more severe than others, and a few were even disabled. With his wisdom, Sun Wukong quickly figured out the cause. How dare those blind demons bully my flower fruit mountain and harm my children? They deserve to die. At this moment, dozens of different little demons charged out from the nearby jungle, rushing toward the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. They wielded blades made of metal, and their cultivation was mostly higher than that of the monkeys. With both advantages on their side, the monkeys immediately suffered casualties. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with rage. He immediately flashed onto the battlefield, then transformed a large tree into a staff, swinging it with tremendous force to crush all the demons in his path into a pile of meat. To insult my Flower Fruit Mountain, you deserve to die. Sun Wukong exuded an immense divine aura, standing before the monkeys like a god. At first, the monkeys, seeing the figure in Taoist robes, didn't dare recognize him. Finally, an elderly monkey stepped forward, uncertain, and asked, "Is that you, my king?" Sun Wukong nodded and turned to the monkeys behind him, saying, "Yes, it's me. Children, Sun Wukong, have returned." Upon seeing that the godlike figure was indeed their king, the old monkey immediately broke down in tears. He cried out in sorrow and rage, "My king, you must help us. Since you left to seek the way and immortality, a demon named the Demon King of Chaos has taken over our cave and constantly bullied our children, even feasting on them. We've suffered greatly these past years. That's despicable. How dare such things happen? I'll see for myself what this Demon King of Chaos is all about." Sun Wukong was enraged. He had no idea such major events had occurred during his absence. This damned Demon King of Chaos had taken advantage of his absence and seized the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. With his heart burning with fury, Sun Wukong immediately took his children and flew to the water curtain cave. Since he was bringing the monkeys with him, he couldn't use the somersault cloud, so he used the more convenient Earth Golden Light technique instead. At this time, the Demon King of Chaos was still having a feast in the water curtain cave, living in luxury and indulgence. He suddenly saw a flash of golden light before him, and the monkeys stepped out from it. Unaware of the Earth Golden Light technique, the Demon King of Chaos wasn't frightened in the least. Interrupted during his enjoyment by the damned monkeys, the Demon King of Chaos was furious. "Damned monkeys, how dare you disturb my feast? You deserve to die." Suddenly, he noticed Sun Wukong among the monkeys. Sun Wukong was wearing Taoist robes, with a calm demeanor that didn't resemble a monkey, but rather looked more like a human. The Demon King of Chaos was both furious and amused. "I was wondering how you dared appear before me and even mastered that golden escape technique. It seems you've brought reinforcements. But so what? I, the Demon King of Chaos, even with the water curtain cave under my control, and cursed by the countless vengeful spirits I've slain, am still invincible in this world." The Demon King of Chaos' arrogant attitude made Sun Wukong unable to figure out his true strength. In Sun Wukong's eyes, the Demon King of Chaos was just a mere immortal. Although he was the top practitioner in the mortal world, he was no different from most of Sun Wukong's fellow disciples in the Crescent Moon 3-star cave. Could this guy be pretending to be stronger, trying to make me underestimate him so he can launch a sneak attack? Sun Wukong thought to himself. He then loudly questioned. "Who are you, demon? How dare you bully my children? What kind of power do you possess?" The Demon King of Chaos was arrogant and domineering, with an unbothered gaze. "I, the Demon King of Chaos, am invincible under the heavens, unbeatable in the world. You're just a monkey with no skills, bare-handed and unremarkable. Are you here to seek death?" Seeing the Demon King of Chaos's fearless demeanor, Sun Wukong didn't dare to be careless and immediately used all his strength. The chaotic power capable of splitting the heavens, combined with numerous divine abilities, enveloped Sun Wukong. The surrounding space was distorted by the immense force. All the power surged from Sun Wukong's fist as he shouted. "Take this punch." Since Sun Wukong's punch concentrated all his energy in the attack, the divine light concealed it, making it appear like an ordinary punch. The Demon King of Chaos, thinking it was just a regular strike, charged forward, intending to clash with Sun Wukong's fist. "Little monkey, watch as I kill you." When the two collided, Sun Wukong showed a surprised expression, while the Demon King of Chaos's face drastically changed. Before he could react, he was completely obliterated by the powerful punch. Not even a trace of his magical treasures remained. Sun Wukong slowly withdrew his fist, dumbfounded, and muttered in disbelief, was he really this weak? He was speechless. The Demon King of Chaos was truly just a scattered immortal. How dare such a weak figure claim to be invincible in the world and spout such arrogant words? Though he had heard about it from his master before, only now did Sun Wukong realize that even in the entire primordial world, his own strength was at the peak. Meanwhile, the Demon King of Chaos's minions, who had been strutting around and beating drums for their master, were now frozen in place. They couldn't believe that their immortal master had been killed by this monkey with a single punch. What kind of cultivation did this monkey have? Some of the more clever little demons quickly realized what was happening and immediately rushed out of the water curtain cave. Now that their master was dead, they knew they stood no chance against this monkey. Rather than stay and die, they decided to escape. There was still a slim chance of survival. But Sun Wukong wouldn't let these demons, who had bullied his monkeys and grandchildren, get away. He casually used a divine power to kill them all. The monkeys around, seeing the demons who had tormented them for years being dealt with by their king, cheered loudly, "Long live the king! Long live the Monkey King!" The monkeys celebrated their victory in the water curtain cave, drinking fine wine and eating delicious food, reveling in joy. Just as they were full and content, a monkey hurriedly approached and reported, "Report, my king. There are demons outside, including one called the Bull Demon King, who have heard of your great powers and wish to meet you." Oh. Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that after just defeating the Demon King of Chaos, other demons would learn about it and come to seek him out. Indeed, while his strength was immense, he was still vulnerable in certain aspects. He decided to see whether the visitors came with good or bad intentions. If they were friendly, he would make allies; if not, he would eliminate them on the spot. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and decided to meet them. However, suddenly, he froze in place, staring blankly ahead. He saw a young man with white hair and blue eyes, exuding a misty aura, standing before him, smiling. This person was none other than Alex, who had left the heavenly court after satisfying himself in the moon palace of the Guanghan. Confirming that the figure before him was not an illusion, but indeed the mysterious immortal who had granted him the powerful chaos power, Sun Wukong was immediately filled with excitement. He knelt on the ground and bowed to Alex. Disciple Sun Wukong pays respects to the senior. For Wukong, there were only two people in the world whom he held in the utmost respect. One was naturally his master, the Bodhi ancestor, who taught him the magical arts, and the other was the mysterious immortal who had granted him the powerful divine ability before he even began his cultivation. To him, both held equal stature, both were revered seniors. Alex assessed Sun Wukong's current cultivation and nodded inwardly. Wukong had now reached the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Compared to the original story, although they were in the same realm, his strength had been significantly enhanced. The Great Luo Golden Immortal and the Tai Golden Immortal were both of the same cultivation level, but their statuses were completely different. A Great Luo Golden Immortal practices the holy law passed down by saints, with strict rules and regulations, while a Tai Golden Immortal is someone who relies on unorthodox methods to achieve their status. While they are technically on the same level, in combat, the Tai Golden Immortal is usually at a disadvantage. Only those born of innate nature, like Sun Wukong, can fight against a Great Luo Golden Immortal at the Tai Golden Immortal level. For most other Tai Golden Immortals, they would not be able to match a Great Luo. Now that Sun Wukong had achieved the Great Luo Golden Immortal fruit position, his strength had been greatly enhanced compared to the original story. If he were to face Yang Jian, Erlang Shen, now, he could likely suppress him. Moreover, Sun Wukong didn't just have the 72 earthly techniques, he also possessed the 36 heavenly divine abilities, which greatly increased his combat abilities. Furthermore, he had the chaos power that Alex had taught him. This power, when cultivated to its peak, could allow him to reach the saint level of Tao through sheer force, a truly extraordinary force. With all these accumulated factors, Sun Wukong could now possibly battle with quasi-saints without being defeated in a short time. If he were to cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace at this moment, unless the quasi-saints intervened, he might actually be able to overthrow the heavenly court. Noticing Sun Wukong's current cultivation, Alex praised him. "Not bad, not bad. Compared to 13 years ago, you've undergone a tremendous transformation. But this is not enough. The chaos power I gave you was to help you break the chains of fate, defy the heavens, and challenge the Tao. But your current strength is not enough to achieve this. In the future, you must make the heavens unable to obscure your vision. You must make the earth unable to bury your heart. You must make all living beings understand your will. You must make all the Buddhas vanish into thin air. As Sun Wukong was stunned by these magnificent words, Alex took a step forward, disappearing from his place and reappearing in front of Chang'e, who had just reported to the Jade Emperor. Facing Su Mu's ambiguous smile, Chang'e felt her legs go weak, almost losing her balance. She could only offer an awkward and bitter smile in response. Back at the original spot, Sun Wukong muttered to himself. I want the heavens to no longer block my eyes. I want the earth to no longer bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand my will. I want all the Buddhas to vanish into thin air. What incredible ambition! The senior is truly a great being. But when he opened his eyes, preparing to greet his senior and ask for answers to his doubts, he suddenly realized that the senior had already disappeared, just as he had 13 years ago. 13 years ago, he had been an ordinary mortal, unable to track the senior's whereabouts, which was to be expected. But now, as a great Luo Golden Immortal, he still couldn't detect a trace of the senior. Indeed, the senior is truly a divine being. Suddenly, Sun Wukong froze in place, as an influx of information flooded his mind. At first, he thought this was another divine technique passed to him by his senior, but as he absorbed part of the information, he realized it wasn't a technique at all. Chapter 218. With his great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, Sun Wukong quickly finished reading the entire journey to the west and consumed its contents. After finishing, his face turned pale, and he became more somber. At this moment, he recalled what Master Bodhi had said about fate, as well as what the mysterious immortal, Alex, had spoken about defying the heavens and slaying gods. So, was this the fate he was originally destined for? To go and wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, only to be suppressed under the Five Elements mountain, then escort Jin Chanzi to the west for reincarnation, enduring numerous trials and hardships to achieve the title of victorious fighting Buddha. It sounded pretty good, after all, as it ended in peace. With Buddhism as his support, he could consider himself having a strong backing in the vast wilderness. But Sun Wukong was not satisfied at all. He could not accept this outcome. Victorious fighting Buddha was all well and good, but constantly being restricted meant he would never regain his original sharpness. At that point, the great sage equaling heaven would be dead, and so would Sun Wukong. What would remain would be just a monkey whose initial wild nature had been worn down by rules. No, he didn't want this. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. He wanted to break fate, break the established cause and effect. What great journey to the West catastrophe! Even if the saints were manipulating everything behind the scenes, he would break free. He wanted freedom. With this resolution, Sun Wukong felt his spiritual energy rapidly circulate, and a crisp breaking sound seemed to echo from within his body. In the next moment, his spiritual power surged, and in a single thought, he shattered the thick barrier between the great Luo Golden Immortal and the Quasi-Saint realms, stepping into the Quasi-Saint stage with one foot. When he realized what had happened, he was astonished to find himself at the brink of becoming a Quasi-Saint. As long as he fully broke free from his restraints, he could step into the Quasi-Saint realm and achieve the same level as Master Bodhi, the Buddha, or the Jade Emperor. After calming his internal energy, Sun Wukong finally had time to consider his next move. At this point, he no longer planned to meet with Bull Demon King and the others. These so-called brothers were mostly just casual acquaintances, and the few real brothers left would be dragged into trouble if they were to befriend him after his havoc in the heavenly palace. Since bonding would only lead to tragedy for both sides, it was better not to meet at all. Thus, after telling one of his monkeys to politely send off Bull Demon King and the others, he ignored them and retreated into the water curtain cave to solidify his foundation. Once his foundation was fully secured, he would go to the Dragon Palace to acquire the Rui Jingu Bang. This was the weapon most suited for him, and even though he knew it was a trap, he had no choice but to go. Outside, Bull Demon King and the others had long since grown impatient. Suddenly, Ping Demon King slammed his wine cup onto the ground, complaining, "This damned monkey, we came to greet him with courtesy, and he treats us like this." The Monkey King nodded, scratching his head and saying, "Such disrespect. We are all at least several hundred years older than him, and yet he acts this way. Big brother, maybe we should just leave." Bull Demon King, about to speak, was interrupted by a monkey suddenly running over. This monkey looked somewhat fearful of the 6 powerful kings but still mustered the courage to speak. "6 great kings, our lord is currently unwell. It would be better to reschedule for another day." "What?" The moment the monkey finished speaking, the 6 mighty demons exploded in fury. The Monkey King roared, "You brat, how dare you insult me? Ping Demon King immediately added, Big brother, let's act together and show this junior a lesson. He needs to understand how to respect his elders. At this moment, Bull Demon King was also getting angry. He declared with authority. It seems our tempers have been too good. Seeing their big brother speak, the other demons immediately grew excited. After all, the Bull Demon King was at the Golden Immortal stage, just a step away from the Tai Golden Immortal realm, and could even exchange blows with one. With him leading the attack, they were confident they could easily take down Sun Wukong. Some of them had even darker thoughts. Once Sun Wukong was dealt with, the water curtain cave would be defenseless. Why not just take it over for themselves? At that moment, the Rock Demon King suddenly revealed part of his true form, opening his massive beak to swallow the monkey in front of him. I'll start with you. That Sun Wukong needs to learn that no matter how powerful he is, he must respect his elders. Seeing the Rock Demon King attacking, the little monkey was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body, immediately trying to flee. But how could he possibly escape the Rock Demon King's grasp? A fierce gust of wind caught him, pulling him straight toward the demon's gaping mouth. The other demons watched without the slightest reaction. To them, it was just a monkey. If it died, so be it, there was no need to care. However, what happened next took them completely by surprise. Just as the monkey was about to be swallowed, one of its hairs suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light. A massive force burst forth from the hair, instantly striking the Rock Demon King. Despite possessing the powerful bloodline of the golden-winged Great Peng, the Rock Demon King was unable to withstand the immense energy. In an instant, his body exploded into a mist of blood, leaving not even a trace behind. The 6 powerful demons stood frozen, unable to move. For a long while, they remained motionless, watching as the monkey scurried away. When nothing else happened, the Bull Demon King let out a dry cough, carefully avoiding any mention of the Rock Demon King's death. Instead, he spoke as if nothing had happened. I think, since Great Sage Sun does not wish to see us, we shouldn't trouble him further. We can always visit another time. The Monkey King immediately agreed. Exactly, exactly. There's always time later, no need to rush. In the next moment, with the Bull Demon King leading the way, the 5 remaining demons hurriedly fled the water curtain cave in a panic. The scene left the monkeys bewildered. They had no idea what was going on with these so-called great kings. Once they were far from the water curtain cave, the Bull Demon King finally let out a long breath, but he did not stop. Without even saying goodbye to the others, he flew at full speed toward his own lair. As the strongest and most knowledgeable among them, he couldn't determine Sun Wukong's exact cultivation, but he was certain it was at least within the Great Luo or Tai realm. Heaven help them, when did another Great Luo or Tai true immortal appear in this world? And it was a monkey. What truly terrified him, though, was that this monkey might actually be at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, or even higher. Because from that single monkey hair, he had sensed the legendary power of the heaven-shaking, earth-rattling divine ability. That was one of the 36 heavenly divine powers, the pinnacle of divine arts. Only the disciples of the 3 pure ones or other supreme sects were qualified to learn such abilities. These disciples cultivated the most orthodox Taoist techniques, and their combat strength far surpassed those who took the side paths. Among them, those who broke through the Golden Immortal stage would undoubtedly reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. No, he had to move faster, faster. From this day forward, he, the old bull, would never set foot in Flower Fruit Mountain again. Inside the water curtain cave, seeing the Rock Demon King attack his fellow monkeys, Sun Wukong had originally intended to make them all stay. But in the end, his heart was still soft. He had too little experience, and despite the shallow bonds of brotherhood recorded in Journey to the West, there was still some camaraderie between them. Because of this, Sun Wukong chose to spare their lives. For the next few months, he focused entirely on stabilizing his foundation. One day, he finally emerged from seclusion, having fully consolidated his strength with the power of chaos. Without a doubt, he was now the strongest being beneath the quasi-saint level. If he were to face Yang Jian or Neza from Journey to the West, he could now defeat them with ease. Feeling pleased with his newfound strength, Sun Wukong decided to press forward and retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. However, he did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he pondered the best way to obtain the Rui Jingu Bang at the lowest possible cost. As he continued to read through Journey to the West, he eventually came to a decision: he would barge in head-on. After all, the Golden Staff was a trap set by the many Buddhas in the heavens. Even if he didn't take the bait now, they would find other ways to ensnare him in the future. Rather than allowing them to manipulate him from the shadows, he might as well take the bait on his own terms, catching them off guard in the process. After all, open attacks were easier to defend against than hidden schemes. By bringing everything into the open, he could counter each move as it came. With his plan set, Sun Wukong no longer hesitated. He stepped onto his cloud and headed straight for the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. This time, he did not enter the water in the way described in Journey to the West. Instead, he used the divine ability, turning rivers and stirring seas. This ability allowed him to manipulate rivers, lakes, and seas, creating massive tidal waves. If he could master it completely and combine it with his immense cultivation, he would be even stronger in underwater battles than the Dragon Clan itself. Carefully avoiding the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Sun Wukong managed to reach the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace without being detected. Inside the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King of the East Sea was playing a game of tuhu with the princesses of the palace. Unlike the lively and enthusiastic dragon princesses who were fully immersed in the game, the Dragon King himself seemed distracted, his mind elsewhere. As the ruler of the Eastern Sea and the leader of the Four Seas, he was well aware of the upcoming Journey to the West catastrophe. The Dragon Clan, too, had been assigned a role by the countless Buddhas of the West. They were to hand over the staff to Sun Wukong and then pretend to file a complaint to the Jade Emperor. He had no desire to be involved in this mess, especially since this was a tribulation that spanned the entire primordial world. However, the dragon race was weak. Even the lowest-ranked immortals could easily oppress them, let alone the Western saints, who had orchestrated this catastrophe. They had no choice but to comply. With no alternative, he was forced to agree. In truth, he harbored no ill will towards Sun Wukong. On the contrary, he actually felt a sense of sympathy for him. After all, they were both bound by fate. Yet, to protect himself and the Four Seas, he had no choice but to help the Buddhas manipulate Sun Wukong. What a pity, a naturally born stone monkey. At that moment, the youngest princess of the Dragon Palace noticed her father's distracted expression. After a brief moment of thought, she stepped forward and said, "Father, I failed to hit the target twice just now. Why don't you take a turn for me?" She was trying to distract the Eastern Sea Dragon King, pulling him away from his troubling thoughts. Seeing his beloved youngest daughter making such a request, how could the Dragon King refuse? All right, I'll help you." Another princess, noticing her sister's intent, quickly added. "Even if father is throwing on your behalf, if he misses, he still has to drink." The other princesses chimed in excitedly. That's right. Father has to drink too." The Eastern Sea Dragon King's daughters giggled, their playful chatter temporarily drawing his attention away from his worries. He chuckled and said, All right, as you wish." He picked up an arrow, preparing to throw it into the pot when a shrimp soldier suddenly rushed in to report. "Your Majesty! Sun Wukong of the Water Curtain Cave on Flower Fruit Mountain has arrived to see you." The Dragon King froze. That name had haunted his thoughts for months. By all logic, Sun Wukong should have arrived much earlier. Why was he only coming now? Had something unexpected happened? Despite his doubts, the Dragon King knew better than to be careless. This was a demon who had drawn the attention of the Buddhas themselves. He immediately ordered, "Bring him in at once." Led by the shrimp soldiers, Sun Wukong entered the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and came face to face with the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Unlike the wild and unruly image described in later stories, Sun Wukong greeted him with impeccable courtesy, bowing like a refined human cultivator. "Greetings, Dragon King." The Dragon King studied him curiously. No matter how he looked, he couldn't understand why this monkey had drawn the attention of the heavens. What was so special about him that even the Buddhas had devised schemes against him? Feigning ignorance, the Dragon King asked, "May I ask what brings such a distinguished immortal to my palace today?" Sun Wukong, well versed in Journey to the West, knew that by now, someone should have informed the Dragon King of his arrival. The Dragon King's attempt to act surprised was nothing more than an act. Frankly, his acting was rather unconvincing. Still, had Sun Wukong not already known the general outline of Journey to the West, he might not have noticed the slight flaws in the Dragon King's performance. Holding back a smirk, he said, "I, old Sun, have recently completed my training and have come to seek a weapon." The Dragon King nodded to himself. Just as expected, the monkey had come looking for a weapon. All he needed to do was present a few ordinary weapons to humor him before guiding him to the divine needle stabilizing the seas. "I see," the Dragon King said with a nod. If the esteemed immortal seeks a weapon, that is no trouble at all. He turned to his attendants and ordered. Bring out the 9-pronged steel fork. But before he could finish, an immense and terrifying aura suddenly exploded from Sun Wukong. The sheer pressure froze the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in place, forcing even the dragon princesses to the ground. Only the Dragon King himself could barely stand his ground. Feeling this overwhelming power, the Dragon King's expression changed dramatically. This Sun Wukong is at least a golden immortal, if not higher. Is he a Tai Dao fruit cultivator or even a Deluo Dao fruit cultivator? No wonder the Buddhas took such pains to plot against him. He is truly formidable. For the first time, panic gripped the Dragon King. His earlier composure was completely gone. The dragon race had declined over the years. With Sun Wukong's current power, he alone could slaughter the entire Eastern Sea Dragon Palace if he wished. Just as the Dragon King was feeling utterly overwhelmed, Sun Wukong suddenly withdrew his aura, speaking in an indifferent tone. Old Dragon King, I suggest you bring out a weapon that actually matches my cultivation level. Any low-quality, hastily made weapons? Old Sun can forge those himself. The Dragon King knew there was no point in pretending any longer. He quickly said. Esteemed immortal, in my sea treasury, there is an iron staff called the Divine Needle stabilizing the seas. It was once used by the ancient King Yu to measure the depths of rivers and oceans. It weighs 13,500 jin, about 8,100 kilograms. I believe this treasure will surely satisfy you. The moment the Dragon King mentioned the Rui Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with golden light. Excellent. Let's go take a look. With Sun Wukong and the Dragon King leading the way, the entire group set off toward the resting place of the Divine Needle stabilizing the seas. Chapter 219. Walking on a path paved with luxurious jade stones, passing through meticulously pruned coral formations, and surrounded by a group of stunning palace maidens, Sun Wukong and the Eastern Sea Dragon King arrived at the outer halls of the Dragon Palace. Suddenly, the Dragon King stopped, pointed in a certain direction, and lifted a formation. In an instant, a colossal iron staff appeared before them. This massive staff weighed 13,500 jin, about 8,100 kilograms, was as thick as a battle pole, and 2 zhang, about 6.6 meters, long. Its two ends were coated in golden lacquer, radiating an endless divine light that illuminated the vast seafloor around them. The Dragon King stroked his beard and introduced. Esteemed immortal, behold. That glowing staff is the Divine Needle stabilizing the seas. Even though Sun Wukong had long known what the Rui Jingu Bang looked like from Journey to the West, seeing it in person still sent a thrill through his heart. The moment his eyes fell upon the Rui Jingu Bang, he felt a mysterious connection form between them. Instantly, he knew, this was his destined weapon. Even compared to innate spiritual treasures, nothing suited him better than the Rui Jingu Bang. Seeing Sun Wukong's clear satisfaction, the Dragon King let out a subtle sigh of relief and asked. Does the esteemed immortal find this Divine Needle satisfactory? Sun Wukong smiled and replied. Satisfactory? Naturally. Hearing this, the Dragon King finally relaxed. The task given by the Buddhas had now been successfully fulfilled. However, curiosity arose in his heart as he asked. Might I ask, how does the esteemed immortal plan to take the Divine Needle away? After realizing Sun Wukong's cultivation had at least reached the Tai Golden Immortal level, the Dragon King had never once doubted that he could lift the Divine Needle. Even if its weight were 10 times greater, it would still be nothing more than a slightly heavier iron rod to a Tai Golden Immortal. But Sun Wukong did not answer immediately. Instead, he stepped forward, recalling the events from Journey to the West, and gave it a try. Shrink. 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 The moment Sun Wukong uttered the words, the Rui Jingu Bang seemed to understand. It immediately shrunk in size, transforming into a staff perfectly suited for Sun Wukong to wield. Seeing this, the Dragon King couldn't hide his astonishment. Sun Wukong had never even refined or bonded with the Divine Needle before. Yet, it was already obeying his commands. This could only mean one thing, the Divine Needle had already acknowledged Sun Wukong as its master. Such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare, occurring only when a weapon and its wielder shared an extremely high compatibility. Was Sun Wukong truly such a perfect match for this legendary weapon? If so, then in his hands, the Divine Needle could unleash power far beyond its normal limits. Sure enough, after picking up the Rui Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong couldn't resist swinging it around for a while. His great Luo golden immortal level mana seamlessly fused with the golden cudgel, and the two combined to produce an overwhelming force. As he swung the Rui Jingu Bang, the surrounding space resonated with its movements, causing the entire Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to shake violently. The finely carved corals nearby shattered from the sheer vibrations, their broken pieces scattering across the ground. Seeing that if this continued, the entire Eastern Sea Dragon Palace might collapse, the Dragon King hurriedly shouted. "Esteemed Immortal! Please stop. If you continue, my entire Dragon Palace will be destroyed." Sun Wukong was not an unreasonable person. Upon hearing the Dragon King's plea, he immediately stopped. Looking around at the ruins of the once magnificent Dragon Palace, and at the heartbroken expression on the Dragon King's face, Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ah, my apologies. I got carried away and accidentally caused quite a mess. But don't worry, I'll fix it right away." With that, he raised a finger. Immediately, the wreckage and debris scattered across the palace began moving in reverse, as if time itself was being rewound. In just a few moments, the entire Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was restored to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing this, Sun Wukong grinned and asked the Dragon King. "Old Dragon King, what do you think?" The Dragon King stood there in shock, his mouth agape. With his vast knowledge and experience, he immediately recognized the technique Sun Wukong had just used. It was one of the 36 heavenly transformations. The reversal of yin and yang. A divine technique that, when mastered, could distort the natural order, reverse cause and effect, and even shake the very foundations of the cosmos. At its peak, it could shatter the balance of the heavens, throwing the sun and moon into disarray. Even at its beginner stage, it granted control over all things, allowing the user to alter fate itself. And just now, Sun Wukong had precisely reversed time to restore the Dragon Palace. An undeniable demonstration of his mastery over the reversal of yin and yang. If it were one of the lesser-ranked 36 heavenly transformations, that would be one thing. But reversal of yin and yang was among the top few divine powers. The higher ranked the heavenly transformations, the harder they were to cultivate. In fact, the top ones were almost exclusively practiced by quasi-saints and saints. For example, when Yuhua achieved sainthood and created humanity, she used the first-ranked heavenly transformation, creation and transformation. This alone demonstrated how extraordinary the highest-ranked 36 heavenly transformations were. And now, Sun Wukong had already grasped the basics of reversal of yin and yang. Wouldn't that mean he had a high chance of mastering the other top-ranked divine powers as well? Could it be that he had the potential of a quasi-saint? The Eastern Sea Dragon King grew more and more terrified as he thought about this. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. The Buddhas had targeted the wrong person. If Sun Wukong managed to attain quasi-sainthood, the entire journey to the West Tribulation would take a drastic turn. In fact, it could throw the entire 6 realms into chaos, plunging countless beings into catastrophe. That was the power of a quasi-saint. As fear gripped the Dragon King, Sun Wukong suddenly stepped closer to him. Plucking a golden monkey hair from his body, he infused it with his essence power, then handed the now radiant, divine hair to the Dragon King. Seeing the Dragon King's confused expression, Sun Wukong explained. "Today, your Dragon Palace has gifted me a great treasure. Would I, Sun Wukong, be the kind of monkey who forgets such kindness? This hair contains my essence power and is linked to my very life. If you, old Dragon King, infuse your power into it, it will unleash my strongest attack. And immediately after, I will use my golden light teleportation to rush to your aid with all my strength. Should you ever have a request, as long as it does not violate my principles, I will do everything in my power to help." The Dragon King tightly gripped the golden monkey hair, its overwhelming aura still radiating in his palm. He stared at Sun Wukong, momentarily at a loss for words. Since the Dragon Phoenix calamity, the Dragon clan had long declined. For countless years, no cultivator above the Tai Golden Immortal level had ever shown them such kindness. And now, Sun Wukong was the first. Not only that, but this wasn't just ordinary goodwill. It was the goodwill of a cultivator who was at least a Tai Golden Immortal, and possibly destined to become a quasi-saint. For the Dragon clan, this was an unimaginable fortune. At that moment, the Dragon King's heart wavered. He even felt a sudden urge to warn Sun Wukong about the Buddha's schemes. But he forced himself to suppress that impulse. A deep intuition told him. If he spoke up, the Buddhas would surely exterminate the Dragon clan. The so-called Buddhas were nothing like the benevolent figures described in Buddhist teachings. Even if he couldn't warn Sun Wukong, the Dragon King made up his mind. When the time came and Sun Wukong fell into their trap, he would help him however he could. If he could ensure Sun Wukong survived the tribulation, even maintaining his current strength would already be a great blessing for the Dragon Clan. With this thought, the Dragon King spoke. Esteemed immortal, I see that you now have a divine weapon, yet you lack a robe befitting your status. Why don't we dragons gift you a suit of divine armor as well? Sun Wukong was surprised. He hadn't even brought it up yet, and the Dragon King was already offering him a divine robe. But he quickly realized something. He had just gained the friendship of the Dragon Clan. Smiling, he replied, "Many thanks, old Dragon King." As the sound of a great bell echoed through the waters, the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings gathered at the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. After the Eastern Dragon King explained the situation, the other Dragon Kings all nodded in agreement. Marvelous, they said. As long as Sun Wukong attains quasi-sainthood, even if we dragons can't restore our former glory, we can at least escape our current decline. And so, they each presented him with a divine treasure. The Eastern Sea Dragon King gifted the divine needle stabilizing the seas, the Rui Jingu Bang. The Northern Sea Dragon King gifted the lotus thread cloud stepping boots. The Western Sea Dragon King gifted the golden chainmail armor. The Southern Sea Dragon King gifted the phoenix winged purple gold crown. When Sun Wukong emerged, fully adorned in his golden armor, holding the radiant Rui Jingu Bang, the 4 Dragon Kings and the many Dragon Palace princesses all exclaimed in admiration. What a magnificent monkey king! Sun Wukong was very satisfied with his new set of divine armor. By now, he had also started to understand the ways of the world a little better. So, he made another solemn vow. I, Sun Wukong, will never forget the kindness of the Dragon Clan. One day, I will surely repay this favor. Hearing this, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings exchanged satisfied smiles. This was exactly what they had been waiting for. Once Sun Wukong left the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the 4 Dragon Kings gathered to discuss their next move. Finally, they made a bold decision. They would take a risk and refuse to report Sun Wukong to the Heavenly Court as the Western Buddhas had requested. Of course, the reason they dared to do so was that their role in the journey to the West Tribulation was insignificant. Even if their defiance resulted in failure, it would not affect the overall outcome of the tribulation in the slightest. Meanwhile, after leaving the Dragon Palace, Sun Wukong immediately returned to Mount Huagua to show off his new treasures to his monkey subjects. However, despite all their praise and admiration, he did not let it go to his head. Unlike in the original journey to the West, he did not start recklessly enlarging his Rui Jingu Bang and causing chaos in the Heavenly Court. Instead, over the next period of time, he focused entirely on cultivation. His goal was clear. He wanted to reach the level of quasi-saint before the Heavenly Court summoned him. If he could attain quasi-sainthood, he would finally have the power to control his own destiny. After all, in an era where the saints did not interfere, a quasi-saint was the strongest existence in the world. During this time, Sun Wukong began thinking about a major issue. The lifespan of his monkey subjects. Unlike in the original story, he did not consider breaking into the underworld to alter the Book of Life and Death. Instead, he decided to teach them the path of cultivation, allowing them to grow stronger and use their own power to resist the passage of time. Reading through Journey to the West, Sun Wukong noticed a major problem. During the battle against the heavenly soldiers and generals, he was the only one capable of fighting. Not a single one of his monkey subjects could even match a single heavenly soldier. To put it bluntly, he alone had fought against 100,000 heavenly soldiers, while his monkey subjects had just been spectators. That was unacceptable. He had to train them as quickly as possible. Even if they couldn't defeat the heavenly soldiers, they should at least have the ability to protect themselves. That way, even if something happened to him, his monkey subjects would still be able to survive in the vast wilderness. One day, while Sun Wukong was resting outside, he suddenly sensed a powerful divine ability taking effect on him. The power of this divine ability was immense. If he hadn't already placed one foot into quasi-sainthood, he wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. The user of this technique was at least a quasi-saint level powerhouse. And its sole purpose was to suppress his awareness, cloud his judgment, and make him more impulsive and irritable. At that moment, Sun Wukong finally understood. In Journey to the West, how had his Tai golden immortal level soul been so easily taken away by 2 nameless underworld messengers? The answer was clear now, there had been a quasi-saint behind the scenes. Damn it! The schemes had begun. Sun Wukong remained expressionless, but deep inside, he was troubled. He didn't know what his next move should be. If he fought back directly, the quasi-saint who was scheming against him would immediately become aware of his true cultivation level. They might even strike him down or take some countermeasures against him. However, if he did nothing, once he arrived in the underworld, he would undoubtedly be trapped in their schemes. They would find ways to make things difficult for him, and even if he tried to leave peacefully, King Yama would still report him to the Jade Emperor. That would give heaven the perfect excuse to send troops against Mount Huagua. Just as Sun Wukong was feeling torn, a refined and elegant voice suddenly whispered into his ear. "Act quickly, I'll cover for you." Sun Wukong's expression brightened. He recognized that voice. It was from the mysterious immortal. According to Patriarch Bodhi, this mysterious figure was at least a saint-level powerhouse. With such a backer, he had nothing to fear. Silently expressing his gratitude, Sun Wukong suddenly stood up. His fiery golden eyes, like two miniature suns, locked onto the two underworld messengers who had just stepped within 5 meters of him. With an angry roar, he demanded. "Who dares to try and take the soul of a great Luo golden immortal?" The two underworld messengers, who were only scattered immortals, trembled violently under his overwhelming aura. At the same time, their expressions were filled with shock and confusion. Messenger A? Messenger B? What the hell? Wasn't this just supposed to be a normal soul collection mission? Why did their targets suddenly turn out to be a great Luo golden immortal? In the 6 realms, there were very few great Luo golden immortals. Even in heaven, they were absolute pillars of power and trusted ministers. In the underworld, their status was higher than the 10 Yama kings, almost on par with the 5 ghost emperors, second only to Emperor Fengdu and Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. How were 2 lowly messengers supposed to claim the soul of someone at this level? Seeing their stunned and helpless expressions, Sun Wukong didn't make things difficult for them. He understood. These 2 were just pawns who had no idea what was really going on. The real mastermind was hiding in the underworld. With this in mind, Sun Wukong retracted his oppressive aura and even stabilized their fading souls with a flick of his power. Then, pretending to be furious, he shouted. "I must question the 10 Yama kings myself. How dare they make such a mistake as to summon the soul of a great Luo golden immortal? Move out." With that, he led the 2 terrified messengers straight to the underworld. Chapter 220. As Sun Wukong broke free from the quasi-saint spell, a dignified and imposing Buddha hidden in the distance narrowed his eyes at the sight of him entering the underworld. Muttering in confusion, he said. "Why has this monkey's cultivation grown so rapidly? He's almost at the quasi-saint level. This won't do, I can't let him continue advancing. If he truly steps into quasi-saint cultivation, then the great catastrophe of Journey to the West, which we've waited countless eons for, will be thrown into chaos. The rise of the Western sect must not be jeopardized in any way. Before Sun Wukong reaches quasi-saint level, I must destroy his foundation and eliminate any chance of him breaking through." If any other Buddhas or deities had been present, they would have been utterly shocked upon recognizing this figure. Because this Buddha was none other than Gautama Buddha, the apparent leader of the Western sect. Although his current status was still beneath that of the Jade Emperor, it was widely believed that after the Journey to the West catastrophe, his power would be on equal footing with the Jade Emperor, or perhaps even surpass him. Just as Gautama was contemplating how to cripple Sun Wukong's cultivation, his expression suddenly froze. He felt himself being overwhelmed by an unfathomable power. A force that far surpassed quasi-saints, even surpassing saints themselves. This was a power that only the Tao ancestor, Hongjun, should be capable of wielding. At that moment, he couldn't speak, couldn't transmit messages, could only scream inwardly in panic. "I don't know how I've offended the Tao ancestor, but please, spare me." However, what happened next shocked him beyond belief. The one standing before him was not Hongjun. Instead, a young man with white hair and blue eyes appeared out of nowhere. And it was this young man who had bound him with such terrifying power. This realization left Gautama Buddha in complete disbelief. This youth was clearly not Hongjun. Could there be another Tao saint in this world? The young man, Alex, easily perceived Gautama's inner turmoil, but he paid no attention to it. Instead, he directly rewrote his thoughts, erasing and altering his recent memories. With a smirk, Alex said. "Sun Wukong has struggled enough. The script must proceed as planned. As for you, the writer, you can wait until the final battle to be the boss." With those words, Alex vanished from sight. Gautama Buddha, left standing in place, momentarily lost in a trance. Then, as clarity returned to his eyes, he smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, in the underworld. Having restrained the two underworld messengers, Sun Wukong led them further and further down, delving deeper beneath the earth. As they reached a certain depth, the surroundings shifted. Suddenly, they entered a dim and eerie world. This was the underworld, created by Hutu, the divine mother of reincarnation. Crossing the gates of the netherworld, Sun Wukong found himself in a place resembling a mortal courthouse. Then, with a sudden crisp bang, a heavy wooden gavel struck down on the judge's desk. A dark-skinned, bearded, and stern-faced deity glared down at him, his booming voice echoing through the hall. Sun Wukong. This is the underworld. Your time is up, you must die. As soon as King Yama finished speaking, the surrounding ghostly minions erupted into laughter, trying to intimidate Sun Wukong. But to their surprise, despite the dire situation, Sun Wukong remained completely calm. Not only was he not afraid, but he even sneered mockingly at them. With an amused smirk, he said, "Oh. Do you even know what my cultivation level is? And you dare try to claim my soul?" King Yama, naturally, had no idea what Sun Wukong's true strength was. But it didn't matter, no matter how strong he was, Yama had no fear. After all, Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had already promised him a great reward for capturing Sun Wukong's soul. During this mission, he was under divine protection, Sun Wukong wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his head. He simply had to play his part. And so, brimming with confidence, King Yama laughed. Ha ha ha. All living beings are under my jurisdiction. If I say you die at midnight, you won't live past dawn. Guards, seize him. King Yama expected that this provocation would finally make Sun Wukong lose his temper, forcing him to commit an act of defiance that could be used against him later. But what happened next completely shattered his expectations. Sun Wukong remained unfazed. With an almost bored expression, he simply asked, "Oh. Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong didn't bother with further pleasantries. Instead, he reached into his ear, pulled out the Rui Jingu Bang, and unleashed his full power. A terrifying Grand Luo golden immortal aura instantly engulfed the entire underworld. Countless weaker spirits trembled under its pressure. Had Sun Wukong harbored any killing intent, this single release of energy alone would have wiped out half of the underworld. The soul-reaping messengers, who had been approaching to restrain him, immediately collapsed to their knees, unable to even utter a word under the overwhelming force. Seeing this, King Yama's expression changed dramatically. He had assumed that Sun Wukong was at most a golden immortal. But Grand Luo golden immortal? However, he quickly regained his composure. Even if Sun Wukong was a Grand Luo golden immortal, he still had Kitagarbha Bodhisattva to protect him. Or so he thought. What he didn't know was that, deep within the underworld, Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was paralyzed with fear, unable to move an inch. Beside him, a white-haired, blue-eyed Taoist youth sat cross-legged, lazily drinking from a gourd filled with liquor. A fragrance of innate spiritual energy from ginseng fruit drifting through the air. Meanwhile, back in the underworld court. With Kitagarbha as his supposed backer, King Yama felt completely fearless. He personally stepped forward to shackle Sun Wukong. But before he could even get close, a foot came flying straight at his face. Bam! It landed squarely on King Yama's nose, instantly distorting his expression and sending blood gushing from his mouth and nostrils. Sun Wukong scoffed. Daring to claim the soul of a Grand Luo golden immortal? Looks like you need to be taught a lesson. Even so, King Yama refused to back down. Wiping the blood from his face, he roared. How dare you attack the Lord of the Underworld, Sun Wukong? You will suffer the hell of blazing knives for this. But deep down, he couldn't help but panic. What's going on? I've been pinned down by Sun Wukong, so why hasn't Kitagarbha Bodhisattva stepped in yet? Far away, Kitagarbha, still bound by Alex's power, was curled up like a frightened quail, completely motionless. At this moment, he was the very embodiment of weak, pitiful, and helpless. How could he possibly go help King Yama? Seeing King Yama still acting stubborn, Sun Wukong couldn't help but laugh in anger. Alright, since you're so bold, I'll fulfill your wish. Tell me, have you ever heard of the nailed 7 arrows curse? He said it casually, but the moment King Yama heard those words, his face drained of color. You actually know the nailed 7 arrows curse? This was one of the most infamous and feared curses in all of prehistoric mythology. By simply crafting arrows from straw, piercing them into an effigy, and chanting the incantations, one could kill their target from afar. Even a Grand Luo Golden Immortal would struggle to escape its effects. King Yama's heart pounded in terror. Again, he anxiously wondered why Kitagaba still hadn't acted. Has something gone terribly wrong? Finally, unable to endure his fear any longer, King Yama dropped to his knees, trembling, and begged for mercy. Mercy, great immortal. I will release you immediately. I will check the book of life and death. I will ensure justice is served. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. That's it? King Yama hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying. That alone may not be enough to appease your anger. I've heard that you, great immortal, are the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain. Though you yourself have transcended the 6 paths of reincarnation, your monkey subjects are still bound by the constraints of lifespan. Thus, I will erase all their names from the book of life and death, granting them eternal life as well. But even as he spoke, his heart burned with resentment. You think I'll let this go? Today's humiliation won't be forgotten. The moment this calamity leaves, I'll report him to the Jade Emperor himself. And the excuse? Simple, Sun Wukong defiled the book of life and death. Who in this underworld would dare testify against me? This entire realm is under my control. And even if the Jade Emperor learns the truth, he'll pretend otherwise and sentence Sun Wukong regardless. After all, it's fate, Sun Wukong is destined to suffer in the journey to the west. What if he's a Grand Luo Golden Immortal? What if he's mastered 36 heavenly arts? Without reaching Quasi-Saint, he's still just a pawn. But before he could savor his scheme, Sun Wukong suddenly pulled out a mirror-shaped artifact. Within the mirror, a crystal-clear replay of King Yama's oath played on loop. Seeing this, King Yama's mind went blank. He stared at the mirror, utterly dumbfounded. Sun Wukong grinned mockingly. Ha ha ha. I've already recorded your words using divine magic. If you ever dare make a move against me, you'd best consider this spiritual recording first. Even if you try to frame me, you'll be the one walking straight into ruin. King Yama's face froze. How could this monkey be so cunning? It was over. He had completely lost. Under Sun Wukong's watchful gaze, King Yama picked up the Book of Life and Death and erased every monkey's name from its pages. Sun Wukong used his divine abilities to record the entire process, then returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. At the same time, Alex glanced at Kitagaba Bodhisattva, who was trembling uncontrollably. Without saying a word, Alex left the underworld and returned to the Moon Palace. Seeing Alex return, Chang'e didn't even move, completely resigned to her fate. Alex had placed restrictions on her, preventing her from sending out any messages about his presence in the Moon Palace. Her freedom was entirely under his control, leaving her with no ability to resist. After several failed attempts to break free, she gave up entirely, allowing Alex to do as he pleased. This time, however, Alex didn't come to play chess with her as he usually did. Chang'e looked at him in confusion, only to see him seated cross-legged, eyes closed, his already formidable aura continuing to rise. She stared, mouth slightly open. Alex was already so powerful, could it be that he was about to break through to an even higher realm? If so, just how strong would he become? Could he even rival Hongjun, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao? Alex ignored Chang'e and opened his system panel, checking his skill progress. After devouring the Harry Potter world, his abilities had increased exponentially. Now, his 3 core abilities were on the verge of leveling up again. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Alex opened his eyes, and a massive energy wave erupted from his body. If not for the barriers he had placed beforehand, this energy would have spread across the entire primordial universe. The system panel flashed with updates. Absolute Manipulation EXP +1. Absolute Manipulation EXP +1. Absolute Manipulation EXP +1. Your skill, Absolute Manipulation, has leveled up. Absolute Manipulation LV8, 56/1000000. Absolutely manipulate everything. Chaos Force EXP +1. Chaos Force EXP +1. Chaos Force EXP +1. Chaos Force LV8, 78/1000000. Absorb and transform everything. Lord of Dimensions EXP +1. Lord of Dimensions EXP +1. Lord of Dimensions EXP +1. Lord of Dimensions LV8, 18/1000000 instantly create anything. All three abilities leveled up at the same time, and a flood of new knowledge surged into Alex's mind, which he absorbed instantly. As he processed this information, his internal energy multiplied over and over, continuing for an entire day before stabilizing. By then, his power had increased hundreds of times over. If he returned to the Sea of Chaos and created a new universe from scratch, he might one day match the likes of Marvel's OAA, DC's Presence, or even the Primordial Tao. But Alex had no interest in relying on a world's power, he wanted all the strength for himself. Compared to beings like OAA, who drew power from their universes, he was still lacking. However, even if OAA hunted him down, he would now be able to escape into the Sea of Chaos without needing to rely on resurrection. He glanced at his system panel, which flickered rapidly, as if it could disappear at any moment. At the same time, he finally sensed the system's presence within himself. A strange intuition told him that once all his skills reached LV9, the system would completely dissolve, merging into his very being and boosting his core essence. At that moment, he would reach a state beyond imagination. Without hesitation, Alex sent out a clone, one with power beyond that of a saint, to watch over Sun Wukong, while his true body entered deep meditation to continue advancing. He needed to push all three skills to LV9 and reach true transcendence. Meanwhile, in the heavens, the Jade Emperor frowned. By now, Dragon King of the East Sea and King Yama should have already come to file their complaints. Why was there still no movement? It didn't really matter, though. Those two were merely small players in the grand scheme of the journey to the West catastrophe, their presence or absence made no difference. He spoke directly. Tai by Jin Xing, I hear that a stone-born monkey has appeared in the mortal world, possessing incredible strength. Why don't you descend and recruit him for the heavenly court? Tai by Jin Xing bowed. Understood. Back at Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong recounted his underworld exploits to his fellow monkeys, then resumed his training. His foundation grew stronger by the day. He felt that he only needed one final push to break through to the quasi-saint realm. Once he did, not even the journey to the West catastrophe could dictate his fate. The difference between a great Luo golden immortal and a quasi-saint was like heaven and earth. Across the 6 realms, the number of great Luo immortals outnumbered quasi-saints at least 10 to 1. One day, Sun Wukong's eyes snapped open, shining with brilliant golden light. This was the innate divine ability he had gained inspiration for after reading Journey to the West, Fiery Golden Eyes. At last, he had reached the first stage of mastery. But as he examined his newfound power, he realized something strange. His fiery golden eyes seemed different from the ones in Journey to the West. Chapter 221. If the fiery golden eyes in Journey to the West granted clairvoyance and the ability to see through illusions, then his current version had far greater divine abilities. First, he had acquired X-ray vision, which, when combined with his already superior clairvoyance, allowed him to see directly into the heavenly court even from within the water curtain cave. Second, his eyes now radiated an awe-inspiring divine presence. Anyone who made eye contact with him would instinctively feel fear. But the most powerful new ability was that he could now analyze the structure of any spell or divine ability just by observing it. Once he fully understood its mechanics, he could easily master it himself. His fiery golden eyes had undergone a complete transformation. They were no longer just the fiery golden eyes, but rather the mythical eye of truth from ancient legends. Back when he first read Journey to the West, Sun Wukong had been thrilled to acquire such a powerful ability. Now, upon awakening the true form of the Eye of Truth, he immediately realized that his powers had never come from being burned by Samadhi true fire for 49 days. Instead, he had always possessed this innate divine ability from birth. The Samadhi true fire hadn't granted him anything, it had actually weakened his Eye of Truth, reducing it to the mere fiery golden eyes. It was just like how he was later imprisoned under 5 Elements Mountain, forced to eat molten metal and iron pellets, not to break his spirit, but to cripple his very foundation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted nothing more than to storm the heavenly palace and slaughter every last god and Buddha. But he knew that, at this moment, he was still no match for the Buddha Tathagata. For now, he had to endure. Just then, he suddenly looked up toward the sky. A beam of golden light shot from his eyes, instantly enveloping Tai by Jin Xing, who had just arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain. Ha! Sun Wukong grinned. Heaven really was delivering an opportunity right to his doorstep. Tai Bai Jin Xing had clearly come to recruit him into the heavenly court as a stable master. Once he ascended, he could eat the peaches of immortality and the divine elixirs, greatly increasing his chances of reaching the quasi-saint realm. At that level, even if Tathagata himself came after him, he wouldn't need to fear. As soon as Tai Bai Jin Xing set foot on Flower Fruit Mountain, he was immediately surrounded by countless monkeys. He had already sensed their presence beforehand, so he didn't resist and allowed them to lead him to Sun Wukong. However, he was surprised to find that these monkeys all had cultivation, most of them had even reached the nascent soul stage. It was clear that someone had been deliberately training them. There was no doubt, the one behind this was none other than the handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong himself. This made Tai Bai Jin Xing feel a sense of pity for Sun Wukong. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but he also understood the importance of building his own forces. If he hadn't been selected as a pawn in the journey to the West catastrophe, he could have achieved greatness in the primordial era. Then again, being chosen for Journey to the West wasn't necessarily a bad thing, it at least meant he could survive. If this had been the era of the Dragon Phoenix Calamity, a being like Sun Wukong, an innate spirit, would have been captured the moment he was born. He would have either been refined into a divine pill for his spiritual energy or enslaved as a mount by a stronger being. A few moments later, Tai Bai Jin Xing was led to a monkey dressed in magnificent battle armor, holding a divine staff. The monkey's face was strikingly handsome, and his presence radiated unmatched dominance. At a single glance, Tai Bai Jin Xing immediately knew, this was the newly ascended Great Luo Golden Immortal, the handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Tai Bai Jin Xing gave a slight bow and smiled. Tai Bai Jin Xing greets your majesty. Sun Wukong, of course, already knew why he was here. But he still played dumb, pretending not to understand. Oh. What brings Tai Bai Jin Xing to my Flower Fruit Mountain? I am here for you, your majesty. The Jade Emperor has heard of your extraordinary abilities and wishes to invite you to the heavenly court, to become a celestial immortal. The moment they heard this, the monkeys surrounding them burst into cheers, jumping and dancing with excitement. Oh! The king is going to be an immortal. The king is going to be an immortal. However, while the other monkeys were ecstatic, Sun Wukong remained calm. Unlike them, he had read Journey to the West, he knew what would happen once he arrived in heaven. Instead of receiving the honor he expected, he would be mocked by the gods and humiliated with the title of stable master. Even in Journey to the West, when his cultivation wasn't as high as it was now, Sun Wukong was still at the Tai Golden Immortal level, equal to figures like Neza and Yang Jian. Yet, they wanted to make a Tai Golden Immortal nothing more than a stable manager. If that wasn't an insult, what was? Still, Sun Wukong accepted Tai Bai Jin Xing's invitation and went to heaven to become an immortal official. He had only two objectives for this trip. 1. The peaches of immortality from the Peach Garden. 2. The elixirs of Tai Shang Lao Jun. As long as he could consume these treasures, he was 80% certain he could break through to the quasi-saint realm. Sun Wukong grinned and said, "So, you want me to take up an official post?" Very well, very well. The atmosphere became pleasant and harmonious, with both Sun Wukong and Tai Bai Jin Xing beaming with smiles. After bidding farewell to his monkey subjects, Sun Wukong followed Tai Bai Jin Xing to heaven. Along the way, Sun Wukong found Tai Bai Jin Xing's cloud riding speed too slow and bluntly said, "Tai Bai Jin Xing, your cloud riding speed is way too slow. How about I carry you instead?" Before Tai Bai Jin Xing could respond, a golden light extended endlessly from under Sun Wukong's feet. Ground shrinking divine light. Tai Bai Jin Xing, being knowledgeable, immediately recognized it. It was at least a mastered form of the ground shrinking divine light. At that moment, he realized, both he and the rest of heaven had gravely underestimated Sun Wukong's power. With his great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, 36 heavenly transformations, and 72 earthly arts, Sun Wukong was likely among the strongest beings in heaven. If things weren't handled carefully, the journey to the West catastrophe might take an unexpected turn. The two entered the southern heavenly gate, watched closely by heaven's soldiers and generals, and made their way toward the Lingxiao Palace. As they walked, Sun Wukong kept hearing the names Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, and Neza being mentioned, which made him curious. Tai Bai Jin Xing, who are Li Jing and Neza? Why do all the heavenly soldiers keep talking about them? Thinking of the father-son conflict that had unfolded between Neza and Li Jing recently, Tai Bai Jin Xing hesitated. Not wanting to explain the chaos, he chose to sugarcoat the situation instead. A while ago, Heavenly King Li and Third Prince Neza had a sparring match in heaven. It caused quite a stir, so the soldiers are probably discussing the results. Oh. And who won? Well, perhaps your majesty should ask them yourself later. They soon arrived at a majestic palace. Tai Bai Jin Xing told Sun Wukong to wait outside, as he needed to report first. Sun Wukong pretended to agree, but even in Journey to the West, he never waited patiently. Now that he was stronger and more experienced, there was no way he would obediently sit still. The moment Tai Bai Jin Xing entered, Sun Wukong secretly followed behind him. However, as soon as he stepped into the Lingxiao Palace, he felt a sudden chill run through his body. His eyes instantly locked onto the Jade Emperor, seated at the head of the hall. The Jade Emperor's expression remained calm and composed, as if he hadn't noticed anything. But thanks to his eye of truth, Sun Wukong clearly saw the Jade Emperor glance at him. So, it was all an act. In Journey to the West, the Jade Emperor had always played the role of a weak and powerless ruler. But in reality, as Hongjun Daozu's personal disciple, he was at least a quasi-saint. There was no way he was weaker than a mere Tai golden immortal like Sun Wukong. But this wasn't the time to expose him, so Sun Wukong pretended not to notice and continued playing along. While doing so, he used his eye of truth to analyze the cultivation levels of all the celestial beings present. Later, when they inevitably clashed, this information would prove invaluable. Once Tai Bai Jin Xing finished his report, Sun Wukong was officially summoned into the palace. To everyone's shock, instead of walking in through the main entrance, he suddenly appeared right beside Tai Bai Jin Xing. The surrounding gods were startled, even some of the stronger celestial beings couldn't help but take notice. Even they hadn't been able to track Sun Wukong's movements, which meant his cultivation was unfathomably deep. There was no doubt about it, he truly was a great Luo golden immortal. However, his sudden appearance and disregard for formal etiquette irritated many gods. Yet, since the Jade Emperor remained silent, they had no choice but to endure it. After all, they couldn't afford to jeopardize the grand plan of Journey to the West. The Jade Emperor took a glance at Sun Wukong's cultivation and couldn't help but feel shocked. This monkey's power was already higher than his nephew, Erlangshen, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Then, a thought struck him. Could this monkey be used to stop the rise of the Western sect? As this idea took shape, the Jade Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement, and his view of Sun Wukong became much more favorable. If this monkey managed to step into the quasi-saint realm, then perhaps the Journey to the West catastrophe could be disrupted. After all, he had no interest in seeing the Western sect flourish, creating a new force equal to the heavenly court within the six realms. With that in mind, the Jade Emperor chose to overlook Sun Wukong's earlier lack of etiquette and turned to the assembled immortals, asking. Sun Wukong possesses immense magical power. He should contribute to the heavenly court. My beloved ministers, are there any vacant positions in heaven? The gods discussed for a moment but came to no conclusion. None of them wanted a monkey under their command. Eventually, Wutsu Xingjuan, Star Lord of Military Affairs, stepped forward and reported. Your Majesty, all important positions in heaven are currently occupied. However, the post of Baimoan, Stable Supervisor, is currently vacant. Upon hearing this, the celestial officials smirked and nodded in agreement. Excellent choice. Tai Bai Jin Xing, knowing Sun Wukong's strength, immediately felt something was wrong. He hurried over to Wutsu Xingjuan and whispered. You want him to take care of the horses? Do you really think he'll accept that? Wutsu Xingjuan, however, remained dismissive. That's already a respectable position. In his mind, allowing a monkey to hold any official post in heaven was already a gracious favor. To him, Baimoan was more than enough for Sun Wukong. Tai Bai Jin Xing hesitated, about to protest. But before he could speak, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared beside Wutsu Xingjuan, his eyes filled with curiosity. So, you say the position of Baimoan is an important one? Seeing that Sun Wukong was unaware of heaven's hierarchy, Wutsu Xingjuan decided to toy with him. Oh, absolutely. It's a very high-ranking post. But to his shock, instead of looking pleased, Sun Wukong's expression darkened. The next moment, a crushing pressure descended upon Wutsu Xingjuan. Before he could react, he found himself paralyzed in fear, as if a mortal standing before a god, with Sun Wukong looking down at him in judgment. How dare you? Sun Wukong's voice boomed like thunder. You dare to assign a great Luo golden immortal to a horsekeeping job? Do you look down on the power of the great Luo realm? The shift in atmosphere was so sudden that the immortals in the hall were momentarily stunned. When they finally snapped back to reality, they saw Wutsu Xingjuan trembling uncontrollably, unable to move. Only now did they fully realize. Even though Sun Wukong was the chosen sufferer of the journey to the West catastrophe, he was still a great Luo golden immortal. In the entire heavenly court, excluding those with powerful divine artifacts, there were only a few beings, like Neza and Erlangshen, who had reached the great Luo level. Most of the other immortals, if they encountered Sun Wukong in battle without divine weapons or rank-based protections, would be easily slain with a single strike from his staff. Sun Wukong was never a weakling. He was a great Luo golden immortal. And a great Luo golden immortal cannot be insulted. Seeing Sun Wukong openly exerting pressure on Wutsu Xingjuan, Neza couldn't help but feel impressed. This monkey's attitude was exactly to his liking. So, without hesitation, Neza stepped forward, aligning himself beside Sun Wukong and sneering at Wutsu Xingjuan. Oh. So, you think we great Luo golden immortals are easy to bully now, huh? Even Erlangshen, who had remained silent, finally turned his gaze toward the scene. His third eye burst forth with divine light, locking onto Wutsu Xingjuan. It was clear. If Wutsu Xingjuan dared to utter even a single word of protest, Erlangshen wouldn't hesitate to summon his three-pointed, double-edged blade and cut him down on the spot. Seeing this, Wutsu Xingjuan felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. At first, he had belittled Sun Wukong, viewing him as nothing more than a wild monkey from the mortal realm. But in his arrogance, he had forgotten one crucial fact. Sun Wukong was a great Luo golden immortal. What shocked him even more was that Neza, the third Lotus Prince, had also stepped in to support Sun Wukong. This meant, even though Neza and Sun Wukong were both bound by heavenly court rules, making it impossible for them to kill him outright, that didn't mean they couldn't make his life a living nightmare in private. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer accidents left and right. There was no way to defend against such silent retaliation. Realizing the danger he was in, Wutsu Xingjuan's arrogance shattered. He no longer dared to insult Sun Wukong and immediately bowed deeply, his voice trembling with sincerity. Great King Sun, I was in the wrong. Please forgive my disrespect. Once you assume office, I will personally bring gifts to formally apologize. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's anger subsided considerably. He turned to Neza and nodded in appreciation before finally addressing the Jade Emperor. Alright, Jade Emperor, what official position do you plan to give me? The Jade Emperor, having already decided to use Sun Wukong for his own plans, wasn't angered by his earlier display. Instead, he found himself growing more and more fond of this unruly monkey. After a brief moment of thought, he declared. Since you are a great Luo golden immortal, you naturally deserve a high-ranking position. How about a third-rank official? Third rank. The immortals in the hall were stunned. They never expected the Jade Emperor to grant Sun Wukong a third-rank title so casually. After all, many of them held positions below the third rank. If Sun Wukong accepted, he would instantly outrank the majority of the heavenly court. But after the initial shock, most of the gods quickly came to terms with it. Sun Wukong was a great Luo golden immortal, after all. Although a third-rank position was relatively high, it wasn't unreasonable. In the end, strength was everything in the primordial world. Since Sun Wukong had the power ***, it was only natural that he should hold a high position. However, to everyone's surprise, Sun Wukong actually declined the offer. Jade Emperor, I appreciate your generosity. But I have just arrived in the heavenly court. If I suddenly take such a high-ranking position, it wouldn't feel appropriate. Besides, I'm used to a carefree life and don't want to be bound by endless rules and responsibilities. Instead, why don't you assign me a leisurely post? That job guarding the peaches of immortality sounds just right for me. Chapter 222. Watching over the peaches. The gods exchanged glances, already sensing something unusual. How could the Jade Emperor possibly entrust a monkey with guarding the peaches of immortality? Wasn't this just a one-way trip for the peaches? But to their surprise, the Jade Emperor stroked his beard and actually agreed. Very well. Since you wish to guard the peach orchard, then so be it. The gods were visibly shocked. Even Sun Wukong himself was slightly surprised. However, Sun Wukong merely found it unexpected, nothing more. He had no reason to reject the Jade Emperor's decree, even if there was a trap behind it. If the Jade Emperor ordered it, who would dare disobey? Thus, Sun Wukong officially became the honorary guardian of the peach orchard. In the days that followed, he remained in the peach orchard, secretly devouring peaches one after another. Unlike what was written in Journey to the West, he no longer just took a bite and moved on. Instead, he swallowed the entire peach, pit and all, absorbing every bit of its spiritual energy. Yet strangely, the number of peaches in the orchard never seemed to decrease. Why? Because Sun Wukong was not an ordinary being. He was a spirit-born stone monkey, a creature of heaven and earth, gifted with mastery over transformations, knowledge of celestial timing, control over terrain, and even the power to shift stars. With his natural abilities, combined with the 108 techniques of the heavenly and earthly arts, plus his near quasi-saint level cultivation, only a handful in the entire heavenly court could detect his tricks. For every peach he ate, he plucked one of his own hairs and transformed it into an identical peach to take its place. By the time he had eaten over half the peaches in the entire orchard, not a single god had noticed anything amiss. That day, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on his bed, feeling the power surging within his body. He was now only one step away from reaching quasi-sainthood. But no matter how much he trained, unless he broke past this barrier, he would never ascend further. However, he soon realized something. The difference between a great Luo golden immortal and a quasi-saint was monumental. Throughout history, every quasi-saint had spent countless eons before finally breaking through. Even with his incomparable natural foundation. Even after devouring every single peach of immortality in the orchard. All it had done was strengthen his foundation and increase his lifespan. It was not enough to push him over the edge. If he truly wanted to break through, there was only one option left. He needed to sneak into the Supreme Lord Laozi's domain and devour every last 9-turn golden elixir in his possession. Only then would he have a chance to reach quasi-sainthood. Without reaching quasi-saint, I am nothing but an ant. Sun Wukong refused to remain a mere pawn in the grand scheme of things. He would change his fate. With that resolve, he sped up his plan. He finished consuming every last peach in the orchard, absorbing every bit of power within them. Then, he abandoned his post and left the peach orchard, heading straight for the Tusita Palace, where Supreme Lord Laozi resided. Supreme Lord Laozi was an enigma. Sun Wukong had long suspected this. Based on Journey to the West, along with his own observations in the heavenly court, he deduced. The Supreme Lord Laozi in the heavenly court was merely an avatar of the true sage. Even if he was just a clone, should Supreme Lord Laozi act with full force, he could easily annihilate Sun Wukong. And yet, in Journey to the West, Sun Wukong was never truly burned to ashes by the Samadhi true fire. Instead, he devoured every last 9-turn golden elixir in the alchemy furnace. Clearly, Supreme Lord Laozi had deliberately let him off. Knowing this, Sun Wukong made his move. With newfound confidence, he transformed into a wisp of mist and silently infiltrated the Tusita Palace. Upon reaching the pill storage pavilion, he spotted 2 golden-robed disciples guarding the entrance. To his surprise, both of them had reached golden immortal level cultivation. In the mortal realm, they would be considered powerhouses. But to Sun Wukong, they were nothing. With a simple trick, he rendered both disciples unconscious. Then, without hesitation, he rushed into the pavilion and began feasting on the 9-turn golden elixirs. There was no doubt. Even if this was only an avatar, Supreme Lord Laozi was still a sage, his power far surpassing ordinary immortals. The moment Sun Wukong devoured the golden pills, he felt a blazing surge of energy erupt from his dantian, flooding every corner of his body. At long last, the bottleneck that had hindered his cultivation for so long finally began to crack. He dared not attempt his breakthrough within Tusita Palace but instead returned to Flower Fruit Mountain in an instant, retreating into Water Curtain Cave to cultivate in seclusion. He knew that his actions could never remain hidden. Before he was exposed, he had to break through and attain the quasi-saint realm, only then could he be truly free. One day in the heavens is 1 year on earth. But what Sun Wukong had done was too great to be ignored. As time passed, the truth was inevitably discovered by the heavenly court. The Queen Mother of the West plucked peaches in preparation for the upcoming peach banquet. But when she took a bite to test their ripeness, the peach suddenly vanished, leaving only a single monkey hair behind. A bad premonition surged in her heart. She immediately ordered the 7 fairies to pick more peaches. Sure enough, apart from a few scattered peaches that remained untouched, the rest had all been transformed from monkey hairs. Since this concerned the all-important peach banquet, the Queen Mother of the West immediately reported it to the Jade Emperor. At the same time, the Supreme Lord Laozi also informed the Jade Emperor that his 9-turn golden pills had mysteriously vanished. The Jade Emperor and Laozi exchanged glances, pretending to have just learned of this, then furrowed their brows in anger. This demon monkey is far too insolent. Summon Li Jing. Li Jing, clutching his recently recovered exquisite pagoda, knelt before the throne. The Jade Emperor declared, lead the celestial army along with Neza, the third prince, and capture this demon monkey at once. Understanding that the great tribulation of journey to the west was about to begin, Li Jing solemnly replied, your servant obeys. In the mortal realm, on Flower Fruit Mountain. Many had already learned that the Jade Emperor had humiliated their great king, appointing him as a mere stable hand. Fury burned in their hearts. However, before entering seclusion, Sun Wukong had instructed them to remain patient, to endure until he emerged. Thus, Flower Fruit Mountain remained eerily calm, as if he had never been there at all. Then, a towering figure, dozens of feet tall, descended from the sky, wreaking havoc upon the mountain and attacking the monkeys along his path. If not for the fact that Sun Wukong had fed them pieces of the divine peaches, greatly enhancing their strength, they would have been slaughtered on the spot. The giant spirit god, now in his massive form, rampaged through Flower Fruit Mountain, smashing everything in sight. He bellowed, demon monkey, get out here. You dare trespass into the celestial court? Come with me at once and beg the Jade Emperor for forgiveness. The other monkeys desperately tried to block his path, hoping to prevent him from disturbing Sun Wukong's cultivation. But they were far too weak. Helplessly, they watched as he neared Water Curtain Cave. Finally, just as the giant spirit god reached the cave entrance, raising his colossal double-bladed axe to strike it down. Countless golden lotus flowers suddenly bloomed in the sky above. Having survived the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, the giant spirit god recognized the phenomenon instantly. His face turned pale as he cried out in shock, the merit golden lotus. Someone has attained the quasi-saint realm. His heart pounded. This was Flower Fruit Mountain, who else could it be? Only one monkey had the potential to reach quasi-sainthood. Even if it seemed impossible, the truth stood before him. Terror seized his heart, and he immediately turned to flee. But it was too late. A golden staff, radiating dazzling light, struck his chest with unstoppable force. The same giant spirit god who had left the monkeys powerless now lay on the brink of death from a single strike. If not for a life-saving treasure protecting him, he would have perished on the spot. Defeated and overwhelmed with fear, he dared not linger. He rushed to the clouds above and reported everything to Heavenly King Li. Hearing that Sun Wukong had become a quasi-saint, Li Jing was visibly shaken. If this was true, then Sun Wukong's strength now placed him on the same level as the Jade Emperor and the Buddha himself. The great tribulation of journey to the west was about to spiral into chaos. But even so, Li Jing did not retreat. The heavenly court held no deep grudges against Sun Wukong. If anything, it was Sun Wukong who now owed them. All they had to do next was put on a convincing performance for the Western Buddhist gods to see. So Li Jing sent Neza to capture Sun Wukong. Neza had barely set out before he returned, heavily wounded after taking just 2 strikes from Sun Wukong. With no other choice, they returned to the heavenly court. When they reported the situation at Flower Fruit Mountain to the Jade Emperor, his initial reaction was pure joy, his eyebrows even twitching slightly in excitement. But he quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor. The Jade Emperor wasn't surprised that Li Jing and the others had failed. What truly caught his attention was that Sun Wukong had not disappointed him, he had successfully broken through to the quasi-saint realm. A quasi-saint Sun Wukong might not have powerful divine artifacts to amplify his strength, but with his mastery of the 72 earthly transformations, he was more than qualified to disrupt the upcoming journey to the West Tribulation. As long as the tribulation deviated from its intended course, the fortune of the Western sect would suffer greatly. And if the Western sect weakened, the heavenly court would grow stronger, for the fortune of the world was finite. Though delighted, the Jade Emperor maintained his act and ordered Erlangshen to capture Sun Wukong. Erlangshen went forth, but even with his mastery of the 8-9 arcane arts, he only lasted 5 blows before returning to the heavenly court, gravely injured. Seeing that even the mighty Erlangshen was no match for Sun Wukong, the heavenly court was left with no other option, they had to call upon the Buddha of the West. In the Western Pure Land, the Buddha, Tathagata, was patiently awaiting the start of the journey to the West Tribulation. Through it, he planned to harvest the fortune of the 6 realms to strengthen Buddhism. But then, news arrived, Sun Wukong had ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Even with his profound composure, Tathagata's expression changed upon hearing this. This tribulation determined the rise of Buddhism, how could anything be allowed to go wrong? No. Sun Wukong had to be suppressed. His quasi-saint cultivation was still unstable. Tathagata would strike now and forcibly push him back down to the Tao immortal realm. With that resolve, Tathagata stepped onto Golden Light and descended upon Flower Fruit Mountain to confront Sun Wukong. Despite defeating the celestial army, Sun Wukong felt no joy. He knew that his true enemy wasn't the heavenly court, it was the Western sect that lurked behind the scenes. Before he could rest, a massive golden Buddha manifested in the sky above Flower Fruit Mountain, gazing down upon the mountain from above. Sun Wukong instantly recognized his visitor. Who else could it be? The hypocritical Buddha who had imprisoned him beneath Five Elements Mountain for 500 years in journey to the west, Tathagata. His heart burned with fury, but Sun Wukong had matured. Suppressing his emotions, he feigned ignorance and stepped forward to ask. Which benevolent monk are you, that you dare to interfere in a warrior's battle? Behind Tathagata, a sneering Buddha scoffed. Insolent monkey! The great Buddha Tathagata stands before you, how dare you show such disrespect? After his attendant had put Sun Wukong in his place, Tathagata finally spoke. I have heard of your wild arrogance and repeated violations of heaven's laws. Tell me, why do you rebel? Sun Wukong sneered. I, old Sun, have done nothing but reside in Flower Fruit Mountain, harming no one. Yet blind fools keep scheming against me. How could I not fight back? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Tathagata's heart tightened for a moment, thinking the monkey might have learned something. But after observing his expression, he dismissed the concern. This monkey must still be unaware of his fate. So, Tathagata asked Sun Wukong about his abilities. Knowing exactly what Tathagata was planning, Sun Wukong played along, only keeping his most powerful and secret divine ability, the power of chaos, hidden. As expected, once Sun Wukong answered, Tathagata put on a kindly smile and said. You mischievous monkey, if you can somersault out of my palm, I will personally ask the Jade Emperor to leave you be. How about that? Sun Wukong sneered inwardly. He knew Tathagata was trying to lure him into his palm, planning to use his Buddha's palm world technique to trap him. But outwardly, he simply replied. Of course. Then, Sun Wukong leisurely strolled toward Tathagata's palm. Seeing this, two Buddhas standing behind Tathagata could no longer conceal the mockery in their eyes. A monkey is still a monkey. Even if he had reached the quasi-saint realm, he was nothing more than a savage beast. He was destined to be suppressed for 500 years, then obediently follow the journey to the west to bring fortune to Buddhism. However, just as Sun Wukong was about to step into Tathagata's palm, his body suddenly expanded until he was as tall as Tathagata himself. At the same time, he activated all his divine powers to enhance his strength, enlarging his golden cudgel to thousands of feet long, before swinging it straight at Tathagata's head. Caught off guard by the sneak attack from someone of equal cultivation, Tathagata failed to react in time and took a direct hit. A massive lump instantly swelled up on his forehead, looking utterly ridiculous. Having landed a strike, Sun Wukong had no intention of stopping. While Tathagata was still dazed, he swung twice more, instantly killing the two Buddhas who had mocked him. Neither of them had time to react to a quasi-saint's assault. Even in their final moments, their expressions remained full of scorn. Sun Wukong knew that despite their apparent equal cultivation, he was no match for Tathagata, who had accumulated countless years of foundation and possessed innumerable divine artifacts. So he relentlessly swung his golden cudgel, unleashing an unending barrage of attacks on Tathagata. And for a brief moment, his onslaught actually forced Tathagata into a disadvantage. Above the clouds, countless celestial beings and Buddhas stared in shock. None of them had expected Sun Wukong to suppress the mighty Tathagata. After all, Tathagata was considered one of the strongest beings left in the world. Expressions varied across the crowd as they watched in silence. No matter what they thought, one thing was certain. From this day forward, Sun Wukong's fate had completely diverged from what had been planned for him. He had only two paths ahead. Either he defeated Tathagata, faced all the Buddhas of the heavens, and claimed his freedom. Or he would be slain by Buddhism, erased from existence. But no matter the outcome, Sun Wukong's name would forever be engraved in the annals of history. At the same time, beyond the sight of the gathered immortals, the legendary patriarch Bodhi finally stepped out from his hidden sanctuary on Mount Fangsuan. His destination, the underworld. There, he intercepted Kitagarbha, Guanyin, and other powerful beings. Chapter 223. Standing before the gathered immortals, Bodhi spoke calmly. My disciple is naturally rebellious and was meant to be free. I will not allow you to interfere with his struggle to break the shackles of fate. The assembled powerful beings gazed solemnly at the seemingly ordinary figure of Patriarch Bodhi, not daring to take a step forward. For a time, Sun Wukong managed to suppress Tathagata. However, as a seasoned quasi-saint, Tathagata had far deeper foundations than Sun Wukong, who had only just broken through to the same realm. Though Sun Wukong initially had the upper hand, as soon as Tathagata began using his many divine treasures in earnest, the tide of battle turned against him. Seeing this, the celestial gods and Buddhas erupted in cheers, celebrating Tathagata's impending victory and the suppression of the rebellious monkey. Yet, amidst their jubilation, many of their eyes dimmed slightly. Who among them wouldn't wish to see a being who had truly broken free from fate? After all, they too were shackled by destiny. Floating around Tathagata were countless divine artifacts. The brocade kasaya, the 9-ringed staff, the 6-syllable mantra scroll, the flying dragon staff. Each of these treasures was something other gods and Buddhas could only dream of obtaining. But to Tathagata, who was once the Taoist of many treasures, these were merely a fraction of his collection. Tathagata formed hand seals, orchestrating his divine artifacts into a grand array. This formation merged the power of all the treasures, capable of unleashing an overwhelming burst of energy in an instant. For most of his existence, Tathagata had been the Taoist of many treasures, and thus, his combat strength was at its peak when he fought using divine artifacts. Countless spells shot forth from the treasures, striking Sun Wukong. Even with his indestructible Vajra body, Sun Wukong was still wounded, his golden fur matted with blood. Seeing this, Tathagata restrained some of his power, attempting once again to trap Sun Wukong beneath Five-Finger Mountain, stripping him of his quasi-saint cultivation and forcing him to become a pawn of Buddhism. But Sun Wukong could see through Tathagata's intent. Having fought to this point, how could he possibly surrender? He roared. Tathagata, you old fraud. If you don't kill your grandpa's son today, then one day, your grandpa's son will surely kill you. Today, either you die, or I live. Having already been humiliated earlier when Sun Wukong momentarily suppressed him, and now being openly ridiculed, Tathagata could no longer maintain his lofty demeanor. For the first time, he descended from his godly aloofness and furiously shouted. Damned monkey! I am offering you a way to live. If you willingly give up your quasi-saint cultivation and, 500 years from now, assist a monk in his journey to the west, I will spare your life. Otherwise, even if you are a naturally born mystic stone monkey, I will ensure that you perish today. Hearing this, Sun Wukong sneered. If you know that I am a mystic stone monkey, then you should also know that I was born to be free. If I cannot be free, I would rather die. I will no longer allow the heavens to cloud my eyes. I will no longer allow fate to disturb my heart. I will make all beings know my will. And I will see every last one of you so-called Buddhas vanish into nothingness. He spoke the very verse that the mysterious immortal had once told him, believing that no other words could better express his feelings at this moment. How could Sun Wukong resign himself to being a caged beast? No. He would be the great sage equal to heaven. Even if my body is shattered, so what? Hearing Sun Wukong's defiant words, Tathagata was enraged beyond measure. No longer holding back, he unleashed all of his divine treasures, fusing them into his formation. Blinding light radiated from the array, and an unstoppable force surged towards Sun Wukong. This was the full power of the strongest quasi-saint beneath the saints themselves, an attack few could withstand, aside from the primeval ancestor of earthly immortals and the Jade Emperor. No one believed Sun Wukong could survive such a strike. And sure enough, he was struck down from the celestial heavens, plummeting to the mortal realm. Crashing through countless mountains, he lay gravely injured, unable to rise. The assembled gods and Buddhas shook their heads. This spectacle, it seemed, was finally over. Though Sun Wukong had indeed disrupted the grand tribulation of the journey to the west, weakening the fate of Western Buddhism, it was not a fatal blow. The Buddhist sect had countless ways to find another chosen one for the pilgrimage 500 years later. As the celestial beings prepared to depart, the highest among them, the Jade Emperor, suddenly turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong's fallen form, his expression one of disbelief. This. How is this possible? His words caught the attention of the entire divine assembly. Their eyes followed his gaze, and all sensed a powerful force awakening. Sun Wukong, somehow, was breaking through again. From his initial quasi-saint realm, his cultivation was rapidly advancing toward the peak of quasi-saint. Tathagata too sensed the change. Though he did not understand what was happening, he knew one thing: he could not allow Sun Wukong to reach his level. In desperation, he detonated countless divine treasures, using their explosive power to obliterate Sun Wukong. But it was already too late. Sun Wukong suddenly stood up, charging straight toward Tathagata. His wounds vanished. The aura radiating from him now completely suppressed Tathagata. At this moment, the chaos force that Alex had once bestowed upon him had finally undergone another breakthrough. Facing Tathagata's desperate strike, Sun Wukong swung his staff. With one blow, he dispersed an attack powerful enough to shatter the heavens. With another strike, he struck Tathagata directly, forcing him to spit blood. Just as before, Sun Wukong did not relent. He continued his relentless assault, his staff pounding against Tathagata's body. The once indestructible golden form of the Buddha began to fracture. His aura diminished. Tathagata was utterly defeated. The other gods and Buddhas, including the Jade Emperor, had complicated expressions. None had expected Sun Wukong to truly defeat Tathagata and become one of the strongest beings beneath the saints. And yet, that was all it was. None of them believed Sun Wukong could truly break free from fate. After all, the true masterminds behind the journey to the west were not Tathagata, but the two saints of the west, Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin. Beneath the saints, all are mere ants. Even if Sun Wukong could defeat Tathagata, could he defeat two saints? As if to confirm their doubts, just as Sun Wukong prepared to deliver the final blow and slay Tathagata, two unimaginable pressures descended from the west. These were powers far beyond the limits of quasi-saints, forces that should not be resisted. Sun Wukong found himself completely bound. But at that moment, he suddenly shouted, "Immortal, save me!" And at the very instant that Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin appeared, a pressure even greater than that of the saints, one that rivaled the very will of heaven itself, surged forth. From the Moon Palace. A few days earlier. During this time, Alex had been tirelessly practicing two of his abilities. The time flow between the primordial world and the Harry Potter universe was different. Under Alex's deliberate guidance, the Harry Potter universe grew increasingly powerful, even expanding into multiple parallel dimensions. Within these parallel worlds, Alex encountered many travelers from other realities. However, he paid them little mind. Instead, he used his power to create various systems, granting them to these travelers to make their lives in the Harry Potter universe more comfortable. With the ever-maturing Harry Potter universe as his foundation, the rate at which Alex gained experience in his abilities accelerated, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times faster than before. And finally, after relentless practice, his skills leveled up once again. Absolute Control +1. Absolute Control +1. Absolute Control +1. Congratulations. Your skill Absolute Control has upgraded. Absolute Control LV9, Max Absolute Mastery over everything. Master of Dimensions +1. Master of Dimensions +1. Master of Dimensions +1. Congratulations. Your skill Master of Dimensions has upgraded. Master of Dimensions LV9, Max Absolute Dominion over all existence. Chaos Force +1. Chaos Force +1. Chaos Force +1. Congratulations. Your skill Chaos Force has upgraded. Chaos Force LV9, Max Absolute Command over all energies. As these three skills reached their peak, an endless flood of knowledge surged into Alex's mind, which he rapidly absorbed. When the flow of information finally settled, Alex opened his eyes. He had now reached the level of the Taoist primordial Honored One. But this was far from the end. Alex had no intention of following the same path as the Honored One, who had merged with the heavenly Tao. He would go further. He would reach even greater heights. At that moment, the system within him emerged from his soul, transforming into a world core no weaker than the one that governed the Marvel Universe. This peculiar world core, through a twist of fate, had evolved into a system that had guided Alex's growth. And now, its mission was complete. The system dissolved into an infinite surge of energy, fusing entirely with Alex's being. With this energy as flames, the Harry Potter universe as his furnace, and his own power as the hammer, Alex began forging the three immensely powerful abilities into one. Though only a few days had passed in the primordial world, countless eons flowed within the independent universes he had created inside the Harry Potter dimension. And finally, his three most critical skills fully merged into an entirely new force. A power so unique that it could no longer be defined as a mere skill. Because this power was Alex, and Alex was this power. In this state, he understood all things, knew all things, controlled all things. Even if someone, countless worlds away, merely whispered his name, he could instantly grasp everything about them. He transcended all imagination, surpassed all cause and effect, and stood above everything. Higher than the highest. Greater than the greatest. Yet, Alex soon sealed away this omniscient state, limiting himself to a more restrained, yet still nearly all-knowing existence. For while such absolute power was undeniably formidable, it was also boring. After all, at heart, he was still someone who sought amusement. And so, he cast his gaze into the distance, unleashed his presence, and arrived before Sun Wukong. Before the stunned eyes of the countless divine beings, Alex casually slapped both saints, Jun Ti and Jiayin, across the face. With a faint smile, he said, "Sun Wukong is meant to be free. Do not overstep your bounds." Then, he gave a slight nod toward the majestic yet silent heavenly Tao, before instantly vanishing from the primordial world. Upon returning to the Sea of Chaos, Alex reached out and forcibly pulled the worlds he had visited from their original multiverse, integrating them into his dimensional universe. Then, he set forth to the deepest depths of the Chaos Sea. There, countless unknown worlds awaited him. There, endless wonders beckoned. He would not be bound by the primordial world. He would not be bound by anything. For he and Sun Wukong were of the same essence. They were both free. The end.